7 in overtime yesterday against the Giants. Jahmyr Gibbs set a franchise record for a running back with 264 scrimmage yards in the win. Those were, of course, highlighted by a 49-yard touchdown run in the fourth quarter and his explosive 69-yard touchdown run on the first play in overtime. That's Dan Campbell after the thrilling win. He also credited the offensive line and said they really dug in, and shouted out the wide receivers and said you don't get runs like that in overtime if your receivers aren't blocking. Gibbs now has 44 scrimmage TDs in his career. That ties Randy Moss for the second most in NFL history before a player's 24th birthday. Detroit now 7-4 and has a quick turnaround before hosting the Packers this Thursday on Thanksgiving. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Pretty good time to get your first sack of the day. Lions, OT victory. Good morning on a Victory Monday. A lot to break down. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Brendan Shabath on the updates. John, a win that didn't always feel like a win.
No, it didn't feel like a win until the end, and that's the only time it needs to feel like a win.
Oh, boy.
It was a frustrating day. It took a lot of energy to make it through that one. And Lions fans, especially for those that were there, I know that it was an absolute roller coaster. We heard some boos, we heard some quiet time, and then we heard the Ford Field faithful absolutely explode. So glad they were able to come away with a win.
Boy, did Jahmyr Gibbs bail them out of a bad day. Could have been a disaster day. He bailed them out with big runs, not just the OT run, but he had another one that was 49, 50 yards in the second half. Mm-hmm. He had another one that got him down to the red zone. John, he was the best thing going for Detroit yesterday.
Yeah, he was, for most of the day, the only thing going.
Yeah.
And that's what they needed. And it was a day where the defense certainly did not play well. And this was the one where the offense eventually bailed them out.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that I couldn't have been the only one pacing my living room against a 2-9 football team playing their third-string quarterback, right? Giving up 500 yards of offense. Can't get Jameis off the field.
Well, this is one of those games when you're playing against a 2-9 team where you know you're going to get reverses, you're going to get all the trick plays, because if it doesn't work, hell, what do they care?
Yeah.
You know, and they all worked, and they just kept bringing them. And Jameis Winston just made plays and threw the ball up, and it found receivers. Like there were literally times where he was just throwing the ball up just to, hey, let's see what happens.
The one from his own end zone.
Yeah.
He had the 3rd and 17 they picked up. He had the one that he caught on a trick play.
Yeah, and then Derek Barnes couldn't tackle him. And it just felt like, everything that they were throwing at the Lions was sticking to the wall until it didn't stick.
Right, and I think it's important, like, there's a lot to complain about today. When they beat the Commanders handily, there's this notion of it's not that big a deal because we'll find out against Philadelphia. So the opposite should be true here, right? Hey, it's not good. It's not encouraging, we're really going to find out against Green Bay. See, it cuts both ways. For as down as we may feel today, they will either solidify those feelings losing on Thanksgiving, or they'll rally, they'll clean it up, and they'll have a signature win on Thanksgiving Day. Right?
Yeah.
Feels like as much as we'll dwell today, ultimately Thursday will be the decider.
Well,
on how big a deal this was.
Sure. We'll find out a lot more because it's another good defensive front, and they struggled against a good defensive front. And we'll find out, can they put together a 3-phase game, offense, defense, special teams. This is what's going to take to beat the Green Bay Packers. Now, you look at Green Bay, and nothing really jumps off the page for them offensively. Again, it's their defense, and that's what the Lions struggled with in the opening week. We'll see what they've done. We'll have a direct comparison from week 1 to week 13.
As for today, open lines 248-539-9797. John mentioned the defense couldn't get pressure. The passing game was also disjointed for Detroit, right? St. Brown with a couple drops in the game.
No, looking at that game, there's a lot of things you can look at and raise an eyebrow. But we've talked about Amon-Ra St. Brown the last couple of weeks, like some uncharacteristic drops, and then a very uncharacteristic ball through his hands, and it's an interception. Like that is, you're kind of looking at it going, is there something going on? Is he banged up, playing hurt with something with a hurt hand? I don't know, because it's not been who he has been for the entirety of his career.
Goff sacked 3 times in the game. Still not getting him adequate protection / him not handling pressure very well.
Yeah, and other times where he does escape being hit, or he does escape the pocket, and I use that very liberally, he meanders out of the pocket, maybe the better way to put it, but he did avoid sacks and got rid of the ball. And some other times where it was he could have been sacked more, is my point.
Yeah. He finishes with 279 yards, 2 touchdowns, a pick. The pick wasn't his fault. It's in and out of St. Brown's hands. But he sacked 3 times. And at the first sack of the game for him, he had the tight end going over the middle. And I don't know what's going on with him right now, but he sits too long and takes a sack.
Well, I think there's a confidence issue with this offense. I think there's a confidence issue. There might even be a trust issue in regards to, hey, he's thrown a couple of interceptions. It's not, some of them have been him, some of them haven't been. The tip pass last week wasn't him. The ball through the hands of Amon-Ra St. Brown wasn't him. But when you're getting hit and when you're having some balls be dropped, or it even looked like there was a miscommunication between him and Amon-Ra St. Brown later in the game. Now all of a sudden you're looking at it going, wait, am I seeing the defense the same way as Amon-Ra St. Brown is?
Right.
Because J-Mo had drops too.
Yeah.
And am I seeing things the same way? Not that seeing it causes the drops, but when you're looking at throws that are going awry, now all of a sudden you become very skeptic in regards to, should I pull the trigger on this one or should I not? And I think that's what's happening.
Takes you out of your rhythm.
Yeah.
So how are you left feeling?
Happy as hell that they came away with the win. And when you don't play your best, and certainly they didn't play their best, and you're still able to come away with a win, I mean, we look at Green Bay coming away with a win against the Giants. The Denver coming away with a win against the Giants. Like, there's been a number of times, a number of good teams that have been down double digits in the fourth quarter and found a way to come away with a win.
Kind of their MO.
Yeah, it's kind of the Giants' MO. And yeah, the Lions aren't playing their best football right now, but you're still able to come away with a win. So there's a lot to clean up, a lot to work on. There's a lot of bad that we'll talk about today, but we got to make sure that we talk about the good, and that is the fact that they won the damn game.
It's good that they won. I don't feel, quote, happy as hell. I don't. I mean, yes, they won the game. It's better than the alternative. You want to be playing well. They got to win games in December. They're not in the playoffs today. If they play that way, they won't win a game the rest of the way. They got to play a lot better. That's the worst team they're playing from now until the end of the season. Happy as hell is certainly not how I feel today.
Well, I'm happy as hell they won.
Sure.
I mean, it beats the hell kind of the difference.
Yeah, of course. Because if they lose, you know what kind of conversations we're having today? Are they even going to make the playoffs?
Correct.
And that does enter your mind. Like, watching that game, it entered my mind. I'm like, oh boy, they lose this game, we're going to have to, like, legitimately take those phone calls.
Well, that's why you play 60 minutes and sometimes more.
Yeah, in this case, more.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Lions fans, will open up the phone lines for you. We have the texts we can read throughout the hour. TJ Lang will join us for the last hour of the show, the 9 o'clock hour. We'll have Overreact Gyms coming up at 7:02, hit on all the big stories in college and the NFL. Some of your texts, some of your calls, we'll get to it next. It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping men across Michigan restore their hair and their confidence. He's helped thousands look younger, feel better, and get back the confidence they thought was gone for good. A board-certified facial surgeon, Dr. Berkowitz is a true pioneer in modern hair restoration. He's the only Detroit area physician offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft. These advanced, minimally invasive technologies performed entirely by his own in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, no assembly line, just precision, safety, and results that look completely natural. This Thanksgiving, don't be a turkey. Skip the overseas gimmick and trust your hair to a board-certified surgeon. Celebrate Dr. B's 30-year milestone with the Confidence Package, a free consultation plus $1,000 off when you mention 97.1. The sooner you come in, the more options you'll have, and the sooner you'll see results. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
If you're injured in a car accident, call Lawrence KG and KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. So you're going to get that special attention to detail from someone who cares about you. Lawrence KG has won millions for his clients. He fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. So if you, a friend, a loved one, someone you care about is injured in a car accident, you need KG Law right now. That's 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY. Visit kgcares.com. Dan Miller on the call. Lions win. It's a victory Monday, but it doesn't have the same gusto as your typical victory Monday because the Lions went to OT with the 2-9 Giants. Found a way to win better than the alternative. Thursday will be much more indicative of who they are. That game matters so much more, and you'd rather win and stay on the tracks and find out. But, John, I don't feel very good about how they played in that game, and they're running out of time to start playing their best football.
Well, I mean, there's next week. And they're going to be playing against good defenses again. And they're going to have to find a way on the offensive line to be better and be more consistent. Because when you pop a 49-yard run or a 69-yard run, there's good blocking up front. There's good blocking downfield. But it can't just be 3 times a game. It needs – and it's that's a bit of an over-exaggeration. But it needs to be more consistent. It needs to be in the pass game as well. Coyote Owosika didn't have his best game.
No.
And he's going to be going up against some good defenders this week, next week against Dallas, like all the way out. Like you're going to have to find a way to be better.
Yeah, like if they play this way, they're not going to win these games. So there's reason to be concerned, even in a win. The text coming in. You guys talk about cleaning things up. How many weeks are we in already? They are what they are, pretenders.
Well, they may ultimately be a pretender for contending for a Super Bowl, but
that's the whole point.
Well, it's the whole point, but I mean, it's they're going to still be in the postseason, and they're going to have to find a way. I mean, maybe I don't know if Mahogany gets well and gets better. It's looking like that might be a necessity if they're going to make a run in the postseason. Even though he didn't play great, there's a reason that he was starting over Owosika.
Guys, I'll be overanalyzing all day. This team isn't that good. Simple as that. Both sides of the line are average at best, and you don't win a Super Bowl with average.
Well, I'll say this. They're not as good as offensively, they're not as good as the last 2 years of the Detroit Lions offense.
Right, so we said last week, lean on your defense, and they gave up 500 yards of offense.
Okay, so is this the first time that the defense has looked bad?
No, but if I got to hang my hat on this defense, I certainly don't feel good.
Guys, that was the worst defensive performance of the season, and
right.
It's not even close.
Oh, I'm not giving an excuse. I'm just saying that's not the defense that we've known throughout the course of this year.
Yeah, but why did it happen? What the hell?
And here's the problem.
Like, we want to sit here and glorify Kelvin Shepherd and worry about losing him to another team. I mean, that was a joke yesterday. That was to Jameis Winston. That's a third-string quarterback.
Yes.
Probably the best third-string quarterback in the league.
Sure.
Look, did they just get Jameis yesterday? He has a propensity to do this in his career where he just absolutely shows up when he plays it first, and then things get worse from there.
Right. But I also am going to sit there and look at it and go, there were times where he was just simply throwing the ball up.
I know. The one heave was a joke.
Right.
I mean, that was playground football.
Yeah, a lot of it was playground football. Now, you got to be able to defend against playground football, but
can you tackle him when he's trying to get in the end zone?
You should.
As a receiver?
Yes. Derek Barnes, that should have been a tackle. There's no question.
Showing it on the TV right here. Look at this. Look at this.
But my point is...
That's going to be in the Tuesday touchdown tomorrow, guys.
My point is, though, strip away the offense right now. We're just simply talking about the defense. That defense that we saw yesterday isn't the same defense that we've seen through the course of the rest of the season.
But what's the excuse?
That's my point. The point is maybe the defense just had a bad freaking day.
Well, the problem is a bad freaking day is going to get the season ended.
It didn't.
Right, but if you can't play consistently,
Right.
you
If they
will
if they
lose.
play like that against Green Bay, sure. If they play like that, certainly against Dallas, yes.
Can I ask you a question? Why is Aleem McNeil playing so much edge? Like, I don't mind it in certain fronts, but
Because
like,
we're good.
okay, well, you know what I'm saying? Because it feels like it waters down the front. Like, he should be a disruptive interior player. When I'm playing him at over 300 pounds on the edge, I get it. I'm tougher against the run. He can set a heavy edge. I don't have a ferocious pass rush. Bumping him to the edge and playing an interior guy who also can't win one-on-one consistently.
Right. Well, it's there are different packages, and I think he's playing too much on the edge. I agree with you. I don't. At times, it's fine if you're going to go big with Reeder and Williams and Aleem McNeil. Obviously, he's the best athlete of those three, so he's the one that you're going to put out on the edge. But I don't think there's no way, shape, or form do I think he's going to get home from the edge.
Today's Victory Monday is bittersweet from an unnamed texter. There's no reason the game should have went the way it did. I'm happy we came away with a win, but it was sloppy, to say the least. That's Josh from CMT.
That's a great way to put it. It was a very sloppy game.
Guys, when you have Campbell on this week, can you ask why he spiked the ball at the end of the first half instead of calling a timeout after the first down? Terrible clock management. I believe he said after the game they had like a headset malfunction, because I didn't understand that either. I'd rather have 16 seconds and no timeouts than 7 seconds.
So they spiked the ball, and then the headsets went out, so he couldn't get the play in to Jared Goff, which is why they took the delay game.
Right. Well, the timeout
Or I had to take the timeout to avoid the delay game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can't wait to see the defensive additions the Lions brought in at the trade deadline. Oh, wait. Jeff listening on the app.
Okay, yeah, we could cherry pick all of those. That's fine.
Let's knock out a phone call or two here. Let's get to Jeff in Birmingham. Jeff, good morning.
Morning, guys. After watching this weekend's football, I'm going to say something outlandish. I think that Michigan has a better chance of upsetting Ohio State than the Lions have a chance against Green Bay. And the most telling part is if you really scrutinize the defense that the Lions put out there yesterday, if you look at Brian Branch and all those other guys, the pursuit after the catch, lifeless.
You know what, Jeff, that's a great point, because I thought yesterday when I was watching it, I'm like, this is kind of an apathetic performance. Like it kind of felt like they thought they could roll the ball out and just win defensively.
Yeah, honestly, they're usually all over the ball. They're swarming to it. They play through the whistle. Yesterday, it's almost as though once the Giants made a completion or completed the play that they just let someone else, they just kind of pass the buck, hoping the next guy will round it out. Brian Branch in particular just quit on a bunch of plays, and I just was shocked by that. I don't know what that is.
It's not good, is what it is.
No,
Not good.
It wasn't good yesterday, no.
6:35, we'll keep the conversation rolling. 7:02, Weekend Overreact, Jim's Heather with the news.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, someone was shot at Partridge Creek last night during the mall's annual Christmas tree lighting ceremony. Police say the shooting took place near the MJR Theater right around 7 p.m. At least one person was shot, transported to the hospital. They are expected to survive. Police say the shooting is believed to be an isolated incident between two people. There is no current threat to the public, but they are encouraging people to lock their doors and windows because they are looking for the suspect, the person of interest, which I don't believe they have caught yet. So, scary situation. When I saw this, I was like, oh my gosh, this used to be where I used to work there. I worked at a salon there for, I don't know, a couple years, near where my mom lives. So it's an area that I frequented quite often a long time ago. So very scary to hear.
Yeah.
Hopefully they find the suspect quickly. A Michigan mom is very thankful after her baby's life was saved by a Sterling Heights police officer who acted quickly when the infant started choking. So the mom and her 5-month-old were just going to Walmart. They were shopping for a baby shower when the baby, Jameson, started choking on milk, stopped breathing, started turning blue. Terrifying incident. Thankfully, this officer was there, was able to clear the baby's airway. But it wasn't just the officer who stepped in to help. Other people who were there jumped in to do everything they could to save this little baby's life. And the mother said that moment just felt like hours, right? When you're in that type of moment, what's probably only a couple minutes, felt excruciatingly long. And she said she is going to be always thankful for this officer and everyone else who jumped in to help. A 27-year-old man is facing charges after allegedly breaking into 2 homes while the residents were fast asleep inside. Antonio Jones Jr. was caught earlier this month after he was seen driving through a Bloomfield Township neighborhood while police were actually monitoring him because his first break-in happened in Plymouth. He broke into someone's home. The owners were fast asleep. He stole cash. He stole credit cards. And then he targeted this home in Bloomfield Township. Police say they saw him, pulled him over. He had just robbed another home. And they say this is very concerning because, like I said, both families were home during these invasions. But he is now facing first-degree home invasion and larceny charges in Oakland County, and then 2 counts of stealing or retaining financial transaction devices in Wayne County. Some good news. Eminem just unveiled his own line of exclusive Lions merchandise. So it includes several hoodies, a series of T-shirts, long sleeve shirts. Some of the merchandise features the phrase "From 8 Mile to the Lion's Den." Some of the shirts feature a shady hockey mask underneath the Lions helmet, all grit and graffiti. The number 313. So you can check them out. The line will be available at Lion Supply inside Ford Field, which is near Gate A. Let's see, Wednesday 10 to 2, Thursday 10:30 to 4, and Friday from 10 to 7:30. I think you can also purchase them online.
I would hope so.
Yep, DetroitLions.com or shop.eminem.com. You can also go, there's a store near his Mom's Spaghetti. You can purchase them there as well. Wall supplies last, of course.
Just in time for the holiday.
Yeah, very cool. Finally, all actors have regrets, I'm sure. And for Eddie Murphy, there are 3 movies that he regrets turning down: Ghostbusters, Rush Hour, and Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Now, for not doing Ghostbusters, it did work out for him because he did Beverly Hills Cop, right? So there was a trade-off there, but he says he didn't do Roger Rabbit because he thought it sounded ridiculous, and then he saw it and he said it was amazing. And basically, they were all really big movies, which is why he regrets turning those down. And I get it.
Yeah, sure.
Which one do you wish he did?
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, that's the one I'm most familiar with. Rush Hour was great, and I don't know if I've ever seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
I saw it, but I don't remember it that well.
Yeah.
Murphy and Murray, have they ever done a movie together? I don't think so.
Question.
Which would have been phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, him and I mean that entire cast with him would have been
Dan
hilarious.
Aykroyd.
Dan
Who would
Aykroyd.
he have
Yeah.
been there instead of, though?
Well, that's why I'm. Yeah, I don't know.
That's a good question. It's Heather with the news. All right,
He could have
coming
been the Stay Puff. Think about his laugh as a
Lions phone calls.
Would have seemed odd.
Feedback and more. 971.
Hey, this Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on your own build. So grab a crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get started. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. You can see terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, you can call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, we know, Dan Miller. We know, Lomas Brown. We know what Jahmyr Gibbs is capable of. He bailed them out.
Mm-hmm.
Big-time runs in the fourth quarter and overtime for a Lions win. And technically, a win doesn't always feel like a win, but counts as a win, and it is a victory Monday. We'll get to the phones, 248-539-9797. John, I have a label for the game on Sunday, and I want to know if the label is fitting or if you hate it. I think you might hate it. Discouraging win. I would call Sunday a discouraging win.
I mean, that's one way you could look at it. Sure, you can label however you want.
You don't agree with the label?
I don't disagree with it. That's not necessarily how I would classify it. And
How would you classify it?
a damn win.
Okay.
And so I think we got very spoiled last year in how the Lions were going about winning games. And I know at the end of the year, yeah, okay, you're banged up defensively, but we got a chance to watch one of the most prolific offenses in the history of the NFL. And we were beating teams by double digits. That's why we had we got so full of ourselves, we kept thinking double-digit disco all the way to the Super Bowl. And that's just not normal. And I'm not going to sit there and say yesterday was a normal NFL win because the Lions should play better. But there are more wins like that throughout the course of an NFL season than there are the way the Lions were winning last year.
But it's discouraging to lose both lines of scrimmage. It's discouraging to not be able to pressure Jameis Winston through 60 minutes.
Sure, there's a lot of frustration.
It's discouraging to face a 2-9 football team and have to be sweating. Can we get a stop? Can we get in field goal range? Like, to be sweating it out, like, that's discouraging because this team's goals are so much bigger, and that type of performance isn't going to get them where they need to go. So it's a win.
It was a win against
but
the Giants.
Discouraging.
Yeah,
that they played
that performance
poorly.
would not be good enough to beat the Eagles.
Or the
Packers,
the Rams.
and it might not be good enough to beat Dallas. It was good enough to beat the Giants yesterday because that's who you were playing.
Right, and
and what's discouraging to me is this: Dan Campbell coached teams other than the first year and a half have not played down to their opponent. And it feels like this was playing down to your opponent. And when you look at the way the defense played, and I'll capitalize on a little bit of what the last caller a couple of times ago had said, like there's a completed pass downfield, and it just was like, somebody will make a play. It's just not going to be me. Right. And then that kind of felt like what the mindset of the defense was. Well, somebody else will make the play. I don't have to. And it's not indicative. That's why I got a little upset when you're saying, oh, this defense is terrible. The defense was bad yesterday.
They were yesterday. Yes.
But not through the entirety of the season.
John, we're doing a show today about yesterday. And when I look to see, hey, they're going to step up defensively, that's going to be the new shift. Ruh-roh. That's going to be the new shift. This is leaning on that group.
They're going
to have to play a lot better on Thursday.
Okay.
Which is also what I've already said, John. Look. When they beat the Commanders, you get people saying, yeah, but show me against Philly. Okay. When you struggle against the Giants.
And was the defense good against Philly?
Yeah, it was. What I'm saying, though, is if you want to minimize what they did against the Commanders winning in epic fashion, not you, John, other people. Hey, blowing out the Commanders doesn't matter because we're going to learn against Philly. Then we can minimize what they did against the Giants because we're going to learn against Green Bay. Green Bay has the chance to cleanse the palate. Because there's a bad taste in your mouth after watching that on Sunday.
Sure. Yeah, you've had a bad taste in your mouth for 2 weeks. It wasn't a great performance. But my point is, this feels like a typical performance offensively for this year's Lions team.
Well, that's concerning because...
But
yeah,
it doesn't feel like the typical performance for this year's defensive team. That's my entire point.
Get to the phones, 248-539-9797. TJ in Belleville, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I just wanted to kind of share. I mean, everything wasn't doom and gloom yesterday. That game was tough to watch, but I don't think it was just, as bad as we're making it. I know we expect more from the Lions, but with all that being said, still took the
Giants.
Man, I'm losing my train. The Giants, I'm sorry. Still took the Giants 2 trick plays to score the touchdown. For the most part, we held down the run game. I wanted to ask John, after that first trick play when they hit the guy wide open down in the end zone, how much on your heels is the defense? I know you're an offensive guy, John, but to me it just looked like they were anticipating what was coming instead of just playing the game.
It did feel a little bit like that, but what I was disappointed in is as soon as you see that trick play, now all of a sudden going against a team that only has 2 wins, your antenna has to go up for more trick plays. Because if one worked, they're certainly going to try, not the same one, but they're going to try other ones. And I was disappointed that the antenna or the heightened sense of awareness wasn't raised.
Agreed. But with that, I still think, we won the game. The Lions still scored 34 points. I think our biggest issue, man, going forward is the loss of Laporta. I think that is a huge deal for Jared Goff. He doesn't have that safety valve right now. Mm-hmm. And it's like in the pocket, he has happy feet, and that's concerning. But shout out to Jahmyr Gibbs. I don't think I've ever seen one player in the NFL just completely dominate the game. Like, he won that game for us. If we didn't have Gibbs yesterday, we would have been in some trouble. Last thing, John, why are they not out there talking with their pads, man? This team does not look the same. Like, the grit is not there. The fire is not there. They just don't look the same. Last week, defensively, they were great, but the inconsistency, the up and down every week, this is just not the Lions football that we've been used to for the past couple of years. That's my concern. Thanks for taking the call, guys.
Thanks, TJ.
TJ, and he brings up a great point. I actually thought that yesterday. I forgot to put it in my notes. It didn't feel like that team was playing with grit. It didn't feel like that was the scrappy, physical Lions team that we've come to know and love. They weren't physical at the line of scrimmage on the defensive front or the offensive front.
They look like they played in a trap game to a degree. This was a trap game. They haven't done that much. We threw out early in the year, are they up and down proof? I don't think they are anymore. And there wasn't really a classic up-down situation, more so than they just didn't. They look like they're playing to their opponent's level. Same thing happened against Minnesota.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what's concerning. And I also go back to, we are used to winning every game at the line of scrimmage. And not defensively, because last year defensively we didn't win a lot of games at the line of scrimmage. After Hutch went down, Lee McNeil went down, everyone else, the whole cast of characters went down, and we're playing with guys that we had no idea who they were. But offensively, we're used to playing with our food, and we're not right now. Right. We don't have that ability.
And we thought we had a defense to lean on, and it wasn't there yesterday. 517 yards of offense against Jameis Winston.
You're right, and a couple of trick plays, and they put together drives. It's like there's no explanation for it, and there shouldn't be an excuse for it. But my point is, through 10 games, we thought that we had a really good defense. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
All right, and so one game defensively where they play bad, I'm not going to discount all the other 10 games.
What about the poor tackling, though? There was several runs yesterday where they got 4 or 5 more.
It was an entirely poor performance defensively. I am admitting that. I'm not defending yesterday's performance, but what I'm saying is this isn't the defense that we have watched through the course of the year. Now, if this is the defense they have become, or if other offenses have figured them out, now, yeah, you've got a level of concern that we didn't have last week.
One other thing, quick. Again, allowing an opening drive touchdown. I know they did it the first 4 games. I think they've done it at least 3 times since. Minnesota, yesterday, and Philly, right?
So it'll be the majority of the games.
What's with that? What's with the prep? I mean, I want to sit here and glorify Kelvin Shepard, and I think he's done a good job. Well, I'm encouraged, but
I just think there's a heightened sense of urgency from us in listener land where we know one bad performance ends the season. You have to play more consistently. Have to. You have to win 4 playoff games. That's not good enough.
Not yesterday, no. But the other 10 performances were pretty damn good. And except I didn't like it against Minnesota. I felt like they got pushed around up front as well. So I'll give you 2.
It's a disconcerting win. Discouraging win. Maybe that label doesn't apply to you. What did you make of it? How are you feeling after watching the Lions win? They won the game, but plenty of things to question. It's 97-1.
Hey Detroit, Heather here. Verizon wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only do they let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. Plus, when you mention hearing this radio ad, Verizon will give you up to $50 towards the purchase of a qualifying accessory just for bringing in your bill for review. Visit your local Detroit Verizon store today for a better deal. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Excludes taxes, fees, surcharges, additional plan discounts or promotions, and third-party services. Void if any lines canceled or moved to an eligible plan. Plan perks, taxes, fees, and surcharges subject to change. Purchase credit limited to 50 redemptions per store, 1 per customer, first come, first serve basis. Apple products excluded. Any difference between credit and cost of accessory not redeemable for cash or otherwise. Additional terms apply. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
Had to have it. I know there are some people who think the Giants should have just kicked the field goal there. They played for the kill shot.
Yeah, but the kill shot might have been the field goal. Hindsight's 20/20, but the kill shot with the way the offense for the Lions had sputtered, forced them to get 7.
Yep. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What did we talk about for 50 minutes? The defense was bad, too. So why shouldn't the Giants take advantage of the bad Detroit defense that day?
You had a 500-yard day of offense. Go win the game. You score, you're up 2 scores. Game over. Goodbye. Eat your heart out, Jahmyr Gibbs. Go ahead and run for a 70-yard touchdown. You're down. You lose. It's over. They went for the kill shot.
Yeah.
It didn't work out. Still made Detroit drive and kick a tough field goal, 59 yards. It was a tough day for the Lions outside of Jahmyr Gibbs. But they found a way to win. We'll get some of your feedback. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Andrea. You're on 97.1.
Hello. How are you guys?
Good.
Good. I'm just feeling, I kind of agree. I'm going to be totally honest. I don't listen to you guys often. I had the game on this morning or last night listening to it, and it was just on my car this morning, so I was just continuing listening. So I agree with whoever said, the discouraging win. Maybe I wouldn't go as far as that, but apprehensive maybe. I'm glad we won and everything, but, against the Packers this week, only having 3 days off makes me a little apprehensive. But obviously it's good that they won. But the offensive, I don't know, the blocking and everything is really making me nervous.
Mm-hmm.
We have Anzalone, who used to be a firecracker. I'm not really sure what happened to him. I haven't seen much out of him lately. He has the couple good ones, but I always feel like he and Aiden were the ones who were really hyping everyone up on the O-line, and I don't know, I'm just not seeing the fire from a lot of people lately. Obviously Jahmyr, everyone's hype when Jahmyr does something great, but he does something great a lot of the time, and that's expected out of him. So I don't know. And then Amon-Ra missing a bunch of catches the last 2 games is making me a little apprehensive. What's going on with him and Goff? Is it some kind of disconnect, or I don't know.
It does feel like they're not on the same page. And I agree with you. It's been very inconsistent blocking up front. Anzalone, to answer your concerns about him or being a little bit more low energy or not seeing him as much, he's traded places with Jack Campbell. Jack Campbell is wearing the green dot. He's the guy that they're expecting to be Anzalone from the last couple of years. And I think he's done a tremendous job.
Yeah, he's definitely held his own. I guess expect more out of our captains, hyping everyone up how I used to see, and it just hasn't been there. Same with I don't know. I just feel like Jameis Winston. I can't believe he's made better throws than Goff. It's I'm just expecting a little bit more, and maybe like he said. I'm not sure what his name is, but like you said last season, how we got kind of spoiled with that, but. It's just something's just lacking, making me apprehensive.
John wants to make sure you understand that you agree with him.
Yeah. Andrea, keep listening. Keep it on 97.1.
We appreciate you.
We'll keep walking through it.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Andrea.
Yep.
It's I wouldn't agree with that one guy who said it was a concerning win.
Yeah.
But I agree with the guy who made the very smart, intelligent point that we got spoiled last year. Loud and clear, Andrea.
Yeah, we did get spoiled. But I had the same feeling as her. It just felt like there wasn't a lot of juice for this team yesterday. There wasn't a lot of energy. And whenever we've seen them play a bad first quarter, what happens in the second quarter, the third quarter? They come out fired up, hair on fire, and it just never felt like they never flipped that switch yesterday.
Well, the time they did flip the switch was when they got the ball in overtime. I don't know if you heard some of the talk after the game. St. Brown's like, hey, run it.
Yeah.
Give Gibbs the ball. And then he goes to Sewell, hey, they're going to run behind you.
Yeah.
And what happens when the team comes out and plays like they're backed into a corner and need it?
Well, it did almost feel like, was it the Rams game last year where, hey, everything was in doubt and all of a sudden, hey, the last drive, they just, they hadn't played well
right?
offensively.
Overtime,
and then,
it was Montgomery. Yeah.
And
Pound,
they just
pound,
said,
pound.
you know what, hey, they went down to Pound Town.
I just think sometimes, you guys said, last year definitely got spoiled. They're not as good as last year's team was when that last year's team was healthier. Trenches are a concern, but they've had wins like this in this 3-year run. November 19th of 2023, the year they went to the NFC Championship game, they stole that game from the Bears at home. Remember that?
Yeah.
They were down 26-14. I think they won 31-26. With 3 minutes to go, J-Mo got that longer touchdown. They got the 3 and out, got the ball back, and scored another touchdown, won the game. So we do have to remind ourselves sometimes this is the NFL. And think about what you're doing in Philadelphia this morning.
Oh, sure. But let's stay in Detroit here. So you said they won that Bears game a couple years ago before Thanksgiving, won it ugly. What did they do on Thanksgiving that year?
They
lost.
They lost to the Packers.
Yeah.
This year you don't have the same margin.
In fact, they had a rough stretch there to the point where leading into that Denver game that season, I remember Campbell came out and he had some urgency.
That's when Denver was started. They had won like 4 or 5 in a row, and we thought, hey, they're going to come in there. They're hot.
Yeah, I think.
Look, there are some games coming up that Detroit can settle everybody down and make a statement. The first is Thanksgiving on a short turnaround. The other one's in Los Angeles against the Rams, and I'm not going to sleep on the team in between them. Suddenly, Dallas has a winning record.
Yep.
Oh, you have 3 consecutive NFC opponents that are above 500 or 500 or better. Cowboys are 500 right now at that tie.
248-539-9797. Robert in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I was thinking about what your previous caller had said about, these guy, quitting on the play. This guy from Alabama. I can't remember his name. Anyways, but
Brian
he
Branch.
says, I can't understand it. Okay, there you go. But I couldn't understand it. Well, I can understand it. Look what happened when Arnold Schwarzenegger won his 7th, tournament. There he goes. These guys are throwing their trophies in the locker room afterwards. So I understand, what happened to Al Michaels, and it has something to do with this kid Taylor Swift. Why? Why is the NFL in Europe? Well, they're trying to promote the sport, and so it's almost like these guys they want this certain script to play out. The players are seeing this too. They're human beings. We see what's happening with the gambling, in the NBA. You can say you call it rigged. I'll use a softer word. How about predetermined? We want to predetermine what's going to happen with this thing because we're trying to promote the sport. But what they're really doing is they're turning people off from the sport. And so, people like me, I bought NFL on my iPhone for a whole year. I was so excited. And after that loss to Kansas City, I stopped watching it. You turned me off.
Robert, hold on. First of all,
take one deep breath.
Robert, deep breath. All right. Decaf probably tomorrow. And
I don't have any caffeine in me. I'm just excited.
Well, that's terrifying.
Because you guys are here promoting this thing, and I look at you guys as naive.
Okay.
Because we don't think it's rigged or predetermined?
Yeah, well, yeah.
No, it's not what I'm saying. What I'm getting, my point is this. People are seeing this. These people are human beings. They see what I see. So if you know that the games are all predetermined, you lost previously, you may not even have a chance to get to the Super Bowl. And then just why? Why even try? I would just throw my trophy too. I would give up too.
Yeah, okay.
Wow, we went from Arnold Schwarzenegger to Taylor Swift.
Al Michaels was in there.
Al Michaels was in there. I'm not sure what that reference was.
To NBA gambling.
NBA gambling. Yeah, we hit all the flashpoints.
He bought the NFL for his iPhone.
Yeah.
For a year. Wow. A lot to unpack. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. The Lions survive a must-not-lose game against the Giants with a 34-27 win in overtime. Detroit was carried through a lackluster defensive performance and a sputtering offense by Jahmyr Gibbs, who rushed for 219 yards and scored 3 touchdowns while adding 45 receiving yards. That, of course, includes Gibbs' near 70-yard touchdown run on the first play from scrimmage in overtime. Despite another career day and willing his team to a victory, Gibbs was humble in the post-game press conference. After Gibbs' touchdown, it was then time for Aiden Hutchinson to finally make a play, ending the game on 4th down in overtime with his only sack of the day. Hutch said after the game he's just happy to be back after last year's injury.
If I have to skip an overreaction, it'll be the JSN one. I just want to make sure in 10 minutes' time we can get to 7 of them.
Lions avoid consecutive losses for the 14th time since Week 8 of 2022. At the Crowell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We'll get back to the phones in a second. Want to hit on a bunch of storylines from the weekend. You're the slob. You're the gross one. Lincoln Riley is Laguna Beach James Franklin. Lincoln Riley now 6-13 against ranked teams. Picked up their 3rd loss. They're out. Can't win the big one.
I don't necessarily disagree because, he had a Heisman Trophy winner. Convinced him to come back, and actually had to come back, but it just, he just can't find a way to get things going at SC. Had things rocking and rolling pretty good at Oklahoma, but never had a defense to match up with the offense.
All right, last week you did Cowboy James Franklin. That was Steve Sarkisian, and I agreed with you. I'm close to agreeing with you here, but this is an overreaction. I think for now, I'm going to give him one more year here.
His 5th year.
Yeah, his win
Well,
percent.
his 3rd year in the Big Ten.
Yes, and his win percentage all time, 76.7%. James Franklin is 68.1%. That's a pretty significant difference. But Kivens never won a playoff game. And
Has Lincoln won a conference title at USC? The answer is
no. He did win 4 Big 12 championships,
right?
If that matters. I'm going to say it's an overreaction for now, but barely.
I Chase Brown kids. Okay. Well, now I'm going to talk about a running back. This isn't going to go well. Jeremiah Love should win the Heisman Trophy. 17 touchdowns, 7 yards a carry. Both are leading college football right now. He had 171 yards on 8 carries this weekend. He is on another level from the quarterbacks in the Big Ten who are the favorites.
So that was Saturday was stacking the stat sheet there just a little bit because of the opponent, but I don't disagree with this one. I don't think this is an overreaction. There's not a quarterback out there where I think, this, because it's become a quarterback reward. I don't know that there's one out there where you're looking at it going, that is a Heisman Trophy winner. Jeremiah Love has put together a couple of Heisman performances. The reason that Notre Dame will be in the college football playoffs is because of Jeremiah Love. He has single-handedly pushed them forward.
I think this is an overreaction because I think if we get undefeated Ohio State versus undefeated Indiana, you get Mendoza versus Sayin.
But are we just doing it because it's the quarterback
position
on the number 1 team?
I don't think so because I think quarterbacking a undefeated team through the entire season in the playoff era is something that should really be accounted for.
But then that just feels like a QB wins thing, not like the player is the most outstanding as the Heisman Trophy.
I hope we get a chance to see Notre Dame against one of those 2 teams.
Yeah,
I really
and
do.
let's just remember the 0-2 start. Notre Dame ends up fluffing up everything, and this is Syracuse that he did this again. I'm not trying to take it against him. He'll be in New York City, but I think that's as far as it goes.
I'm with the Mafia. Jonathan Smith has no balls. 4th and 2, midfield. You're going to punt the ball and play for overtime. You're on the road. You haven't won a Big Ten game. Put the cojones in a wheelbarrow. It's 2 yards. Win or go home. And instead he goes limp punt, and Iowa kicks the field goal. And by the way...
So I'm going to go with the metaphorical no balls because I think the first one might be a bit of an overreaction. I don't know
John,
his medical status.
I haven't conducted a physical. I'm talking metaphorical. What was that? What do you got to lose? You're going to punt the ball and hope for overtime? Go win the game.
This is not an overreaction. I question whether he has a brain.
Oh, no.
Seriously.
Metaphorical or otherwise?
Yeah. I honestly question it. The guy, where's any energy, any heart, you have nothing to lose in these situations. You're punting to their weapon.
Multiple times.
Yes.
Including the one that gave up a touchdown.
Yeah, that's where I think that I don't know why they kept punting to him. Punt it out of bounds.
Yeah.
Or just simply go for it because you get the ball back at the same spot.
The other thing I want to bring up here is he still has a job, and there's a lot of talk about the cost to fire Jonathan Smith and how many tens of millions of dollars. There's also a cost to keep him. I don't know if you saw this. People who have tickets for their game on Saturday, have a chance to claim free tickets. They're giving away free tickets for their game against Maryland. Keeping a coach has a cost too, and the cost is nobody pays money to go see your team play, nobody wants to play for your team, and you don't win any games. There's a cost to keep him too.
If I gave you free tickets to go down there Saturday night, yeah, that's the ultimate sign of apathy.
Yeah.
We used to do that, me and my friends back in the day with Lions tickets. If I gave you these 4 tickets,
would you go?
And paid for the entire day, would you go? And we'd say, no, I'd rather sit home and watch and flip around.
The Colts have early exit written all over them. 13 yards in the fourth quarter in overtime. Blew a double-digit lead. That's who they are in crunch time. That's who Daniel Jones will be in the playoffs. I'm supposed to believe they're going on a playoff run. I saw what I needed to see.
Well, if the playoffs were to start today, they would play the Jacksonville Jaguars. You think they'd be an early exit?
I don't think they'll play the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Well, if
that's today.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now.
They might actually do that. And so I don't think they're an early exit. Yesterday, I think it's an overreaction just because of the way that he played late in that game. He has performed well throughout the course of the season. And here's why I don't think that they would be an early exit, because their defense. Defense travels, defense plays. Defense is a key part of being able to win games in the postseason, and their defense is really good.
Their defense gave up how many scores unanswered to lose that game?
Okay,
because there's 20 to 9.
You're cherry picking games, but yeah,
I'm cherry picking a game against a team people believe is a title threat, and they laid an egg.
Okay, so maybe they lose to them in the AFC Championship game, but doesn't mean they're going to be an early exit.
If the Lions play them today, would the Lions beat them?
Yes.
I'm not so confident about that. And I think this is an overreaction for now. I see where you're going. They only had 255 yards of offense yesterday. They only had 10 first downs. Wow. That's a low number for getting 20 points. I think it's an overreaction because I'm going to give them a chance to respond to this game. They went up against one of the best DCs in the game.
Do me. The Vikings will move on from J.J. McCarthy after this season. It just hasn't worked. He was 12 of 19 for 87 passing yards and 2 interceptions. How about this stat for you? Since 2010, quarterbacks with 2 interceptions sacked 5 or more times and less than 100 passing yards on 15 attempts. Here's the company: Bailey Zappi, Clayton Tune, Josh Rosen, and J.J. McCarthy. Every other quarterback in this system thrives. J.J. doesn't. It's a him issue.
I agree with you. I don't think this is an overreaction. And we've seen Arizona go from a first overall pick as a quarterback to drafting a quarterback the very next year. This is 2 years. I know he was hurt, but it doesn't appear like he spent that year figuring out how to be an NFL quarterback. I expected a heck of a lot more because of, and listen to this, when you're talking about some of these other quarterbacks that struggle as first-year players, even second-year players, they're not throwing the ball to Jefferson, Addison, Hawkinson, and a decent run game. Like, he's got the weapons to be good. He's got an offensive line that does a decent job of protecting him.
And why did he do what he did against the Lions? You know, it's, again, just a head-scratcher. I'm going to get anal here, okay?
Oh, boy.
What does moving on mean?
They acquire a quarterback who starts for them next season that's not J.J. McCarthy.
So a technicality is, I believe they will create competition for him in training camp. Like, he's going to be on the roster next year, right?
I don't know that he is. I don't know that
he's a first round pick. That's just year 3.
Okay, it was.
That's a hard
who
move
was the
on.
one that
Josh Rosen, who was already in the stat I just gave.
All right, this is not an overreaction. I'm just devil's advocating.
The LA Rams will win the Super Bowl. Been high on them for over a month. John, I know you hate McVay, but he's got this team rolling. They've blown out their opponents for the last 5 weeks. The QB, Matthew Stafford, having a career season. Their defense, they've rebuilt Donald in the aggregate. They get after the quarterback in waves. This is the best team in the NFL. They will win the Super Bowl.
So it's basically the Rams or the field. I'll take the field. I think this might be a bit of an overreaction.
Who is impressing you currently in the NFL?
It currently, no. I mean, that to me is an overreaction. If you're just taking the last couple of weeks, teams are allowed to get hot at the end of the season, and I'll take the aggregate of 2 or 3 teams, whether it's a team coming out of the AFC and finding a way to play defense against the Rams. I don't disagree that the Rams currently are the best team in the NFL. We'll find out when I have my power surge, which, okay, tip, number one team will be the LA Rams, and that Matthew Stafford is having his best season of his career.
So you'd say front runner, but you're not going to go further.
Correct.
I just don't know that anybody else in the NFL sticks out right now. Everybody else is dealing with some warts. The Eagles just lost. AFC's a hodgepodge. Like, who's playing better ball than the Rams? Who's the threat to the Rams?
I think there's several threats because there's a ton of football left. This is November. We haven't reached Thanksgiving yet. There's so much football left. There's 6 games. I think the Rams look the part, but I would take the field in a heartbeat over them. I think you can make a case they're last year's Lions, that maybe this is all looking too good and their adversity hasn't hit. Adversity hits every single team.
Do you believe? The Detroit Pistons, our Detroit Pistons, who have won 12 straight games, are a 60-win team. And this has only happened twice in franchise history, but I'll make the case. Only the bad boys and going-to-work title teams had a longer win streak than the Pistons are currently on. A win streak which I don't think is going to go. I think it's going to extend at least one more with the Pacers tonight. This team is deep. They're young. They're hungry. There's no nights off, and they will feast on teams that don't want to bring it for 4 quarters. They will win more than 60 games.
All those things are true. All those things are great. That's part of why they are on a 12-game heater. I'm not yet ready to say that they're going to be a 60-win team. I think we're going to find out. And we have seen them with injuries to a number of their top players. And everyone else come in and step up and play well. But they eventually will play teams out of the West. And I think they're rolling through the East right now. They may be the best team in the East. But I'm still – Cleveland is still right there.
Yeah, Jim, I hear all your points, and they're all accurate. I think that 60-win plateau – I want to see what
huge.
Yeah, and also that's 60-22. I mean, that's only 22 losses the entire season.
So last year, 2 teams in the East had 60 wins. You don't have to be the number 1 team to win 60 games.
Correct.
Right?
Who was the second? Cleveland was 1?
Cleveland was 1, and Boston was the other at 61 wins.
Yeah, I mean, look, the East is down, and they play
Right.
most of their games against the East. I just want to see what this team deals with, how they deal with success.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to have that thing where, all the headlines are looking good, and the distractions start coming, and everybody wants a piece of you. And I think they're living in a little bit of a...
They all start doing commercials.
They're kind of hiding a little. Yeah.
And podcasts.
I mean, if Kid shows up at Applebee's, I'm out.
I want JB doing a commercial with Dan Campbell at Applebee's. How about that?
If Dennis Jenkins is doing Cure commercials, bye.
Yeah, well, Cure might have. Yeah, we'll see if they're still doing business.
You see JB walking
can't
here in
even afford
Applebee's,
a
and you
shirt.
don't let him enter. Don't let him enter the Applebee's. Ridiculous. All right, those are your overreactions.
What if JB goes up to the booth and starts coaching?
Okay. It's 97-1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. And maybe you need a new truck in the driveway. Who doesn't? Get Motor City's hottest truck, the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, for an unbelievable $199 per month. Another thrilling option is the GMC Sierra EV, built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be, with over 600 horsepower. And that 600 horsepower comes standard. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating based on due outstanding amount of $3,369. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees are extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit GMCofferinfo.com. That's GMCofferinfo.com for more details.
turkey, tailgates, toothaches. Thanksgiving's coming. You're biting into wings, turkey legs, leftovers for days. If you crack a tooth, something doesn't feel right, Brightside Dental's got you covered. They'll get you in fast, often same day, so you don't miss a single kickoff. If you've been putting off that visit, you want to start the new year with a brighter smile, now's the time. Brightside Dental, always welcoming new patients with a $35 new patient special. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. We'll get back to the Lions phone calls, play a little Dan Campbell victory speech. First, Heather with the news.
Well, police are investigating a shooting that took place at Partridge Creek on Sunday night that left one person hospitalized. So the mall was packed because people were there for the annual tree lighting event. And then right around 7 p.m., at least one person was shot. This was near the MJR movie theater. The victim was rushed to the hospital, is expected to survive, but police say they are still searching for the person of interest, who is described as a black male wearing a green hoodie with white flowers, jeans, and tennis shoes. They do believe this was an isolated incident that took place between two people. So they're saying there's no current threat to the public, but they have warned residents in the area to make sure their doors are locked, their windows are shut, because the suspect is still on the loose. Some parents in Ann Arbor are hoping that the Ann Arbor School District will ban cell phones in classrooms. And they started a petition, and there's over 700 signatures on this petition that asks for the district to implement a first bell to last bell policy that would prohibit cell phones to be used throughout the day. I mean, it's something that some schools have started to do. Parents who support the cell phone ban want their children to be focused in the classroom without screen distractions. But then the people who are opposed to the ban say that it's a matter of safety. They want to be able to reach their child whenever they need to reach their child. But those who are in favor for it, I mean, it's pretty simple. They say that phone usage during the school day is spiraling out of control. And some say that phone addiction is, impacting both academic performance and mental health. I obviously haven't been in a high school in a very, very long time, but they're saying, if you look at lunch, the kids are sitting surrounded by their friends, but not interacting. They're all sitting with their phones. So it's not just in the classroom. It's impacting every part of the day where
they're sitting there with their phones texting each other.
And I mean, it's not just that. I see this even at home. There's some nights when I'm like, oh my gosh, my husband is sitting right there on the couch and we're both looking on our phone.
Oh, yeah. Same thing.
It's silly, right? Like, let's put the phone down. Let's engage in conversation. And that's what these parents are hoping for, too. A 71-year-old disabled veteran was struck and killed by a vehicle in Oak Park early Saturday morning. The crash happened right about 5:20 a.m. in the area of 9 Mile and Harding. And when officers arrived to the scene, they found the man who was in a wheelchair in the roadway. Life-saving measures were, performed, but unfortunately the man was pronounced dead at the scene. Oak Park police say that he was struck by a dark-colored sedan, most likely a Kia or a Hyundai. And while police continue to search for the driver, anyone who has any information is being urged to contact police as soon as possible. Your odds of hitting an animal while driving are pretty high in Michigan. According to State Farm, our odds are about 1 in 61, which ranks 4th nationally. So Michigan had about 126,000 insurance claims related to animal collisions between July of 2024 and June of 2025. It is a slight decrease year over year, but still pretty high. In 2024, Michigan drivers reported 58,324 deer-related vehicle crashes. And these crashes increased in 44 counties last year. Keweenaw County saw the biggest increase. Kent and Oakland County, though, also saw a lot, topped the list again. The county that had the least or saw the biggest decrease in deer-related crashes was Kalamazoo. So just drive safe. There's lots of tips on what to do if you run into one. The new Wicked movie is bringing some magic back to the box office. Wicked for Good made its debut over the weekend with $150 million its opening weekend in North America. So it surpassed the opening for the original Wicked, and it has set a new record for the biggest opening weekend ever for a film based on a Broadway show. Also, it snagged the second biggest opening weekend of the year. It came in just a bit below a Minecraft movie.
Oh, from
which
the summer.
was huge.
Kids
Yeah,
love that. Yep.
You saw it.
I did.
What'd you think?
Part 1 was better.
Oh.
To me.
I was gonna say, have you seen it, John?
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it with Teddy.
Oh,
and the
really?
girl. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Teddy loves the Wicked movie. Yeah, well, I'll watch
Has he seen The Wizard of Oz?
I don't like the original one.
Okay.
It creeps me out.
Kind of creepy, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think my kids are ready to see it yet, but Emily does recognize all of the advertisements. I mean, she knows who Glinda is, who Elphaba is. I mean, because she sees them everywhere. I mean, at the grocery store,
Yeah.
they're on like snack cakes and all. They're everywhere.
Well, without giving anything away, if you've seen the original, you won't look at the Tin Man the same way.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Very different Tin Man than the original.
John's just disappointed because he thought Wicked was a John Wick prequel.
Right, yeah. I know. The
Keanu's
prequel,
not
yeah.
in this movie. What's up?
Wait, there's nobody getting shot? How many there's just too many words.
What's all the musicals? All the singing. It's Heather with the news. All right, we're going to get your phone calls in on the Lions. Let's play a little bit of Dan Campbell. Lions found a way to win that game. It was ugly. Here was Campbell afterwards.
There you go. Got it when they needed it.
Never apologize for a win.
Nope.
Sure beats the alternative. John, they lose that game. I think we're taking serious phone calls about will they make the playoffs.
Oh, sure. There's already people that have concerns about that, even though they won.
Right. So it only invited more of that. Now, look, I plenty to be concerned about. I thought that was a discouraging win, as oxymoronic as that is. I thought it was discouraging that they couldn't get to Jameis. They gave up 500 yards. Thought it was discouraging that Goff, once again, out of sync, not protected, whatever you want to say, disjointed in the passing game. Jameer covered up for a lot of issues in that game yesterday, and you need to win, stay on track. Green Bay will be more telling than anything that just took place.
And saying all that, that's why they have Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. You got to have your best players step up in a big spot, and he did time and time again down the stretch.
He did. And, I mean, the 49-yard run led to a 5-yard reception where he catches the ball and then puts it in the end zone. Like that in and of itself may have been the most athletic play he had all game,
Yeah.
that touchdown reception.
3 huge chunk plays in that
Yeah.
game. Got up to 22 miles an hour, I think, on the OT run.
And Jack Fox, what did we talk about? Hey, punt and played field position.
Sure.
And you needed every bit of that field position against the Giants yesterday. But 5 punts, 4 inside the 20. Again, that's part of what you have to be able to win a game where you don't play your best.
How did that game leave you feeling as a Lions fan? We'll get some of your phone calls, 248-539-9797. We got pages of text. It's still a Victory Monday. Even if it doesn't feel like the same amount of gusto or zest as a typical win, it's a win. How does it have you feel? It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration. He's been helping men across Southeast Michigan restore their hair and their confidence for 30 years. He's seen thousands walk in frustrated or skeptical and walk out looking younger and feeling like themselves again. Dr. Berkowitz isn't just a pioneer in hair restoration. He's a patient, too. He's had the procedure himself and even performed it on his own son. That's how much he believes in his results and trusts his team. Every procedure is done by Dr. B and his full-time in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, no rotating staff, just precision and natural results. He's the only physician in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, these advanced, minimally invasive technologies that deliver real, lasting growth. And this Thanksgiving, don't be a turkey. Skip the overseas gimmicks and trust your hair to a board-certified surgeon. Celebrate 30 years of restoring confidence with Dr. B's Confidence Package. A free consultation plus $1,000 towards your procedure when you mention 97.1. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
Dan Miller on the call. Lions win in overtime against the 2-9 Giants with a third-string quarterback who they couldn't hit until overtime. It's a win. Discouraging win? That's how I labeled it. Not going to put words in your mouth, John, or anybody else on hold. How did you feel about that game? Because not getting to Jameis, giving up 500 yards of offense, as we just got done last week, shifting to, hey, the defense is going to lead the way. That was a tough watch. I mean, the fact that I couldn't have been the only one pacing my living room in the fourth quarter against the 2-9 Giants going, can we stop Jameis? Can we get into field goal range? Can we hit a 59-yarder?
Yes.
To their credit, yes, and yes. But boy, was that a sweat. And John, as a 2-touchdown favorite against a bad football team, that was concerning.
It was. And it wasn't a perfect game. But I'm happy as hell to win it. They're not always going to be perfect. And when you play a bad team and you play down to their level and you allow them to hang around, you should, every time you play a team like that, you got to have that heightened sense of awareness that they are going to throw some trick plays at you. They got nothing to lose. They're playing footloose and fancy free. And the Lions did not have the energy that we've seen them play with for the past 3 years. They just didn't. And it was in all phases except for, obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, he bailed them out.
They just didn't feel like they had any juice defensively. But to be able to come away with a win, it's just happy as hell that they won that game.
But their standard is so much higher.
Well, we are.
And they're running out of time to hit that stride.
We are comparing them to the standard that they set last year. It's a different team.
Is that unfair?
They're not that team. And so,
well, they need to be better than that team.
Okay, yes. If they're ultimately going to win a Super Bowl, they need to find ways to win more games. You're correct. But they don't have the same offensive line as they had last year. Defense is better and didn't show that yesterday, but for the course of the season, the defense is better than it was last year. They're just really struggling offensively because, and a large part is they're just very inconsistent. There are times when, Awosika makes a block or Graham makes a block and you run for 49 yards or you run for 69 yards to win it all. Like, okay, but we need it for 75 plays a game versus 35 plays a game.
And again, winning keeps the doom off the table today. If they lost that game, I think you could legitimately call in and say, this team's going to miss the playoffs.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just,
winning,
you're running out of time.
Yeah, winning at least delays that conversation. It keeps the train on the tracks. It puts the bigger games in premium ahead. Still have a chance to win this division, let alone make the playoffs. Still have a chance to solidify and clean things up. I just make the case they're running out of time. I mean, it's coming, man. Postseason's right around the corner. Let's get to the phones, 248-539-9797. Well, okay, yeah, we have no shortage of people to get to here. Let's start with Scott in Troy. You're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. We were at the game yesterday, and there's a lot of things that were glaring, that were very concerning. The offense, the offensive line, but I mean, watching this defense play yesterday, I mean, when the defense had a bad day, like you said, John, they're having a bad day. I expect more from Aiden Hutchinson. I mean, where was this guy? 8 of 16 on third downs with Jameis Winston back there. And I know that he ended up with a game ball when I heard you guys play Campbell's speech, but he seemed like a ghost to me during the entire game. I mean, where's the big pressure? If he's going to be the face of this defense, I mean, on those big third downs that we need to stop, you can't let Jameis Winston go 8 of 16.
I kept waiting for him to do something earlier in the game versus just the fourth down where, and happy to have that sack. There's no question about it. It sealed the game.
Yeah.
But I kept waiting for that moment where he was going to have an impact and one of those guys that just like Jahmyr Gibbs did offensively, we needed Aiden to have more of those moments earlier in the game.
They just didn't have, so lack of pressure, again, a consistent theme. But then also, it cannot be forgotten that I can't believe they did not kick the field goal to go up 6. I mean, we got our offense bogged down again, and we had to kick a 60-yarder just to put it into overtime. It's just I'm happy to get out with the win, but I mean, man, I'm going to need more from Aiden Hutchinson if he's going to be a $45 million man.
Appreciate the phone call, Scott. Yeah, I think at the end of that fourth quarter, their thought is we're a 2-9 football team. We score a touchdown, game's over. We go up 10. If we kick a field goal, we go from being up 1 score to being up 1 score, and then we know Dan Campbell's going to go for it on every 4th down. The Lions will use all 4 downs. The Lions are the better team, and all it's going to take is one Jahmyr Gibbs run, and we squandered it. We had a 4th down at the goal line to win the game.
And if you fail, you left them inside their own 10-yard line. And by the way, they did that, and they had it at a 59-yard field goal to win it, to tie it.
Still needed to just tuck the field goal in from 60 yards out. Look, I know it's an easy thing to do in hindsight. I thought it was the right call at the time, believe it or not.
Jonathan Vilma didn't. Jonathan Vilma was, by the way, still stuck in the mid-aughts of how he played football, so not surprised.
Real quick on the Aiden point. John, I don't know if you saw this. I just saw 97 Won the Ticket on Twitter just posted a quote from the Giants right tackle talking about Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Quote, he didn't do a damn thing all effing game before the sack.
Yeah, I've had games like that where, hey, you play 76 plays and 75 of them, you got that guy's number. And then all of a sudden, he makes 1 play, gets a game ball, and you go home a loser. But that's you got to play all 76.
I know. And we just got calls last week about Aiden needs to step up in crunch time. Like, wasn't that because I give people the stats? I go, look, he's among the pressure leaders, and the pushback was, yeah, but he's got to do it when the game's on the line. And no more game on the line than 4th down to end it.
Yeah, but there were,
other
3 downs
chances
ahead
earlier.
of that.
I know.
There are just other opportunities, and it's not just him. When you got Jameis Winston wrapped up, just take him down.
I know. The pass rush was not good enough all day.
No.
It just seems like there's a lot of ands that we always put on Hutch. It's he needs some pressure on the majority of plays, and he needs to rack up big sack numbers, and he needs to do it in crunch time. There's all these ands that we put on
I'd
him.
point out Micah Parsons said 4 games this year without a sack.
When you make that much money, there's a lot of ands that go with it. There's a lot of commas, and they're followed by ands.
Well done. 248-539-9797. Quan, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How you guys doing today?
Good.
So, look, first I want to start off with this. We have to lean on the running game. Jared Goff cannot throw over 28 passes. When the Lions went on a 4-game winning streak, it was all at 28 or under 28. And that's when the Lions is at their most dominant, averaging 40 points a game. You have to lean on the running game. You got another monster back there, David Montgomery, who have not been getting enough touches. I'd rather for them to run the ball 30 times than throw the ball 40 times. We are a dominant running team. You have to use the running game. That's what's going to get us to the promised land. Trying to throw the ball 40 times and drop back with Jared Goff, no, that's not going to do it. You got to set him up. We already know what you got to do. You got to set him up for the play action, and that'll open up everything. But you just trying to force it's not going to work. You got to run the ball. And get J-Mo back there, too. You got to have him run the ball a couple times, too. He have a touch all game. He tried to get him 2 or 3 times, but still, he didn't have a touch all game. Have him run the ball back there a couple times. Get him involved, too, with the running game. Use the running game. That's where we're going to be the most dominant.
I think some of it's game script. You're down double digits, right? I mean, the Giants have blown 5 double-digit leads, but when you're down double digits, those games tend to be games where you throw more than you run.
You do. And, it's I in a perfect world, Quan is 100% correct.
Yeah.
25 to 30 passes a game for Jared Goff and 35 to 40 runs.
Agreed.
That is the ideal way for this Lions team to, at the end of a game with a stat sheet, but that's just not how this game played out. He was going to have to throw the ball more. I don't like it any more than anyone else does.
Agreed. Let's get to Jason. Jason, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
How y'all doing? Good. Look, it's still any given Sunday, and you're going to understand something. With Jameis Winston, he was a Heisman Trophy winner, if I'm not mistaken. And he has games like this, even though he's a bum, but he's not a bum. Think about it. He has games that he would throw for 300 yards, no picks, 1 or 2 picks, and 180 yards with about 4 or 5 picks.
Right.
He has games like this.
Right, but I think it's incumbent on you to make him have one of the bad Jameis games and not give him a clean pocket so he has one of the good Jameis games.
Right. I do understand that. But this, it was Jameis. It's funny because I benched my starting quarterback for Jameis Winston.
But you had a good day.
Winston, yes, I did. And
Caught a
Jameis
touchdown.
Winston
Threw
just
touchdowns.
put me into the playoffs. Will I start him again this year? Absolutely not, because I bet you next game he's going to have a horrible game.
Oh, won't surprise me. I mean, or Dart's going to play, and we won't even see him again the rest of the year. But look, I'm not disagreeing with the point that Jameis is a roller coaster, and he has good weeks and he has bad weeks, but it's on the Lions' defense
to make him have a bad week.
Right. It's 97-1.
Hey, at First Merchants, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and even stronger relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that worked for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years and for my family, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Sure did. Let's get right to the phones. 248-539-9797 on a Victory Monday, but it was an ugly win. Let's get to Ben in Lansing. Ben, you're on 97.1.
Morning, everybody.
What's up?
Hey, just wanted to talk about wins in the NFL. I don't think there's anything such as a bad win in the NFL. If you look at the next level stats, we did exactly what the the Giants defense was going to let us, do. They're upper echelon of the league, first and third quarters of defense, and then they're almost last in the league in second and fourth quarter, and that's when we scored all of our points. So if you look at stuff like that, that's exactly how the game should have gone.
You don't believe there's such a thing as an ugly win?
They're all professionals. It's not college. You don't have guys that are going to be doing accounting next year against guys that are going to be playing at the next level.
No, but I guess what I'm saying is if they win the game, are we not allowed to be critical of it?
Absolutely we are.
Okay.
Absolutely we are. And I think it was a little bit of a trap game going into a short week with the Packers on the horizon. But I think at the end of the day, a win's a win.
Oh, yeah. Look, it sure beats the alternative because if you lose, we're talking about, hey, you're out of the playoffs and you're losing ground and you're falling down. You win, you keep pace. You win, you keep in the fight. You win, you live for another day. It's not promised. I'm not happy with the way this team's playing lately. But you're in the fight. That's all I can ask for at this point. A loss would be a catastrophe today.
Yeah,
this show would be a morgue.
It's a short week. It's also a short week for Green Bay.
Yeah.
So it's they played against a J.J. McCarthy team yesterday that handed them the game.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Brandon, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Fellas, how y'all doing?
Good.
Good. I guess I'm about to be the negative one around here. I guess so. Don't get me wrong. I'm very happy that we won the game yesterday. You know what I mean? But with that being said, I still don't see us making the playoffs. You know what I mean? In fact, I would even go ahead and say this much, that I think going into 2026, Brad Holmes will be on the hot seat. I know that might be like an unpopular opinion, but I truly feel like that because I think that he's not going to be the guy that can actually provide us the pieces to get us over the top. Now, especially like we're doing like the last two drafts, you know what I mean? The last two drafts haven't really been the best.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, what are you guys' thoughts on that?
0 for 2, Brandon.
Well, he's not going to be on the hot seat.
Yeah,
and I don't think they're missing the playoffs.
No, I don't think they're missing the playoffs. I don't think Brad Holmes is or should be on the hot seat. The reason the Lions are even in contention is because of, it's both him and Dan Campbell, but the fact that he has, maybe the last two drafts, he hasn't knocked it out of the park, but he is one of the best drafters in the NFL.
I give you that. Let me ask you this question real quick, though, fellas. 5 years from now, right, if the Lions fail to make the Super Bowl, you think it'll be because of lack of talent or lack of coaching?
Hard to say. I want to know how and why they fall short. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I think it'll be a lack of talent. Cause I think Dan Campbell is a good coach, and I'm not saying that Brad Holmes is not a good GM. I'm just saying I don't think he's the one that actually is going to actually deliver us the talent that Dan Campbell actually needs.
I think they're a package deal. They're a package deal. Hired together, extended together. They will be here together until they're not together.
Right. And do I think Dan Campbell has made some mistakes?
Yep.
Sure.
He tells us about it.
He tells us about it. Do I think Brad Holmes has made some mistakes? Yes. You know, and the number one thing that we have been talking about, especially over the last 4 weeks, is the fact that the offensive line is not performing like we saw over the last couple of years. And when you have Zeitler and Ragnow inside, and you're able to dictate what you want to do offensively in every single game at any single moment, and now you can't because you're not able to protect Goff as he needs to be protected. You're not able to run as effectively. You have explosive plays because you have explosive players, but you're not able to run the same way that you were the last couple of years. Yeah, I think that there is reason to be critical of how he has or has not provided talent up front on the offensive line or depth.
Through 11 games, this does not look like a team that's winning the Super Bowl. They do look like a team that'll make the playoffs. That's where I'm at. You can call that negative. You can call that too positive. Wherever you fall on the spectrum, it's your prerogative. But if they were going to lose that game yesterday, they would have invited a whole bunch of missing the playoffs. The reality is they're going to be favored in every game they play the rest of the way. Doesn't mean they'll win them all. Play that way, they'll probably lose a bunch. But I think they're going to win their fair share down the stretch and get in the postseason. From that point, I just don't trust them to go on a run.
I'm not sure when it comes time to play the Rams game that they'll be favored.
Might not be. I know that was a slim, 1.5 when we were getting texts on it last week. 248-539-9797. We can get some of your thoughts. Let's get to Robert. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Before I jump into that Lions debacle yesterday, I just want to say if the Pistons even think for 1 second they're going to make a trade, I would just be totally disheveled. That team is incredible, and they're all, with the exception of a couple of veterans, they're just all getting better. That being said, yeah, I watched that game yesterday, and I walked into it thinking, man, not only do we got to win it, but we got to put a show, which they didn't. Thank God they won it, but oh my God, I don't know. It's scary where we're standing.
They really need the Green Bay game, not just because they need to win the Green Bay game, but they also need to play well.
Yeah, they need to play well.
Back-to-back weeks, they haven't played well.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean that they have to put on a show and win by double digits. They just need to look more effective offensively than they have. And defensively has to rebound.
We got about an hour before TJ Lang comes in the studio, gives us his perspective for the 9 o'clock hour. We also have Red Wing tickets to give away in the final hour of the show. It's for their game on Wednesday night. It's the Thanksgiving Gravy Boat game. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Despite the 34-27 overtime victory for the Lions yesterday, the boys in Honolulu Blue left much to be desired with their performance on the field. The Lions were outgained by the Giants, had fewer first downs, and allowed New York to convert on 50% of their third downs. They did get a big game from Jahmyr Gibbs with 264 scrimmage yards and 3 TDs, but offensively, Lions tackle Penei Sewell knows they got to get better. Detroit will chase greatness by trying to beat the Packers on Thanksgiving for the first time since 2013 this Thursday. Kickoff is at 1 o'clock. The Packers are coming off an ugly 23-6 win over the Vikings yesterday. Jared Love threw for just 139 yards on 14 of 21 passing. The only 2 touchdowns in the game came from Packers running back Emmanuel Wilson, who rushed for 107 yards. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Mess of a day yesterday. Lions come away with a win against the Giants in overtime. I thought I had the perfect label. Discouraging win. It's a contradiction. It's an oxymoron, but it felt fitting. They won, but it was discouraging. It's discouraging to have a 2-9 football team take you to overtime. To sack Jameis 0 times through 4 quarters and have them put up over 500 yards of offense. Thought they were going to lean on the defense. Couldn't yesterday. And offensively, Goff was out of sync again, and St. Brown's dropping passes, and they're getting their quarterback sacked 3 times. It was a concerning win. You'd rather be concerned in a win than concerned in a loss, but it felt like a discouraging win.
So we've gone from discoing to discouraging in a year.
Well, and that's why I think you're right to be feeling a certain type of way. Like, this is a team that's chasing a Super Bowl. Didn't look like it yesterday.
No, and to me, it's the defense. Yeah, I can't figure out how you gave up 500 yards to that offense. Backup QB, third string, although he's better than most backups in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you didn't play disciplined.
No starting running back.
No neighbors.
And the poor tackling on some of the runs, like, I just don't get that part. Like, what causes that, John? As a far, like, How do you have a game like that in the NFL?
It feels like they just weren't focused on the Giants. Like maybe they were looking ahead to Thursday and Green Bay. It feels like they were, and we had a caller mention this earlier, like it was, hey, there's a big pass play down the field, and it was, oh, well, my teammate will tackle him, or somebody else will make a big play. It's not my time or my moment. And I just felt like there wasn't a sense of urgency at any point until they got to about 4 minutes left in the game.
But why was that what was most concerning to you? Was lack of urgency? Like, what's your biggest concern with this football team right now?
Well, it's the offensive line.
Okay.
I mean, I'll continue to say it's the offensive line.
I would say my biggest concern is I don't know what their identity is. Through 11 games, I don't think they're a Super Bowl favorite or a team that's going to win the Super Bowl. I don't know what their identity is. What is the thing that they are going to rely on week over week in the postseason to chase down and secure a championship? What is their identity right now through 11 games? Because it used to be the offensive line, to John's point. It used to be, hey, I know I'm getting a push up front. I know I'm protecting my quarterback. I know I got a top 5 offense. I don't know those things today as we go down the stretch. What I was hoping they would pivot to is we know we've got a ferocious defense led by a front that can affect and impact the quarterback. I don't know that right now.
So we can go back just over 3 full calendar years now, late October of 2022. They, other than maybe that Carolina game that they blew down there where they needed to win to get in the playoffs and all that, and the run D was just horrific, they look like they're playing to the level of their competition. Like the last 2 home games, Minnesota and yesterday, I mean, these are bottom feeder offenses. You look at what Minnesota has done since then.
Well, yeah, the other thing that I knew is that this team would follow a loss with a thunderous performance. I didn't see a thunderous performance yesterday.
Eventually, they're going to lose 2 in a row. It's unsustainable.
Right.
And look, they got away with one yesterday. The flaws in the trenches seem significant, especially offensive line, to overcome. I don't know how you fix that in terms of making a Super Bowl run. But look, in the end, you look at the Eagles yesterday and what they did. I mean, you blew a 21-0 lead when you had the hammer down to win your division. Like, they're probably still going to win their division, but they've opened it up a little bit, and they've given the Cowboys life.
Yeah.
So this happens in this league. There's inexplicable losses. One of the Packers, they have 3 losses, right? One of them's the Carolina at home.
Mm-hmm.
But this team wasn't doing that for the last 3 years.
That answers your question you just had. You just said, how does that happen in the NFL? That's it. That's the answer.
They've become somewhat of the norm versus they weren't losing to bad teams. They weren't having stinker performances. They weren't looking like they were playing a level of competition. They didn't look like they were looking ahead.
Well, that's why I asked, like, what is their identity? And the good news is the season's not over. They can still establish an identity through the final 6 weeks, and they're going to have several plant your flag opportunities, including 3 days from now against Green Bay, where you can right the wrong from week 1, grab a hold of this division. They're going to have the game in L.A. against the Rams, a team I think is playing the best of anybody, the Super Bowl favorite. They're going to have their chances to plant their flag. But right now, I don't find them to be a team with a clear identity. And you're going to need an identity if this team's going to win the Super Bowl.
And it's just November 24th, and I'll continue. I'm beating a dead horse here. I've suspected for most of the season that we're going to see a wild card Super Bowl champion this year. That's the kind of season we're seeing. Look at Buffalo right now and what's happening there. They're 3 games behind the New England Patriots in their division. But you still think they got a shot to reach a Super Bowl, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
So do you give the Lions that benefit of the doubt?
I think we've said, even following the Eagles' loss, that they can win the Super Bowl. It's just harder. It's less likely.
And their identity needs, they've got to find out, and I think they are in terms of their run game. You know, hey, what ones are best with Jahmyr Gibbs? Now, I would like them to get David Montgomery a little bit more involved and find out what are the runs that they run with him that are most consistent. But the identity of this team, and it didn't show yesterday, but the identity is that they are going to be led by their defense. And the defense can't have any more games like they had yesterday.
Got a text that says, why are we celebrating? Third-string quarterback, backup running back, backup receivers, no dart, no neighbors, and you gave up 500 yards. I don't think anybody's celebrating today.
No one's celebrating, but it's still a win.
Let's get to AC. You're next. You're in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm not like the last caller. I don't think Brad Holmes needs to be questioned or his job's on the line or anything like that, but he does need to be accountable. Like every time he comes out and he does successful things, he comes out and pulls out all his receipts. So if this goal for this team this year was Super Bowl or bust, that was the expectation. He falls short, so he needs to be the one to be held accountable for that. I don't want him hiding, not taking press conferences or anything like that. He needs to be up front and center and explaining why this team just wasn't good enough, the team that he built.
Right. There's nothing that I would say to disagree with you there. You got to be accountable. You want to play the receipts game? Well, we can look back at the last couple drafts. We can look at the offensive line, right?
Yes.
We can look at both lines of scrimmage if it's going to be the way it was yesterday. Because that was their superpower. That was their strength. That's what powered them to the NFC title a couple years ago.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. That is what they've got to be able to do to set up the play action pass, which is where Jared Goff is really good.
Rob, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. How you doing, man?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good. Hey, good win yesterday. I agree. I was pacing the living room. My hope and expectation for this team was the Super Bowl, and that did not change yesterday. And I want to go back to the Philadelphia game for a quick minute. That defense showed me that they are a championship defense in that Philadelphia game. And the offense is not always going to play that bad. And a quick side note to that, I don't hear people talking about it. We're the only team that stuffed the tush push multiple times and then caused them to have a penalty on it as well. Getting to the game yesterday, I believe that was a trap game. I know we don't like that term, but it's nestled between the Eagles and the Packers. The Giants have a good team on paper. They haven't played well. I get it. But we found a way to win when the chips were down. And correct me if I'm wrong, that's the type of win we have not had this year. We've either blown teams out or we've lost.
Well, they've beaten plenty of bad teams this year, and they've blown them out. Right?
Yeah, but so which game was it they had? There was one where they were down.
So hold on, Rob.
Couple scores that had to come back and win.
Rob, we're giving them credit for playing down and then wrestling a win away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't play down. How about that? Is that an option?
Well, yeah, and coming up Thursday, we don't lose back-to-back games, and I don't believe we lose to the same team twice in 1 year. So I like our chances. And, I don't get all the hate on Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. This team's going through some adversity, but these guys have built a team that we're passionate about and are playing well and consistently winning. Obviously, the goal is the Super Bowl, and that's where we need to go. But can you show me Lions teams in the past that have even been close to what these guys are doing?
But that's not what we're comparing them against anymore. Like Rob, no
the bar has been raised, and this team is 7-4, and I think we are trying to compare this team offensively to last year's team. It's not that. Defensively, it's a better team than it was last year.
Are they overall a better team? Because I'm going to say right now, no.
No, I don't think they are right now.
Yeah.
They can be.
Sure, I'd love to see it.
But you're going to have to get more consistent play from the offense, and it all starts with the offensive line.
I would love for them to find an identity, solidify the O-line, make their defense great consistently week over week, whatever it takes. But they aren't right now. And there's only so many weeks to get it right. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls in the mix. We got Overreact Gyms, TJ Lang, and more. It's a Victory Monday, 97.1.
Stop waiting for that breakdown in the cold. You don't want to wake up and feel that cold air. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly. but most important, safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. So call today because spots are going to fill up quickly in cold temperatures. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
All right, Lions fans, listen up. You know how expensive going to games has gotten. 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila, is a proud partner of the Detroit Lions, and they're giving away Lions tickets to a future game. Go to 971theticket.com for details, find the event page, and see the events. Come out, enjoy tequila, enjoy a chance to win tickets to a future Lions game. How expensive they've gotten, don't miss your chance. And don't forget to make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Please drink responsibly. First sack of the day for the Lions defense came at the most critical time. Want to see it more often early in the game.
Yeah.
But they won. That's why I called it a concerning win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I understand what you're saying.
Discouraging that they played down to a 2-9 football team and couldn't tackle Jameis Winston until the final snap of the game. But they won.
They won.
Right.
Yeah.
And ultimately, what they do against Green Bay is going to be much more indicative.
It'll tell a bigger part of the story.
Yeah, because if you go out and beat Green Bay, all right.
And it's Dan Campbell said in his post game, right? It's they're 1-1 right now in the 3-game home stretch. They got to find a way to get to 2-0. And the most important one is the next game, and it just happens to be Green Bay. It's Thanksgiving Day. It's a division opponent. They are a team that is right there with you. You can't play the Bears.
Nope.
Play the Bears at the end of the season. But this is the game that matters most.
To the phones we go, 248-539-9797. Let's get to Lamar in Southfield. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, how you doing?
What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to tell you guys, you guys got to look towards the history of the league. This has happened before. Look at the 2004 Steelers. They came out 15-1. They had AFC Championship. All roads lead to them. And guess what? Knocked out by Tom Brady. The next year, they were a wild card team, okay? So I think that the Lions are going to have that same trajectory. And that next year, guess what? Super Bowl 40 in Detroit. So for them, I think they just got to get into the dance. I think they can clean up the mistakes, build that identity, and I think you alluded to it earlier. We gotta get in the wild card, and then we have to do our magic. This is the same team that won 9 road games last year. I have not lost faith at all.
I just hate relying on magic,
Magic. I just told you history. You talk about magic.
You just said it. You got to get your magic in the playoffs. I hate relying on magic.
Well, that's where you make your magic.
Yeah.
You make your magic. I don't think he's sitting there. The bar's not hoping for voodoo.
Okay. No, I'm not hoping for voodoo.
Right? Yeah.
I just seen this before. That Steelers team in 2004 was 15-1. They came out. They were 7-5, something like that, and then they had to win 4 games straight in December. And guess what happened? They went to the Super Bowl. They just kept winning. They won 8 straight games.
So help me get where you are. Where are they going to improve specifically that you think then they'll hang their hat on that thing to go win the Super Bowl?
Well, I think it's going to be Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs looks like the playmaker of the year. Okay, he looks like the most talented person on this team, and that's unfortunate. But at this point, I would ride Gibbs. I want to get Montgomery involved, but Gibbs he's the only one giving us these explosive plays. And if these guys can, matriculate in like these St. Browns, and if these guys can play Robin for a little bit, that'd be great. And you got to take pressure off Goff, man. So we got to get this run game going. So I'm going with the explosive running back. Love David, though. I love David. But they can't do nothing for David right now.
Yeah, I mean, the block is not there for him. And, they need to be more consistent in all phases of the game. You got to find a way to get some returns, get some good field position. Defensively, through the other games, save the Minnesota game and the Giants game, it's been a really good defense. They got to get back to that same style against the Green Bay Packers.
So the caller's argument, Jim, it's not magic. It happens less than often that a team does what he just said. Aaron Rodgers' only Super Bowl was a 6 seed. They won 3 road playoff games. They've started to play their best football at the right time of the year. Do you think this team has the talent to do that, Jim?
Yes, they do.
So that's why you'd be open.
But all I'm asking is, what is most likely?
You're right.
Is there a world where they win the Super Bowl? Yes, no one has taken that off the table. But I feel like you have to live in a world where you suspend what you saw for 11 games and make up a scenario that makes you happy for the remaining part of the season.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, look, the offensive line has to improve, or I don't think they can win a Super Bowl, no matter how much better the defense plays. The pause to everything this morning is that last week we were saying the defense needs to become the identity, and they give up 500 yards to Jameis Winston.
Right.
Was that magic? He has done that in his career.
This is also the team, and trust me, they're a 2-win team. They're not good. I'm not trying to make them out to be good, but they have beaten the Eagles. They should have beaten Denver.
Okay, so the one thing where I'm at right now psychologically is I've throughout this season been haunted by Dan Campbell's words after the NFC Championship game. It's last year's team was better, right?
Yeah.
But they got there that year because they were playing their best football at the end of the season. Once they beat Denver at home, they ran the table to San Francisco, and they should have won the game. That's where I'm at right now. I'm like, man, when you get there and you get in the tournament and you got to make it happen. That's the argument for what the caller used with those examples. Rodgers.
But I think a little bit of that is projecting what you want to happen, right? Not based on what you've seen happen.
That's this league. More often than you would believe that there are Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 2020. Nobody thought they were winning the Super Bowl when the playoffs started.
I mean, is your point that the favorite doesn't always win the Super Bowl? Because I agree with you.
Yeah, especially
what about the Lions that you've seen through 11 weeks gives you the reason to believe they're going to tie it all up and sew it all together and fix it all just
I think
right?
they have the talent
because there's still 6 games left.
Okay, but that's every team could say that then.
Yeah,
what
except
about the
for
Lions
the Giants,
specifically? Well,
and except for half the league that is basically out of it.
What about the Lions says that more so than the Rams, the Packers, the Eagles, the Colts, the Broncos, the Patriots? What about them specifically is going to allow them to supplant everybody down the stretch? Like, show your work. What have you seen? I'm not seeing that.
There's no dominant team this year, and I'll leave it at that. This tournament is going to be wide open.
All right, let's get to Leah. You're on 97.1.
I agree. There's no dominant team. I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree with that last caller. How many Super Bowls did Brady win on the defensive strength of his team?
Many.
Exactly. So are the Lions a better team than last year? You know why they're a better team than last year? Like we keep people are saying, "Oh, we're not comparing them to last year." We are comparing them to last year. Didn't Brady go 16-0 or 1 or something like that and didn't win the Super Bowl?
Right.
The Lions didn't get to the NFC Championship. When they got to the NFC Championship, what were they? 12-5. Good God. The Fairweather fans are killing me. There's no it's correct. There's no dominant team. The question that you asked, what have you seen with the Lions? It's because another question I have, Frank Ragnow and Zeitler were established veterans. The team is better than last year. Why? Because the defense is 10 times better and because the offense still has the weapons that we have. And on top of that, we have people that are developing and strengthening. Mahogany and what's the new kid, Ratledge? Like, these guys are going to eventually be Zeitler and Ragnow.
Well,
that's crazy when you think about it. And they are like when we win the games, it's like, the offensive line. When we lose the games, the offensive line. Yes, there's a problem there, but they're much better than last year, and they have this. They are getting that offensive line is going to be crazy deep, and I'm just telling you guys. You guys are comparing them to the 15-2. Compare them to the 12-5.
I just want to talk about the team I watched play yesterday.
Right, and so I don't think that any of those guys up front are going to develop into Frank Ragnow. You might get Mahogany playing more consistent at the end of the year if he's able to be back and healthy. Ratledge, I think, is going to be better at the end of the year than he was at the beginning of the year, but I don't think he's going to be at the level of Zeitler by the end of this year, end of his rookie season.
No, not the end of this year. But these guys, those pieces that Brad Holmes put in there, they are eventually going to be beasts, and they're going to still get us somewhere. They're still not horrible, and it's still a better team than last year, and we still went to the NFC Championship at 12-5. It's not doom and gloom, guys. It's just not. That's just what I wanted to say.
Leah, I agree with you. It's not doom and gloom. I'm happy as hell that they won that game yesterday. You got to be able to win games when you don't play well, and I do think that the defense is much better than it was last year. I do think that the defense will give them the opportunity, the offense, to eventually find their stride. And it's not just the offensive line. I keep harping on the offensive line, but what's going on with the chemistry between Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown? They don't feel like they're on the same page like they were the last couple of years. We've seen Amon-Ra drop balls. We saw one yesterday, went through his hands and it was intercepted. Jameson Williams has had an issue catching balls. He dropped more yesterday. So it's not all Goff. It's not all offensive line. They just haven't put together a really good performance offensively where you can look at it and go, that's what we want. Because the performance they put against Washington, that was a terrible defense.
Right. I told my son yesterday on the interception, I go, that is not Goff's fault. And
yeah, correct.
You know, Connor's been getting after Goff a little bit. Kids overreact and go way too far and all that. But I was like, that's on St. Brown yesterday. And that was huge. That game plays out differently if they put it 7 up there. John, I want to ask you, former player, does a defensive performance like that yesterday help make a defense better down the road?
Oh, sure. All their flaws were exposed. And you got to get more from Hutch. You got to get more from Aleem McNeil. Tyleek Williams, I need more from him. I thought Jack Campbell played well yesterday. But then when you look at the secondary, I thought the secondary was very inept yesterday in regards to just the energy that you have to play with. And if you're not getting home with pass rush, you may have to hold up in the secondary a little bit longer. And they just weren't able to do that.
I'll just say this too. Brian Branch needs to play better football down the stretch. He's not making impact plays like he has the last 2 years.
It's okay to appreciate the win, but also acknowledge the concerns we have about this football team. You're not a doom and gloomer for acknowledging the concerns. You don't have to put cotton swabs in your ears and go, la, 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 they won, there's nothing bad going on. Like the last caller. It's not doom and gloom to point out concerns. They play that way, they're not winning a Super Bowl. They play that way, they're not going to win the majority of the games the rest of the way. It's okay to say that out loud to other people without being ostracized.
Circling back to the caller, though, and that this thing's not over yet, and they're Super Bowl caliber team, and the last 2 callers, really. The Colts, when Peyton Manning won the Super Bowl, headed into the postseason, and their run defense was absolutely atrocious. And they played Larry Johnson, who was running the ball like crazy, and they fixed it. Things are fixable.
Oh, yeah. They absolutely have to fix them. It's 97.1.
What's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch any sport, but especially football this time of year, is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. As entertaining a place as you're going to find. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Let's get to Heather with the news. And as the texters have pointed out, wearing a blanket. How cold is this studio?
You guys, it's cold today. It's colder today in here than it typically is. I think. Am I wrong?
It's chilly.
A couple degrees down.
Yeah, you
They've
boys.
noticed you're
Trust me,
bundled up.
yeah, I'll go over there and warm it up here in a minute.
It's chilly. Hey, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So Thanksgiving, obviously, almost here, and that means you need to be prepared for Brown Friday. Have you heard of Brown Friday before?
I know about Black Friday.
Yes,
yeah,
this different.
Brown Friday, I mean, okay, I can make the assumptions
Well,
after Thanksgiving
You're
dinner.
probably making the right assumption. So
Is
it's
it
the
Chase Brown Friday?
No. It's the day after the holiday, which is typically the busiest day of the year for plumbers.
Yep.
It's not just about what you're thinking, John, and toilet clogging, I'm sure, but it's also about sinks.
Why would you make that assumption?
I can just imagine what you were thinking. So the extra strain from holiday cooking, kitchen drains, garbage disposals, a lot of issues there, right? And plus, you have a lot of people over at your house, or people are staying with you. You're using the bathrooms more. You're using the showers more. You're maybe doing more laundry. Lots of issues going on. But basically, they say most of the calls are due to kitchen drain, garbage disposal issues because people are putting the wrong types of food down
They're putting
the drain
food down
and
the drain.
grease
Yes.
down the drain. So, right, there's certain things you can put down the drain. Liquids and soft foods. Ice cubes, okay. Chopped foods, they say, are okay, but things you should not put down. Fats, oils, and grease, right? Uncooked pasta and rice, coffee grounds, bones, eggshells, fruit pits, things like that. Before you call a plumber, you can try some things to, unclog your kitchen sink. You can use a plunger just like you would use a plunger for your toilet. You can use baking soda, then followed by vinegar. You cover that up, you let it sit for 15 to 20 minutes, and then you wash it all down with hot water. So there's some tips, but just be prepared. Plumbers, I'm sure, are preparing themselves for Brown Friday. A Campbell's Soup employee was allegedly fired after he complained about an upper-level executive's tirade on the product and its customers. So according to Robert Garza of Monroe, he secretly recorded the company's vice president. And this VP basically went on this rant slamming the company's products, belittling the people who buy it, also criticizing the people who work there. So Garza actually had met with the VP to discuss his salary. I think that was the whole point of the meeting. And then with the phone recording, he went on an hour-long rant, and he eventually told his manager about it and then was fired. And now he is suing the company due to the retaliation that he experienced after he exposed what happens. And in this lawsuit, he alleges that the vice president said that Campbell's makes highly processed food for poor people and made several derogatory comments about Indian employees, calling them idiots. So if you couldn't hear what he was saying, he was basically saying he would never eat this product. He called it bioengineered meat, saying that, like comparing it to chicken coming from a 3D printer. Anyway, yikes. Last week, Miss Jamaica fell from the Miss Universe stage, and she's been in the hospital ever since.
I know.
So Dr. Gabrielle Henry was walking on stage during the preliminary evening gown event, kind of, making eye contact with the audience when, she just misstepped and stepped off the stage. This happened on Wednesday. She had to be carried away on a stretcher. Immediately after it happened, the organization said that she was not suffering from any life-threatening injuries after the fall, no broken bones, but according to her family, she still remains in the ICU and isn't doing as well as they had hoped.
I know. I'm trying to figure out what the heck
Did she hit
going on.
something with her head? Did she hit her head in the fall? Internal bleeding? What? It sounds like she has to stay there for at least another week, but no real big updates as far as what's going on.
Wow. Did you see the video of her falling off the stage? Yeah. I mean, it was
bad.
Oh, yeah.
She looked beautiful in this sparkly orange evening gown, this flowing
till she disappeared.
Yeah. The Lions and Eminem, one more, are teaming up once again. So first it was for the Thanksgiving halftime show, and this time it's for a merchandise collection.
Cool.
So Eminem just unveiled basically his own exclusive Lions merchandise, hoodies, T-shirts, long sleeve shirts go on sale this Wednesday at 10 a.m. inside the Lions store at Ford Field. You can also get your hands on the new merchandise at his shop at Mom's Spaghetti or online. Go check it out.
Heather with the news. TJ Lang will join us at 9:02. Get more of your thoughts on the Lions. We've got open lines, 248-539-9797. In the 9 o'clock hour, we'll be giving away a pair of tickets for the Red Wing game on Wednesday night against the Nashville Predators. It's also that the Gravy Boat night for the fans that show up early. So I love that Greg has done this. In the 9 o'clock hour, you're going to wait and listen for the sound of the Predator from 1987's hit movie, Predator. When you hear that, call in, win your pair of tickets for their game against Nashville on Wednesday night.
Cool.
John, Lions won.
Yes, they did. 7-4. It's always better than a loss.
Didn't look good, but better than a loss.
Mm-hmm. Your takeaway?
Are we allowed to say they didn't look good? Because I feel like I've been under attack a little bit today for making that point.
No, well, I'm typically more on the positive side of things than you are,
and I'm a negative Nancy. I know.
Well, it's just kind of your makeup.
But am I wrong to say they didn't look good?
No, you're not wrong.
Okay.
Because I think anybody that watched that game could come away and be like, whew, thank goodness we won because we didn't look good.
And is it okay to acknowledge through 11 games they haven't played to a Super Bowl standard?
Not to this point, no.
Okay.
No, but
That's all
the
I'm
season
saying.
doesn't end at 11 games.
Which is the beauty of it, but they are running out of time. It's going to be critical, even more so now, that they look good against Green Bay. Win and look good against Green Bay.
And honestly, I was more surprised at the defense yesterday that they played the way that they did. It felt like it was just an apathetic performance where you didn't have the same energy, especially in the secondary. You take that secondary against Tampa, and they were flying around. They were making plays. And then you take that secondary that now has Brian Branch in it, and it just didn't feel like they were flying around ready to make plays.
And I think some of it is, I think the offensive line, look, they could gel, but I'm not counting on them to be the line they were a year ago. So I've shifted focus to, hey, man, maybe the defense can be the thing that gets them over the hump. And then to be met with that performance, giving up 500 yards, not sacking Jameis one time in regulation. Like, maybe that's where some of the frustration comes from, is like mentally I'm shifting to, okay, you find a different way to win. That's how sports are. You don't have the same team as last year. You don't have the same offensive line or the dominance on that side of the ball. So naturally I'll shift to putting more on Aiden and Aleem and Jack Campbell. And Aleem's out playing on the edge, which I think is watering down some of the pass rush. They didn't get to him, and I'm left feeling like, boy, that's a concerning performance.
Sure, if that was their only performance that you looked at this year, you'd look at it and go, that's not a very good defense. That's not the only performance that they've had this year. I believe they are more like the defense that played against Tampa, even though it was the no-name secondary. It is, I believe that this is a much more physical defense than we saw yesterday. I think it's a more dominant defense than we saw yesterday, but that's the most recent data point, so I understand the concerns. I just don't think that's who they are.
It's 97-1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Despite the lack of confidence inspired by the Lions yesterday, they did find a way to win in a manner which they hadn't yet this year. Trailing 27-17 in the fourth quarter, Detroit came back to eventually win in overtime 34-27. Lions head coach Dan Campbell was proud of his team's performance, but knows it could have easily gone the other way. Lions now set to host the Packers on Thanksgiving tonight. The Red Wings are on the road in New Jersey taking on the Devils. That's a 7 p.m. puck drop. Jeff Rieger hosts pregame coverage at 6:45 right here on 97.1. And over on WWJ, the Pistons will try to tie the franchise record with their 13th straight win as they tip off in Indiana against the Pacers at 7 p.m. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Boy, got a bunch of home runs from Jahmyr Gibbs on a day they needed it. He carried the team to a victory in overtime against the Giants. It's a victory Monday. 97-1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. We got TJ Lang in studio for the 9 o'clock hour. TJ, a win's a win's a win, but that was not their best performance.
Yeah, you nailed it. I mean, that Giants team, they were scrappy. They hit you with some trick plays and some jabs, and you had to find a way to respond. And look, this point of the season, getting ready for a short couple games here, 2, 3, and 11 days. Go out there and win the game, make the corrections. Get back on the horse here Thursday. Do I wish it would have looked cleaner? Certainly. Yeah, I think there were some plays. We talked yesterday in the pregame show, and you're like, what do you need to see today? And I'm like, I want to see this defense have another performance like they did against Philadelphia. Everybody's talking about, hey, is that the strength of the team, right? Like, are you a defensive team now? And I'm like, I need to see another game of consistency. And didn't feel like there was as much there yesterday. I know they were pretty good at stopping the run for the most part, but little leaky in coverage again. And the felt to me, I haven't gone back and watched it, but I know the stats and everything, but didn't feel like there was really any sort of pressure on Jameis Winston, which to me was a concern, because you're not looking at the Giants going, hey, that's one of the top 5 O-lines in the league, and it's going to be tough to get pressure. So certainly some areas that, might be a little frustrating at this point of the season, where we're still kind of talking about, well, you got to do this, you better start doing this, once you start getting the playoffs and, reaching the goals in front of you. But getting the win, keeping pace with the rest of the division right now, with the Green Bay and Chicago winning, was the most important thing. And, I still have faith in this team to, although it's going to be a short week, I don't know how much time they're going to be able to spend today making some of the corrections from yesterday, because you got to jump right back into Green Bay.
Yeah.
But I do trust the coaches and the players to, keep finding ways to ultimately improve with 6 games left.
Yeah, there wasn't the pressure that you needed to see or thought that we would get from the defensive front, which then in turn puts more pressure on the secondary. They've got to hold up coverages a lot longer. I mean, some of those times where Jameis Winston was running around in the backfield, eventually which he did. He just threw the ball out. Yeah. And eventually you're going to have to get home and find. And I do have a little bit of breaking news. The Giants have fired Shane Bowen, their defensive coordinator.
They've had a lot of meltdowns in the late games.
Yes, yeah.
They've had a lot of meltdowns late games.
5 times this year they've blown a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. That was the 5th time yesterday.
Yeah, they were up against Dallas. They were up against the Saints. We all know that they were up 17 against Denver. The Bears, that was a meltdown. They actually, beat the Eagles, but then obviously, 10-point lead over the Lions and lost that one too.
Yeah, that's it's tough. It's a tough way to live as a defense.
So what'd you think about that defensive front? Because I keep thinking of the one-on-one matchups, and I know at times that Wasika struggled. There were times where Graham struggled, but that was a good defensive front.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think even though Brian Burns obviously is the guy with all the stats. I think it was 13.5 sacks coming into yesterday. I don't think he got one yesterday. Actually, the guys that were getting the sacks were like guys that
rookies.
You're like, these are the guys we should least worry about out of all these dudes,
Yeah.
And I can't remember the one guy's name. I'll have to look it up. Number 91 was just, I think he had 2 yesterday, and it's like, what? These are not the guys you can let beat you. If you're getting beat by, if Dexter has a good play or Burns has a good rush or, even Abdul Carter has a good rush, like, okay, those you can't lose to the guys that you expect to win one-on-ones against. I don't know. It kind of felt up and down again, I guess, in the run, for the offensive line. I didn't feel the protection was, as I'm not going to say disastrous, but it wasn't a liability like we did see at times against Philadelphia. I mean, there were some quick losses, which hurts. I think the first sack that Awosika got beat, like, you just can't get beat that fast.
Right.
If you're going to get beat, man, like. And he normally does a really good job of scrapping and clawing and finding a way to get an extra shove to, let him step up. A couple plays like that you have to avoid, because that was a big play. I mean, that took you out of field goal range early in the game where you had to punt. You're taking points off the board when you're having slip-ups like that. And the run game just kind of felt like I guess, a little ho-hum. Let's keep wearing on them, and we're going to bounce a couple big ones, which Gibbs, obviously a 69-yarder, and then 2 that I think went for 49 or 50, each. So, if that's the way that your run game is going to be, where, we just got to lean on you, take the 2-3 yard ones, and, we're going to bounce a couple big ones eventually, that's still effective. And even with the way that game went, where you were down 10 points at multiple times, you went down 10-0, start the game, and then at one point, go down 10 again. It still never got to the point where it's like, we're one-dimensional. We got to go,
Right.
we got to go 2-minute drill. We got to throw the ball. We got to go, protection, which is putting our offensive line in not an advantageous spot. Never really got to that point. And you look at a couple plays too. Like, I didn't see the replay of the interception. I mean, it seemed like it was a little heat on it, but you expect Amon-Ra to catch that, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's fair. And even Jared, I think Amon-Ra had 2 of them, and Jameson had at least 2 of them.
Yeah.
So, do I expect that to be an issue going forward? No. I expect those guys, especially with the contracts the extensions that both those guys signed, I expect you to be better, and they expect themselves to be better too. A little bit frustrating at times yesterday, but ultimately, man, you got another one here in 3 days away, and you did what you had to do to get a win, and everything's still in front of you. You got two more home games coming up here, Thursday and then obviously next week against Dallas, and good opportunity here to to get yourself back in the driver's seat in your division.
Yep.
Yeah, because we talked about, we were getting calls last week. This team's not even going to make the playoffs. If they lost to the Giants yesterday, those calls would have been louder. We would have had more of them. It would have been more of a serious conversation that this team out and out misses the playoffs. I think we can keep that at a distance, put that conversation to the side, and you're still playing to win this division.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Winning keeps the train on the tracks. Winning sets you up to play Green Bay. My question, TJ, is do they have a clear identity? Have they figured out who they are as a football team yet? Because we did say, hey, they're going to start shifting to defense, and that was a bad defensive performance. Hey, recently it's been the offensive line in the last couple years. That's not the calling card this season, right? Dan Campbell didn't list that as one of the strengths when we had him on last week. There's still time to find that identity, but is it a fair criticism that we're going to Thanksgiving and they don't know who they are yet?
I think that might be a stretch. I think they know who they are. I just don't think there's, if you want to argue that there's not enough consistency, I would agree with you.
Well, that's how you establish your identity, right? You repeat it over and over.
Yeah, but
again.
I think yes, but I don't think that, there's anything that I'm looking at that's like, and certainly the offensive line, they know that the expectation and the standard is still high in that room. And, have they had up and down games? Yes. Is that to be expected with, so many moving pieces and playing 2 young guards? Yes, I think even with Mahogany out, do you expect to have some of those growing pains throughout a season? Absolutely you do. And we've seen at times where, they been a liability in certain aspects? At times, yes, but everybody's kind of taking their turn. And that's the weird thing. And that's, even going back to yesterday, it's Dan Campbell jumping back into the offense and, being the guy that's calling the plays, and you're so dialed in. There's still a couple times where it's oh man, you could tell the division of labor on game day is just you got a lot on your plate when you're doing everything. And there were times where they had to burn a timeout right after spiking the ball, and then there were times at the end of the first half where Khalif Raymond gets the catch and there's about 19 seconds left. You got to call timeout there now because you got maybe 2 or 3 cracks at trying to get in the end zone. You let it run all the way down to 7 seconds. It's okay, you have one play and you don't have time to get it to the end zone at that point. There's just some little things that are starting to build up where it's and maybe that's because, you got a lot more on your plate, but where other guys need to chip in. Identity, though, I still think this is a physical football team. I still think even with the issues and some of the negative plays that we've seen in the offensive line, I still think that, defensive line, front 7, stopping the run, offensively being able to run the football is still their MO and still their identity. And it hasn't been as consistent as we'd like it to, but I think ultimately as we get here into December, that hopefully you start to separate yourself a little.
I don't know where you were. I know where you were watching the game from, but I don't know if you could see the end. What were you guys thinking when you were watching Jake Bates' field goal?
Oh boy,
Yeah,
I don't
mean,
know.
it was-
On TV, it looked like, oh, it's going wide right, and then at the last second, all of a sudden, it bends inside
Yeah.
the goalpost, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, it looked to me like initially, halfway there that he nailed it. And obviously, when you're watching from the side, you can't
see the
you can't-
depth.
Yeah,
of it,
so you kind of got to look up at the big screen because to get the back view of it. But to me, it seemed like I was like, oh, he nailed it, and then right as it crosses, like. I don't think he nailed it, but I think that thing snuck in there, man. And what a kick, dude! What a kick.
Yeah.
He's a guy that obviously, they've had some trust in and hasn't been able to, hit some of those long ones this year. Couple little misses here and there, but that was obviously a huge moment in that game to hit that kick. But yeah, from our vantage point, it looked like about halfway it was going to clear by 10 yards, and then the last 10 yards it took a nosedive, and it was like, oh, just get over it. But yeah, that was obviously a huge play. That was, it's game over if you didn't make that.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I was talking about I'm pacing in my living room and late in that game. I don't know if you can pace in the box if there's enough space there, but like your heart's got to be racing a little bit. Yeah.
And then even I asked Coach yesterday, I'm like, when's the last time you had a game like that with so many extreme emotion swings?
Yeah.
Right? Like
Yeah.
you normally play a tight game and you're like, all right, we got a chance. Yesterday it was like, okay, hey, we're feeling pretty good. Oh my gosh, we're gonna lose to the Giants. Oh Jesus, like we're gonna lose it. And then all of a sudden you get back, yeah, here we go again. And then it was like so up and down, right? And then even in overtime, like one play, boom, like top of the world, and then
they start
the
marching
Giants
down.
start converting third and fourth downs, and it's like, oh my gosh, here we go again. It was one of those games that takes a lot out of you, dude. It takes a lot out of you. Obviously, physically playing an extra period there in extra quarter there in overtime, but mentally too, man. Those games wear on you. They do.
We still got a lot we can throw at you. I got callers I know I got to get to. We'll take more of your phone calls next. It's 97.1.
Every law firm talks about experience. David Femininio has decades of it, going up against insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes him different. He knows the only experience that really matters is yours. When you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who's going to listen to you, someone who's going to work hard for you, and someone that will get you paid. David gets that. Your experience matters. And when he fights for you, not for his resume. If you've been injured, you need to give him a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
But Lomas said he gone.
Normally he is.
What happened?
Yeah, in all fairness, he doesn't get caught very often.
I know. Well, you had told us, you go, there's a reason why you laid off there. You go, he doesn't have the angle.
Yeah. Normally when Gibbs hits that second level, Lomas and I are all over there high-five him because, I mean, let's be honest, it's very rarely does he get caught. Yesterday was like, I'm not going to say anything.
Most of the time, it's a safe bet to say,
yeah, it's normally
when he gets in the
slam
open
dunk.
field. I mean, obviously one of his superpowers is that he's super fast, but his acceleration is amazing.
Yeah, and his ability, even in like close quarters, to be able to move side, like his agility without really breaking stride is incredible. Like I watched some of these highlights, and it looks like it's sped up. It's like, how do you make that juke at full speed? Most of the time, you got to like slow down, chop a little bit, and make like the way he can put a foot in the ground and just change direction so fast.
You and I can do that at full speed, but our full speed's not quite that fast.
I would be in the hospital if I tried to make a move like that. My knee would be pointing the other way if I tried to make some of those cuts. But it's fun to watch.
Let's get some of the calls in. 248-539-9797. Lamar, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show, as always. I just wanted to talk about, just address the fans, not to get too, too upset with the Lions, because they got to take in consideration, the different variables that this team has to endure. In any team, when they lose that many players in the secondary, your entire secondary, we're talking about a cause and effect aspect here. You got these guys out and you got second string players coming in, adjusting, and they played great, a game ago, but you can't expect them to play at a, starter level 100% of the time. So I want to just talk about the different variables that the Lions have to overcome. Jared Goff, he lost an all-pro tight end, Sam Laporta. That guy blocks. He's a safety net, when he needs to dump the ball off. So these are all of the variables that we have to look at when we think about when we look at these
Lamar,
games.
Lamar, don't the Giants have more variables? Like they don't have Malik Neighbors. The Lions got back DJ Reed, right? They're playing their third.
Been rusty. He has to adjust.
Okay, but they're playing their third quarterback in Jameis Winston. Like if someone's going to complain about like adversity and excuses, the Giants would be the one to say we shouldn't even be in this football game. And yet here they are with the ball in overtime, chance to tie or win.
Well, but the Giants are a good football team. They had bad coaching, bad leadership, and you saw that in a lot of the games, the Eagles games, the Cowboys, and you saw what the Giants can do. And then with new leadership, new motivation, it's any given Sunday here. That's my only point is that we've got to be, we can't be so hard on a team that has to adjust with all of these different variables going on.
Lamar, they have a Super Bowl standard. I don't think we're being like overly harsh. They have a Super Bowl standard. I think that's the standard we hold them to. Right? I mean, there was a game this year they won, and Dan Campbell said not good enough.
Right.
Good enough to win that game, but not good enough to win the Super Bowl. And I think that's all the energy I've tried to bring today is, hey, man, good to win, good to avoid the doom, but not good enough if you want to win a Super Bowl.
Well, and the Giants haven't been good enough to win very many games. They've only won 2 games. And you look at one of those games was against Philly. That's a big-time win. And they could have beaten Dallas. They could have beaten Denver. Like, they had a chance to beat a lot of good teams. They just haven't found a way to do it. When you're playing against a team like that has some potential, but they're a 2-win team, and you know that they're out of it. They've already fired their coach. You got to have a heightened awareness of the trick plays because they're going to throw everything at you.
And they did.
And the kitchen sink. And especially after the first trick play, they're going to come back. It's not going to be the same one, but with something different. And they did. And when you're playing against a team back against the wall and they got nothing to lose, can be a tough team to play against. But the Lions did what they had to do. They made the plays when it mattered most to come away with a win.
TJ, what did you make of Aleem McNeil playing more edge?
Yeah, I think it's a way to get some of your better players on the field. Do I want Aleem out there, pass rushing on third downs? Like, no. Maybe not. But I think in the run game, look, it allows you to get, Tyleik Williams and DJ Reader or even Roy Lopez, who's been a really good addition for them up front. It allows you to get some of your better players on the field. And Aleem has shown, I think, in the run game that he can box up the tackle, man. Like, he's not going to get, shoved out wide or, let up a soft edge. He's going to set the edge out there. And this, before the Philly game, Tyleik Williams' rep count started going down a little bit just with Aleem McNeil's return. He was kind of the odd man out.
Yep.
But when you looked at the stats, it was about the same, like 105 runs with Tyleik on the field and 105 runs with Tyleik off the field. And there was a clear difference. It was like 3.2 yards a carry with him on there and very few explosive runs. And then without him was like 4.9 a carry with like a 15%, explosive run rate. And I think the coaches realized that. Like, we got to find a way to get this kid back on the field. Now, you start getting into that game, well, who's going to lose reps? Well, hey, let's find a way to shift, man. If Aleem McNeil's a heck of an athlete for his size, he's a guy that's agile. He can move. Let's kick him out the defensive end in some of these first downs and run situations to make it hard to get some movement and get those other guys on the field. So I think that it's obviously it's good. It's been 2 weeks now since they've done it. I obviously did a pretty good job last week against Saquon Barkley and Philly. And yesterday, I think it was, about 3.5 yards a carry they allowed to the Giants. So I think it's been a nice adjustment for them.
But is the trade-off then you lose some of the teeth of your pass rush? I know it's situational. I'd have to look at the snap counts, but that's you don't want him at 310 on a passing down on the edge.
I mean, I don't want to be a smartass, but what pass rush do you speak of?
Right.
It's like, I know I'm being
No, but I think we're saying the same thing then.
Yeah,
right?
but I think it's more situational. First down, second and short, third and short. Like, we're down by 10. We know they're probably going to run the ball and get some time off the clock. I think it's more run situations that we've seen him kick outside just to get some heavier bodies there on the inside. Now, it's interesting because the Giants did have some success in the play action game yesterday, and guys just kind of getting lost, right? Like, you score the first touchdown, and then the next play it's 41-yard pass to the running back out of the backfield, and it's like, whose responsibility was that? And so that's something that they're going to have to shore up. I thought there was just a lot of space for the receivers and tight ends and running backs for Giants coming out of the backfield in some of those play action games.
Did you guys talk about on the broadcast the fourth down call that the Giants made at the end of regulation?
To go for it. Instead of going up
6. What did you make, John? Were you in favor of it, John?
If I was them, I probably would have kicked the field goal. Okay. Knowing that you're going to have to force the Lions to score a touchdown versus just a field goal to tie it up to go to overtime.
Yeah, you force them to go 70 yards instead of, I think they ended up going 30 yards and tying the game. I get it both sides. I mean, you're looking at it saying, hey, it's a 2-9 football team. They got a chance to end it right here. And the flip side, you're like, yeah. I mean, if Dan Campbell did that, I'd probably be a little upset because it's like, gosh, you're just – hey, listen, I get you trying to go for the throat right now and end this thing, but, make him go the distance of the length of the field, right? And even in the second half, neither offense was really doing a ton. I mean, I know the Lions scored the last 17 points, but I got it both ways. I could understand why they decided to go for it. The 2-9 football team, we got nothing to lose. If we can come out here and end this thing right now on the road, get a win, like, we're feeling pretty damn good about ourselves.
You get it, you win the game. You don't, the Lions have to start shadow their own goalposts. If you kick it, you go from being up 1 score to being up 1 score, and then the Lions know they're going to use all 4 downs because they got to play for a touchdown, as opposed to, hey, we may settle for a field goal. It's only 3.
Yeah, I think that was 4th and goal from the 6th.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's why I was kind of looking at it like, probably
take
low
the points.
percentage there. If it's 4th and goal from the 2 or 3, like, I think probably looking at that a different way. But it's a 2-9 football team with nothing to lose, and it wasn't a surprising decision.
Let's get back to the phones. Let's go to Chris in Ypsilanti. Chris, you're on 97.1.
Hey, boys. A few points. First, I'll clean up a couple things. TJ, on that leaky running back, that was on Jack Campbell. He's supposed to be man up on that running back, but when the running back stays in the pass protect, he blitzes. And Motor Singletary was faking, or Tyrone Tracy was faking the pass protection and then jumping out into the flat. So
it kind of seemed that way to me. Kind of seemed that way to me that, normally your linebackers are matched up with running backs. I didn't know if that was a design blitz and somebody was supposed to replace that. I just, when you get plays like that where a guy clearly doesn't get beat one-on-one, it's hard to just put it all on one guy because, look, we don't know the scheme or what the play call was. But I agree that it looked the way that you said it, yeah.
And then 91 for the Giants, that's Darius Alexander. He's a rookie out of Toledo. And, you're right, he's not really the one you worry about. But He's a good player, second-round pick, and matched up on Coyote Awasika, I would not expect Coyote to win that matchup. Darius Alexander is a better pass rusher than Coyote is a pass blocker. But the main point that I wanted to make is I wanted to shout out that call from about an hour ago, Leah. What a great call. I think she's absolutely right. That, this team is good. It's just not firing on all cylinders yet, but that doesn't matter until the playoffs. And when you look at what's going on, yesterday the defensive performance was unacceptable, but the offense played fairly well, with a couple hiccups. Against the Eagles, the defense was spectacular. Against the Bucs, the defense was spectacular, but, the offense wasn't firing. And then, there have been games where the special teams, Minnesota, they weren't firing. So we haven't seen a game where all three units are firing at the same time, which is both frustrating, but also if it does happen, this team is going to be really, really good. The identity of this team, TJ, I think is right. This is a physical team. They want to run the ball, bring the safety down, and then hit you in the mouth with JMO or Laporta or Gibbs, blah, 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 right? They want to impose their will. And then on defense, they want to be smothering, right? They want to force third and long and then make you make an incredible throw against tight, sticky man coverage. So here's the thing. The only thing that gives me pause is that when you're going up against a team that doesn't have a dominant defensive interior, you're going to win, right? Like Coyote Awasika is actually a good run blocker, and Tate Ratledge is a good run blocker, and you're going to be able to make that game script work. But when you go up against a Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, well, the run game seizes up, and then the whole offense seizes up. They are entirely dependent on the success of that run game. And then for the defensive side of the ball, if you have a team that's willing to show run and throw, you are really susceptible to explosive plays because the defensive line is so locked in on stopping the run that they're not generating a pass rush, and they're really susceptible to that play action fake. So if you have a really aggressive, if you have a really, really aggressive quarterback like Jameis Winston, who's exceptionally aggressive,
fearless,
you can kind of get hung out to
reckless
dry.
at times, but yes.
Kudos to the Giants. That was some of those plays were really, really well designed. They're just not as talented as we are. And so, look, I think this team, if they make the tournament, can win the Super Bowl. Yes. Will you make the playoffs? I don't know, because you still have some really tough opponents on the calendar, right? Dallas is not a pushover. Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams in the interior, where you have a matchup disadvantage. The Pittsburgh Steelers, which is Keanu Benton and Cam Hayward and T.J. Watt, that is and then Logan Wilson at the linebacker level and Patrick.
Chris, I love you. We can't break down every single game on the schedule. This has been a great phone call. I'll let you go for a while because it's good stuff. But I'm just looking at the clock. I got people in my ear. It's a good phone call. We got more good phone calls to get to before we wrap. It's 97.1.
Hey, this Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build. Add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played together and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their own build. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on all the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get started. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Today's football coverage presented by Paramount Plus. Now streaming on Paramount Plus, the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back. Landman, new season, streaming only on Paramount Plus.
It's a great show, by the way.
You into it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that one, too.
It's a good one.
Have you started watching the new season?
Yeah. I think yesterday was episode 2 that came out.
yeah.
Yeah. I did watch episode 1.
Sam Elliott's in that too, right?
Yeah. Still, I haven't seen the second one yet. I'm not sure what his role is.
He's
It kind of seemed like maybe he might be Billy Bob's
Dad.
I think he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there hasn't been. I mean, at least the first episode wasn't much context to what his role is going to be. But yeah, that's a entertaining show. I like it. The heck was that?
Greg, what was that?
That was the Predator.
Oh, yeah.
The Predator.
We're giving away tickets. You had to listen for that.
Oh, I got you.
For
so
Wednesday.
somebody's got to call in right now.
Someone is calling in right now.
Okay.
So
to claim Thanksgiving tickets, is that what we're doing?
Thanksgiving Eve tickets
Wings
for the
tickets.
Wings.
Gotcha.
We'll have Lions tickets.
Gravy Boat.
Yeah, Gravy Boat game Wednesday night. We'll have Lions tickets on Wednesday.
Against the Predators.
Right, which is why you use the Predator.
Yeah, the Predator's not in Landman.
Right, yeah, no, he's not.
I thought he was snoring into the mic like we were boring him about our Landman talk.
Move on. All right.
I was listening Saturday. Some certain host was breaking down their best 5 states they've lived in. That was riveting.
Who was that?
You can take a guess.
Do the math.
Oh, boy.
How many states has Rieger lived in? No, not Rieger.
Yeah.
Caputo? I don't think so.
I think Caputo has been a one-state guy, I would guess.
Michigan for most of my life.
The prodigious state of Michigan.
Yes, on my chest is for straight down the middle.
Oh, God. Prodigious.
He loves that word. He's your prodigious player.
Frank and honest conversation.
Whoa! He makes me laugh. I honestly I'm entertained listening to Caputo.
If you think
he
that's
makes me
funny,
chuckle without even trying to be funny.
you got to
He
go
makes me
back
laugh.
and find the audio from the big old tub of pretzels from last week that Doug and Gator do. They had a question, and it was basically, what's your walk-up song if you're getting busy with your significant other? What's the song that plays in your head?
Okay.
And so Gator started doing his Pat Caputo in that scenario.
Like a seductive Pat Caputo?
Okay.
Yes.
I need to go. I'm actually
I
intrigued.
I was laughing so hard, I was crying.
I'm very intrigued. I'd like to find that audio. That intrigues me.
Not as intrigued, Heather?
No. I mean, I guess I'm curious to hear the impression.
Seductive Gator
but...
pretending to be Caputo doesn't wake you up in the morning, Heather?
No, doesn't get me going.
Yeah.
It's a hell of an image right there.
How do we get on this?
Yeah, good question.
Predator.
Predator.
Somehow a hockey game got us here. Anyway, the Lions game. TJ, I used a label earlier, and John didn't like the label, but I'm curious if maybe you're more open to it. How would you describe that football game they just played? I said discouraging win, which is a lot better than a loss, but there were things that were discouraging about the way they played if they're going to be the team we want them to be. Is that a fair label, discouraging win?
I mean, I didn't feel discouraged, I guess. Like, I wish it would have been cleaner. Do I wish it was a vintage bounce-back game where you put up 52 points?
Happy as hell to win?
Yeah, of course
You don't
I
think there was
would.
anything discouraging about that performance? Giving up 500 yards of offense to Jameis, no Scatterbo, no Neighbors, not
No.
sacking him in regulation, that's not discouraging to you?
Maybe for that day, but if you're going to act
Well,
like it,
that's
do
all
I
I'm talking
expect
about
to
is
be
that
discouraged
game.
today,
No, I'm
like
just saying,
going forward?
the Sunday game they just
argument I had
played.
with
Yeah, okay,
The
that
game
was.
they just played was a discouraging win. I didn't say the
I
season
think
was
it was
lost.
like probably like a grimy win. Just didn't really go the way that we hoped it would go. Do I think there was anything discouraging that I expect to continue to bleed over and like, oh man, this team's completely different than what we thought? I'm not there yet. I know it's been a couple weeks now where they haven't played very clean, but have I seen this team before? Do I believe in the coaches and the players they have to get back to, hopefully this week's going to be a hell of a test, right?
test.
That's the thing right now is that, you've lost a lot of games to good opponents, and you're going to have to find a way to be better than that. Obviously, going here in the back half of your back stretch of the season, man. And yeah, I expect them to start playing better. Now, if they have another stinker Thursday, I would come in here next week and say, like, okay, maybe we're starting to be concerned a little bit because they're going the wrong direction.
Yeah, and I think if we're zooming
But
out,
we'll let the game happen first.
Yeah, as encouraging, great example this would be if you zoom out. As encouraging as Washington was, the litmus test the very next week, Philly was more declarative. So as discouraging as this was against the Giants, Green Bay is going to be much more monumental. I think that's a fair way. You shouldn't get too high or too low. Let the big games speak for themselves. Green Bay's the bigger game.
Yeah, and right now, the way that teams are playing, I mean, I know Philly blew a 21-point lead yesterday, but maybe we have to temper expectations a little bit or, reclass this team. For a long time, it's like, man, Super Bowl contender, right? Best in the NFC, best in class. The way they're playing right now is
not
are you
what
still
we're
a
used to.
contender? Like, is that okay to be a team that we expect to make the playoffs? And like, we had a couple callers say, like, just get in the tournament and try to get hot. Like, yeah, that's a big part of it. I've seen teams go in the playoffs red hot and get spanked in the ass. Like happened last year to this team.
Yeah.
Maybe we just have to reclass. I mean, obviously the Rams look like the clear-cut team in the NFC right now. But the good part is, man, you still got a month and a half of football left. A lot can change. You can figure something out. You can get a confidence boost if you go in Thanksgiving and pull off a win against a division rival, put yourself back in the driver's seat in the NFC North, man. Like that could change the entire outcome of the last, six games, last month and a half, rolling into hopefully playoff football.
Yeah. Thank you. It's the same argument I had with him earlier.
I just don't get why we can't. But why can't you? Why is that? I don't pass the purity test. I'm not allowed to be discouraged in that performance.
You can be whatever you want.
Well, that's why I said, do we have to reclass our expectation? Like, do you look at them right now and say Super Bowl, favorite or contending team?
The standard is this team is judged by winning the Super Bowl, so that's why I find it discouraging. I don't think we're supposed to lower the bar for this football team, are we?
No, but I think every team is going to go through some.
I didn't say they can't play better. But what I've seen from 11 weeks is not a team that I would put at the top of the sport right now. That's discouraging.
And I would say that's fair, based off of just some of the inconsistencies.
Yeah.
But when you have that expectation, like, what are you discouraged about, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm saying, like, if you expect them to be a playoff team and, hey, compete for the division right now, because you just said you don't think that they're a top of the class, right? The way they're playing right now, and I think that's fair.
Yeah, that's all I'm basing it on is what they've done so far.
That's why I'm kind of adjusting. That's kind of why I'm adjusting my expectation right now. Is that, you know what? Like, you're going through a little slump. If you have to find ways to win ugly games, fine. Like, I don't care about style points right now. I care about finding a way to stick in this division and give yourself a chance here with 3 division games still remaining to go for that third one in a row.
Yeah,
and then get in the playoffs and see what happens. I don't like. I think when you put them at the level where it's like, oh, last year 15-2, we expect you to win every single game. We expect you to score 45 points. We expect you to go win the Super Bowl. Like, that's a fair expectation. I just think where I'm at right now, 11 games in, it's like, I don't care what it looks like. Go find a way to win.
I expect them to sack Jameis Winston more than one time. I don't expect to give up 500 yards to the New York Giants. I don't think these are unrealistic expectations. I don't think I'm a bad Lions fan or I'm doing the negative bit on the radio. I think it's just an honest assessment of what we've watched through 11 games. And look, I hope, heart of hearts, that this team does gel and develop consistent play. Because, then they can make all the noise we've ever dreamed of in the playoffs. But that's a hope. That's not based on what they've done through 11 games. That's all I'm saying.
It's fair. I'm not mad at you for it.
John's mad at me for it. We have our Red Wing ticket
I got to
winner.
deal with it for 4 hours.
I know.
He's only got to deal with you for an hour.
He can leave in 15 minutes. We have a Red Wing winner. It's Joe in Mount Clemens. Won the Wings tickets for Wednesday night against the Nashville Predators. He heard that Nashville sound, or that Predator sound, and he knew what it meant. He called in. We're going to have tickets for every Red Wing home game for the Centennial season. For tickets and game info, visit NHL.com/Red Wings. 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Get to Heather with the news.
Yeah, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So the suspect in the shooting that took place during that tree lighting ceremony at Partridge Creek is still on the loose. As we talked about it this morning, gunfire broke out right around 7 p.m. It was near the movie theater during the tree lighting ceremony. One person was shot, taken to the hospital. They have a person of interest they are looking for, but have not obviously found him yet. People in the area are still being urged to keep their doors locked and their windows locked and shut because he's still out there.
On the loose.
Yep.
What area is that in?
Clinton Township. South Hall Road.
Yeah.
Like near Romeo Plank. Yeah. Hundreds of people gathered outside of Michigan Central Station on Saturday to see the Canadian Pacific Holiday Train, and it sounds like they were in for quite a show. So the train got to Detroit, was viewable at Michigan Central right around 7:20, and then the train stayed parked there on the tracks behind the station for about 40 minutes before it obviously continued on its trek. But that's what a lot of people said. They didn't realize that they would get such an up-close and personal experience with it because it sat there for so long. So they really got to see each car and all of the decorations. They thought, it would just kind of like pass through, be gone in seconds, but it wasn't. And everyone that was there, people had to wait for a while because they weren't sure the exact time it was going to pass through. Sounds like it was just a fun experience, got people in the holiday spirit.
Yeah, I love that they're doing that.
Yeah. Speaking of the holiday spirit, the holiday season will officially begin in downtown Rochester tonight. The city's annual Lanyap event will kick off with their big bright light show.
Is that how that's pronounced?
Lanyap? I think so.
I figured you'd know. I didn't know.
I think that's how I'm saying it.
Okay.
Lanyap. Who knows? Somebody can correct me, which I'm sure they will.
They love to do that.
They do. So the stores will light up with 1.5 million lights. I mean, you've probably all seen it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Santa and Mrs. Claus will be there as well to greet the kids and the family. Stores will be open so shoppers can start their holiday shopping. It all starts at 6:15. Performances and speakers. The buildings will light up at 7 p.m. And then right after that, visits with Santa. 40,000 people are expected to attend this year.
Wow.
It's a huge
Santa's gonna
event.
be busy.
Yes, he is. Beyonce turned heads when she arrived at Formula One's Grand Prix in Vegas on Saturday. She wore this plunging white leather racing suit. And not only did she look race ready, she actually got to
ride.
A ride in the car with Lewis Hamilton. Took her on like a 200-mile-per-hour hot lap around the track. Video was posted on social media. She and Jay-Z both got to take a lap, which is pretty cool. She said she was sweating like it. I would probably be too.
That's awesome.
The adrenaline, the excitement,
to
a little bit of
going
nervous.
200 miles an hour, yeah.
Pretty darn cool. Listen to this. There's a woman in Pennsylvania that's going viral because she says she was charged with disorderly conduct after she found a $20 bill at Walmart and pocketed it. She took it.
Yeah.
So
Where'd she find it?
Well, sounds like it was at a U-Scan. So this was back in September. She went to go pay for items, picked a U-Scan, and there was a $20 bill. Like somebody made it, got cash back or was getting money, and they left it there. She says nobody was ahead of her, so she couldn't
flag anybody down.
Right. And nobody was around as far as the employees go. So she just thought, hey, it's my lucky day. Took the 20, took it with her, left. A week later, she got a call from police. Somebody had reported the money missing. The store reviewed their cameras. They were able to track her down. And they told her that in Pennsylvania, if money is left on the ground or wherever, it's a crime if you take it without a reasonable attempt to find the owner. She had to go and hire an attorney to get the charges dropped. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's a reasonable attempt?
Right.
I guess going to
Anybody drop this?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, okay. I mean, has that ever happened to you before? Because it's happened to me.
Finding money. I mean, I'm sure it has.
It happened to me at a register. Not $20, I don't think. I think it might have been 10.
Yeah.
And I probably kept it.
Find a penny on the ground. You got to find the owner.
Well, you might want to keep that penny now. I
They
mean,
don't even make them anymore.
hold on to that. It might be worth millions one day.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. All right, let's get back to the phones before the guys come in for middays. Bernard in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, Bernie?
How you feeling?
Hey, the last time I waited this long, I went to get a food box. Anyway.
Sorry, buddy.
Listen, I don't get to call much because I be at work in the morning usually, but every time I listen to the show in the morning, I can't listen to it at work. I drive a high low, can't listen to it. My man is always crying. I tell you about crying all the time.
Bernard, I want you to keep the same energy when Dan Campbell told his team after a win this year it wasn't good enough. Was he a crier?
All right, it wasn't good enough for that win, but he wasn't talking about the Super Bowl. He was talking about that day.
No, he clarified with us that it was good enough to win that day, but he said it wasn't good enough to his team because it wouldn't be good enough against better teams, which is my whole point, Bernard. Me and Dan Campbell, simpatico, peas in a pod.
Let me make my quick point. I know you got to go. Listen, I don't want to talk about defense at all. Is TJ still there?
Yeah, he is.
Hey, man, listen, because you're offensive lineman. It's a reason for everything. The offensive line is not a bad line, but it's not a good line when the whole damn offensive line, except for the guy that's replacing Mahogany, is on a request mode. You can play the game. Those guys been banged up since the Minnesota game. They've been banged up, and you can't pass block when you got an ankle injury, a shoulder injury that's bothering you, and other things that Ratliff in and out the game all the time. They're banged up. That's the reason they're not as good as you want them to be. When you're hurt, you're hurt. You played offensive line, TJ. You should know what I'm talking
TJ, it's
about.
good to get an offensive lineman in the studio that we can ask these things.
Yeah. So, TJ, have you ever had to play hurt?
Yeah. Listen, and Bernard, look, I mean, I know that there's been it's been unusual to see this team and some of the slip-ups we've seen from the offensive line because we've been spoiled for so long, at least for the last 2 and 3 years, about having one of the best in the NFL. Guys banged up. Yeah, guess what? Everybody is, man. You're 11 games into the season now. It's a grind, and you ain't going to feel any better because guess what? You got to turn around in 3 days, play another one, and then another one next Thursday. You understand that? I mean, this stretch is not like hitting them out of nowhere. As soon as the schedule comes out, you know that, hey, this is going to be a tough stretch here, 3-11. But you adjust throughout the season to try to get your body there and try to, when you go through these times, to be able to adapt to it. And look, when it comes to the offensive line, man, It's yesterday, Awosika stood out because he did have a couple where he got beat pretty clean. But I'll tell you what, man, every game you kind of watch it, everybody kind of takes their turn. Penei Sewell had a couple rough plays against Philly. Last week in the goal line, that one 4th down, they went for it. I think Jared Goff probably finds a wide-open Brock Wright, but Penei gets beat, gets the pressure, gets the hit, and, takes points off the board. We've certainly seen times with Graham and Tate being a rookie having a couple issues here or there. And, John, you'll agree with me. Offensive line play. Look, I think Decker's having an outstanding season. Everybody's going to have plays. He's missed a couple games, but, he's played majority of the past, month and a half now.
Yeah.
I think he's having a really good year. He has been set. He's steady. He's been solid. I think offensive line, of course, you get jumbled up as one big group, and everybody's kind of, they're not playing up to what we expect them to be. Taylor Decker's having a good year. But, John, you know better, just like I do. Offensive line, you got to be reliable, you got to be dependable, and you got to be consistent, right? Like those are the biggest things, and you don't have to be a mauler every single play and just driving guys 10 yards off line of scrimmage. But if you can be consistent, you're gonna be a starting offensive line in this league for a long time, and they have guys that can do that. But I just think they're lacking at times in some of the consistency issues, and especially some of the big money downs, 3rd, 4th down. Those can't be the plays where you're having slips.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1. Not an issue now.
Gator, I hate to start the show by not bitching about this win, but I'm going to. Jahmyr Gibbs might be the best weapon in football. We might have the most dangerous player in football.
He is this year.
He is so much stinking fun to watch, and what a absolute beast he is. I thought the Goff line yesterday in the postgame press conference, that you could see the fear in the defense's eyes, was awesome. I love arms in the air raised after he's 7 yards downfield and the whole team knows he's gone.
There's 3 plays in a game yesterday where people were throwing arms in the air.
Yep. He is the most dangerous weapon in football, and I'm so glad we have him. And, it's funny because you think back to who was the best version of themselves yesterday, and I think Gibbs might be the list. There's somebody else, but I think Gibbs is, of the guys that they count on week in and week out, they were not the best version of themselves. Gibbs was great, and he had 10 catches. And he had explosive plays. Then he's the reason, as much as any, they won that football game. So, anyway, now that we've started on a positive, I suppose let the bitching commence. Is that how this works now? It does, because the expectations are so high. Honestly, this is kind of a great position to be in. And the reality is, the way that they played yesterday probably wouldn't beat a playoff team. Yep, got it. But there was a Rich Rodriguez line. I don't quote Rich Rodriguez much, but one of the Rich Rodriguez lines that I actually came to like was, I want to be so good that we win even when we play poorly. That's how good I want to be. And that was kind of it yesterday, right? I mean, there was offensively, they moved the ball and they came up with a must-have it drive, and they were misfiring a lot. But that's where the expectation is for this team. And every Sunday, you want to look like the best team in the world. And they don't look like the best team in the world. They mimic the best team in the world at times. They looked better during the regular season last year. But let's see. Let's see what this thing. They've got a lot of work to do. A lot of back to the drawing board to try and bring that out.
So I thought that going into the game, the Lions would blow them out.
Mm-hmm.
I figured the Giants are kind of done. They moved on from their head coach. They're having to go with a backup quarterback. I thought they were donezo, and they were not. That team fought hard. That team wanted to win, and that team was devastated and pissed that they lost. And I think that they have every right to be, because they played well enough in regulation to win that football game, and their coach let those players down at the end by not kicking a field goal on 4th and goal from the 6. It's not 4th and goal from the 1. It was 4th and goal from the 6, and they didn't kick the field goal. Lions get the stop and are allowed to march down the field and try to tie things up, and they did with a 59-yard field goal. But the Lions, looking at this, it was a problem because the game was in peril, and you felt like, why is this in peril? It's the Giants. There were a handful of plays that were incredibly frustrating. You had the 2 trick plays that the Giants worked to perfection. You're like, come on. How does that happen? To a team that, like the Lions, that are known for their trick plays, you figure that maybe they would recognize this, and they got caught. Okay, it happens. Got caught with their pants down, whether you were looking at something else or not paying attention or whatever the case is. Those plays worked, and it sucked. But it wasn't just those pass plays. There were a number of pass plays. The Giants averaged over 20 yards per completion in the game. Wan'Dale Robinson was a problem yesterday. He was constantly open. And I guess the solace that I'll take out of that is he wasn't necessarily just beating the defensive backs, but it looked like there were some missed assignments out there. And the reason I say I'll take solace in that if I'm a Lions fan, which I am, is that I think missed assignments, that's something you can work on. You can fix that, right? Know what your assignment is, and it's not a missed assignment, and then you're there to make a play. If you're just getting beat and you know your assignment, then that's a problem because it's outmatched and there's more talent on the other side. I didn't think that was the thing last night. I thought there were just some mistakes that were made that had nothing to do with talent, and that's correctable. So I'll take that as a positive. But watching the Lions go through it and seeing, and I mean, here it is. It's after week 11. Do we have to ask the question, is this a thing? Amon-Ra St. Brown dropped a couple more passes. And I'm going to be okay with it if everybody just sits here and says, okay, he's got a bad hand that he's dealing with.
He has to be hurt.
All right? And
he has to be
We've heard
hurt.
about this. Is it a wrist? Is it a thumb? Whatever it is, something's not 100% with him, with his hand, with his catching hands, right? It's one thing if you got a bad hamstring or if you've got, an oblique. It's another when your hands, which is how you make your livelihood. If that's not there, then can that explain away why he had a couple of drop passes again in the game yesterday? And Jameson Williams had a couple drop passes in the game. And that's frustrating because I thought Jared Goff, by and large, played really well yesterday. Obviously, the interception was a result of one of those drop passes. And so I'm not panicked about what happened yesterday. I was surprised that the Lions didn't blow them out, but in the end, you've got a team that really wanted to win. And let me tell you this, because I don't think
the Giants really wanted.
The Giants really wanted to win. And if you're a Giant player, I'm not sure how you're feeling today, but I'm going to guess by the reaction of the players when Aiden Hutchinson sacked Jameis Winston. I'm going to guess you're pissed at your coach for doing what he did at the end of the regulation yesterday. And I can understand why he would.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 wins. You're going for a kill shot. You got one play.
All that makes sense. But you know what doesn't make sense too? Players that just want to win a game because the players care. Players aren't looking at, what's our draft position? They couldn't care less about that stuff. They wanted to win. So when Aiden Hutchinson made the sack on Jameis Winston at the end of the game, there were 2 players that went nuts. Theo Johnson, the tight end who had 3 catches for 77 yards in the game, was downfield probably around the 25, 30-yard line. When that play was over with, he took his helmet off and threw it down towards the Lions' end zone. It landed at the goal line, skipped through the end zone, and then he went down to all fours on the ground and started pounding the ground. He was so upset. 20 seconds after that, Darius Slayton, the wide receiver, who was only targeted twice in the game, had 1 catch for 23 yards. Again, one of these big catches, right? Everybody was averaging 20 yards. He then threw his helmet. He was over towards the Lions sideline, over by the numbers, threw it across the field towards the Giants sideline, and then he started pounding the ground. These were 2 players. This was their reaction afterwards because they knew they blew a golden opportunity to snap a 5-game losing streak, which now becomes a 6-game losing streak. Players want to win the game.
They've blown a ton. They have had 7 games where they led by double digits. They are 2-5 in those 7 games.
They had, the 10-point lead in the fourth quarter.
Yep. And same thing against the Bears. Remember, the Bears scored twice late.
Yeah.
And they charged right down the field and scored first against Green Bay. The good news is, trailing the New York Giants in a regular season football game, not disqualifying for being a postseason contender. It's the Giants have put a lot of teams, a lot of the Lions peer group in the same situation, which is an important perspective point. I know people are upset today. Okay.
Well, I think, we're happy that the Lions got the win. Because if they lost the game, then, they're even further outside. And then you don't want that. Happy they won the game. But at the same time, I'm getting tired of having to look at these games and hearing the same things afterwards by everybody saying we got a lot to clean up. We got coach said it, Jared Goff said it, and we all know it. Yeah, you got a lot to clean up. Well, start cleaning up.
There's one thing that really is important to talk about, and I think we'll get to it coming up next at 10:16. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? The Champ and Chump then get posted on our website on Tuesday. Who you got for Champ and Chump of the weekend? Again, if you hear one you like, you can second it because it's a vote. You tally up the votes. So get your Champ and Chump votes in. We'll have ours at 10:35 here on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're in feast mode this month, so gobble up the savings on your new Silverado. Lease a 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, Let's drive. With GM employee discount, Costco, and current lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends December 1st. If you look at a season and you're a team with Super Bowl aspirations, and this is a team with Super Bowl aspirations, so each and every Sunday, they're going to be compared to whoever looks like the best team in the NFL. And they haven't spent a lot of time looking like that team, but they continue to keep themselves in play by finding ways to win games when they aren't playing a better version of NFL football, a better brand of NFL football. there's no selection committee. Your resumes are measured by the W's, the L's, and the occasional T's. And the Lions still aren't in a playoff spot. What's crazy, and what I keep in mind is when you do have Super Bowl aspirations, it is probably still difficult, even for professionals, to try and, through 17 regular season games, always be playing at that peak level. They just came off a very disappointing performance at Philly, and they have ahead on Thursday a massive in-division game with Green Bay. And tucked right in between is this 2-win Giant team. And they didn't play great. Lions did not play great. They played well enough to win the game. But in this new world that we're getting used to, being a contender, they got the most important thing, and that's the win. And there's something to be said for playing a 2-win team in between two massive games where you might not be the best version of yourself. So I think that we won't care about how the Giant game looked at all if they come out and play well against Green Bay and beat the Packers on Thursday.
Correct. I'm not upset with the game yesterday. It's a win, and I know it's hard to win the National Football League, and I'll take the win. I think there were some great performances yesterday. Obviously, Jahmyr Gibbs was otherworldly with what he did with over 260 yards in offense and the 3 touchdowns and 3 massively explosive plays, including the winning touchdown in overtime. I thought Jared Goff played very well at quarterback. I thought there was only maybe one play where I was like, what is he doing? And he got spun around and just kind of threw it away and instead of throwing it at the feet. And it was a similar play to what happened against Philadelphia when Brock Wright came wide open. He just didn't have time to throw it. I think the same kind of thing happened here. He got spun around and kind of lost his bearings and got rid of the ball. And if he had an extra tick, he could look to his right and see another guy who was wide open for a touchdown. But it's okay. Because they ended up winning it. But they
scored the next play, right? Because the next play was a wide receiver screen to Amon-Ra.
I believe you're right.
Correctly. Yeah.
So
they overcame it.
And that's the thing with this team is they've got that ability. They're very, very talented. And I think the problems, if you watch yesterday's game, they're on both sides of the ball. Defensively, we talked about, I think, just missed assignments more than anything else. It was frustrating because you don't want to lose to anybody, but a bad Giant team with their backup quarterback. But you're reminded that Jameis Winston has talent. He does have talent. Offensively with the Lions, yes, they had their explosive plays and it looked great. But did the offensive line do a good enough job of protecting Goff? I think for the most part they did. Did they open up enough holes in the running game? Well, clearly they opened up enough creases that Jahmyr Gibbs took advantage of it. But the receivers let the team down with drops.
Weird, huh?
Yeah, it was weird and very uncharacteristic and at bad times. And look, there were some penalties, some really questionable calls in the game yesterday. But fortunately, after a win, you don't have to revisit that and say, what happened here? Yeah, some strange stuff happened. But it's a game, once again, where they can say, and they have said to a man, we got to clean stuff up. Well, I'm curious what they look at and say what it is that they need to clean up. Like in an honest moment, what do they have to clean up? Because that would be beneficial to all of us to understand.
Well, if it's true, okay, then that tells me it's fixable. The concern is, do you not have the horses? Can you sit here and say, we know how to protect a quarterback and we know what went wrong, but do you have the guys to execute it? And those are real questions. And it's amazing if they go back to not dropping passes, how different that game looks. Those drop passes killed drives. Those drop passes took points off the board. Those drop passes were turnovers. Like they were very, very costly. And I'm hoping that they can get through Thursday relatively unscathed and the following Thursday, and then they get the long break and finally get one of those long breaks because they go back-to-back Thursdays where they can health up because, I'm going to say something here that is weird. I really hope Amon-Ra's hurt. And I suspect that he is. I know there's stuff circulating on the internet and there's pictures until something gets confirmed because I don't trust what we see on the internet. But 248-539-9797. Let's talk to the people. We go to Ivory in Redford. What's up, Ivory?
Hey, good morning to you guys.
Hey.
Hey, I'll be real quick because I know you got callers. So my champ is Jahmyr Gibbs, of course. My chump, I don't know. Like, I'm going to say for me, it's Brad Holmes, and I'll tell you why. He's been a great GM. Like, he's built his team up very well. It's not that he's not a good GM. It's just that, and I don't know, like, if it's Dan Campbell thing or him, like, but for one, he's got to stop with these third-round project things that don't do anything for them. I think part of the problem, too, is, like, it was part golf and part – golf had a decent game, part golf, part Holmes, because they need to develop another – J-Mo, he's a speed guy. He's a good player. He's a speed guy, like a deep guy. But outside of Amon-Ra, they don't have another receiver. Like, Laporta being hurt is a killer for them.
So we'll let you finish here, but so you started the call by saying that they can't keep wasting picks on developmental guys, and then you're saying they need to develop a receiver, and that's exactly what they did this draft. They took a chance on Isaac TeSlaa with a third-round pick that they're hoping to develop.
Yeah, you're right. Like, it's kind of – I understand, like, you want to take guys, and if you see a guy that you like, but they don't even give the kid run. Like, they don't develop plays. They don't –
I suspect that might change because, Khalif Raymond left the game yesterday with an ankle injury and did not return. I don't know what his status is going to be for Thursday, but I'm guessing it's not good. That might give TeSlaa an opportunity to have more reps in the game. And with Laporta's injury, too, I think that's another opportunity.
There's a learning curve, though.
See it.
There's a learning curve. Sure. And I think they still have high expectations for him. He's on that curve right now. Jason is next. Hi, Jason.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
I am lockstep with the last caller. My champ is Brad Holmes having the courage to take Jahmyr Gibbs and not draft Bijan Robinson, not draft Jalen Carter. Everybody was losing their mind, and the Lions would be probably 2 or 3 less wins or worse without Jahmyr Gibbs. The opposite, Brad Holmes is my chump because you guys seemingly always want to – when a caller wants to go after Brad Holmes, you guys immediately come in and want to defend him. Okay, great. You take TeSlaa. They do not use him. He is not being used. You have 2 – you've just pointed out you are down 2 pass threats in Laporta and Raymond in the second half. He does not get the ball thrown to him, and I would have preferred to see those third-round draft picks be thrown to Miami and bring in the defensive end who terrorized Goff 2 weeks ago over Isaac TeSlaa, who seemingly cannot get on the field.
Brad Holmes, hey, Jason,
in the face.
Jason, Brad Holmes might agree with you.
He might.
I mean, Brad Holmes, in retrospect, might look back and go, here's a mistake I made. Here's something I'd rather do. He's not perfect. You're right about that. And I think that there's definitely going to be times where he looks back and says, I wish I had. I think every GM does. I mean, he's the net of his work is overwhelmingly positive. There are mistakes that were made. And I guess if you get to the mountaintop, it doesn't matter. Look, fine. He's got 2 chump votes. Let's continue with Dave next. Hi, Dave.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Good.
I'm going to go out of a tie for champ. I got to go with Gibbs. First off, he had a total, I believe I wrote it down, 219 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Longest run, 69 yards. I also think Stafford is a champ. 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and look what he's doing with his team. I mean, they look the best, I think, in the division right now. That's my opinion, and I just want to hear you guys say, sir.
No, they're in the conference. Yeah, Rams are playing very well. Who's your chump?
I think it's the coach of the. Actually, I know it's the coach of the Giants. Not going me. He cost them the game at the end.
So it's interesting. This is obviously going to be a debate point whether or not the Giants should have kicked the field goal or gone for it. I think when you have 2 wins going for a kill shot, there's nothing wrong with it. If it works, it's basically arguing the result. Them going for it, I don't think was that outrageous. But hey, thank you for the phone call. We'll get to our Champ and Chump nominations at 10:35. We've got your votes in 97.1.
Hey, if your garage door is making some strange noises or if it's not just working as efficiently as you've seen it work in the past, Don't delay. Get on the phone and call the great folks at Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. I know this firsthand. I had a problem with my garage doors within the last 10 years. Called the guys out. They came out to the house, diagnosed the problem, and fixed it right there on the spot. They have expert technicians in the field that have a truck that's full of all the equipment necessary to get the job done and get the job done right. Give them a call today. They offer the industry's leading warranty. It's called the Precision Promise, and all calls are answered 24/7, actually by a person. That's pretty cool. Or you can visit them on the web and schedule an appointment online at a time that works for you at precisiondoormi.com. That's precisiondoormi.com.
That's Jared Goff. And yeah, they were misfiring a lot and did enough, though, found a way. By the way, I was thinking about this afterwards. I was driving, I had a hockey game last night. I was driving to my game, and I was thinking about, is this the kind of game exactly what Dan Campbell was talking about at his introductory press conference? You'll knock us down, we'll be bleeding, but we'll keep getting back up, and we'll bite a kneecap on our way. Is this kind of what he was talking about?
Maybe.
Yeah. I wondered about that.
Well, I mean, you're not expecting the team that was 6-4 going into it to struggle with the team that was 2-8. But the result is the same. This has been the first game of the season. Yeah. And getting back to the previous caller who was complaining about Tesla, they don't even use him.
Yeah.
He had 28 snaps yesterday, was his high snap total of the season. So they're ramping him up.
Yep.
And the last 3 weeks, he went from 28.6% of the offensive snaps to 33.9% of the offensive snaps to 41.2% of the offensive snaps yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised to see that number creep up towards 50 or over 50 on Thursday if Raymond's not able to play. And, it's been building up anyway. Well, I think we'll see plenty of Isaac Tesla. I hope we do, because I think he's a very talented receiver.
I don't. First of all, I'm not disappointed in Tesla just yet. Okay, it's year one of a third-round pick rookie. He gets some time to develop here. That's one. Two is he wants him to throw to him more, and I get it. Yeah, I think somebody needs to step up. With Laporta out and Khalif Raymond goes out in the middle of that game, Tesla feels like a likely candidate. But they have him in practice every day. Players are often given what they earn in practice. Players are often given more opportunity when they prove they can handle what is being asked of them. So it's not as if Isaac Tesla is behind the scenes tearing it up and the Lions are refusing to put him on the field. They're waiting until they see, okay, he can handle A, B, or C, or whatever it is my guess. That's what stands to reason. That's what's logical, and I don't think illogical people run this organization. So you very well may get your wish in the next couple of weeks. The opportunity is there. The necessity is there. And the practice reps are going to be there with guys down. Let's go to Jake next. Hi, Jake.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
I just wanted to say I was at that game yesterday, and even though it was extremely frustrating and they didn't look great, it was an amazing atmosphere to be at, and what a great comeback win. And just the crowd was going absolutely wild. And then my champ and chump of the week, obviously Jahmyr Gibbs, and my chump is Russell Wilson going out for the coin toss in overtime with a helmet and chin strapped up. Saw that was funny when he was sitting on the bench the whole game.
I don't know how you're supposed to go out for the coin toss. That's kind of funny, but thank you.
Ready to play at all times.
Yeah, look, there's a caller that actually sounds more happy that they won the game than anything else. And as I like to say, you're entitled to feel how you feel. That's the category I'm in. I'm more happy that they found a way to win on a day they didn't play great. In a classic trap game between Philly and Green Bay, the NFL is the real deal. Even the bad teams can beat you. And there's plenty of examples of bad teams beating good teams. And there's plenty of examples of the Giants being a tough out in the last 2 weeks leading into this game. They went right down the field and scored the opening drive against Green Bay and led it 7-0. And that was a battle that went late. And they had a 2-score lead against the Bears late and lost it. Now, it's a commentary on the Giants for sure, but it's also a commentary that it's not disqualifying to have to come from behind to beat the Giants. 248-539-9797. Are you ready for Champ and Chump, Scott?
I am.
I'll let you go first today.
Really?
Well, because the champ that you're going to pick is we try not to have the same Champ and Chump. So you go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say I could have changed it because I was torn between two, but I went with the obvious one, which is going to be Jahmyr Gibbs. 264 yards total from scrimmage, 219 on the ground. You have the 3 touchdowns. He's got over 1,300 yards from scrimmage this season and 13 touchdowns total. That's keeping pace with what he did last year when he had over 1,900 yards from scrimmage and 20 touchdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs might be the best weapon in football, as you said earlier. I think it's him or Jonathan Taylor right now, or they're both making their cases. Jahmyr Gibbs is flat out explosive. The coach, the quarterback, both called him electric yesterday.
Okay, I'm going to go with the other player that I thought was the best version of himself yesterday for the Lions. That was Jack Fox. The New York Giants.
Fox was great yesterday.
Started off of punts, started 4 drives inside their 10.
The 10 are inside.
The 10 are inside the 10. One of them is because of penalty, and another one started on the 12. Jack Fox was awesome, and I will give him my Champ of the Weekend vote.
Yeah, I thought of him as well. My bigger picture was the all special teams because of what they did. But yeah, Jack Fox is a great call. My chump, and we've heard this call. We've gotten this call several times, and every time I kind of roll my eyes when I hear it. But I'm gonna pontificate this. Anyone who's ever called and said that Gibbs can't run between the tackles, that he has to stay outside to use his speed, shut up! My God, he's dynamic no matter where he runs. And yes, his long runs started between the tackles. He can run anywhere he wants. He's not labeled just to be a speedster and stick outside, and you got to have Montgomery to get the tough yards inside. Jahmyr Gibbs can get you yards wherever he wants to.
He's really, really good. We printed up some stuff from the day after he got drafted just to revisit it. It's really, really interesting. My chump of the weekend is the Eagles. 21-0 lead. You blew it. Hate to see it. I'll give you my chump. 248-539-9797 with a little side champ for the Cowboys for coming back and winning that game. Bill in Sterling Heights. Hi, Bill.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
All right, Bill.
Yeah, I just want to kind of echo what you said about the Giants. You got to just be, kind of going out of your mind if you're a Giants fan, because they the week before, I mean, they had the ball deep in Green Bay territory with a chance to tie the game at the end of the game, and I wonder if the Green Bay fans were thinking, "Oh my God, how did we barely beat the Giants?" There are no style points in the NFL. I mean, that's just a fact. But my champ and chump, Jahmyr Gibbs, he single-handedly won that game for them, and the guy's just incredible. And the chump was the pass rush. Now, Jameis Winston had a really good game, but they had until the last play where Hutch got him. Finally, they really didn't have any type of pressure on him, and it just makes you wonder. I know the Eagles. They gave up a third-round draft pick, I think, to get Jalen Phillips.
Yep.
Should we have given up a second-round draft pick? At some point,
or Runnell.
Yeah, well, I don't know, Gator. At some point, you have to say screw the picks. There has to be.
I
what's
agree.
weird
At
is
some point you have to say that. I'm not sure Jalen Phillips is the player I would say screw the picks for. But
our
I get it.
Bill, our GM seems to say it on draft day.
Yeah,
he trades on draft day. He trades draft picks. He doesn't use them nearly as much at the trade deadline.
Yeah, he takes the opposite approach, which is kind of strange. I hear what you're saying, Bill, and that is that's going to be a criticism, valid or not, but it's going to be a criticism up until the point where he finally says, "I'm going to trade a first-round pick for whatever,"
or up until the point his plan works and they win a Super Bowl.
They win a Super Bowl for sure.
If they beat Philly in the postseason, and
yeah, sure,
but until you can't do that until you do it. So
I'll be curious on Thursday who suits up on Thursday, because they've got guys that are getting really healthy, and are they going to make a difference or not? Davenport looks like he's ready to come back. Pascal could be coming back. And not that these guys are high-end pass rushers, but, Davenport is counted on to be a guy. And when he was healthy, he has shown to be, a decent pass rusher, but he's never healthy, which is the big issue. But if he's ready to come back, can he give this team anything? It'd be nice.
Jalen Phillips yesterday. And by the way, Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. And we got your vote down for the pass rush. I still would have loved to have seen Jalen Phillips in the Honolulu blue and silver. Yesterday, he played 58 snaps, which was almost all of the defensive snaps. He had 0 tackles, 0 assists, 0. He had 1 quarterback hit. That was the only stat that he accumulated. Now, that doesn't mean much.
No, but
unless he continues to do that. He's had very impactful games. Yesterday was not one of them.
His career has been filled with inconsistency, which is why one of the reasons why the Dolphins were willing to move on from him. So I get it, but we'll see. The other name who might be coming back is Hassanin.
Yeah,
the rookie that they drafted.
Yeah, they love him.
Everybody was really excited about and hasn't had a chance to play, and looks like he might get healthy enough to play.
Hey, this Thanksgiving, FanDuel is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. You start a group build, you add your pick, then you pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. You can bet $1 if you want. Others can bet more because football's even better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. I'm not a parlay guy, but have at it if you so choose. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thursday with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get started. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Stan Campbell. Kang, what was it you saw online? You quoted me this morning. Somebody posted on social media.
You're gonna have to go more detailed.
I was going to because you were the one that found it. I found a
lot of things online this morning.
It was a moral win.
Oh, yeah.
It was a moral. How did they put it?
We don't count moral victories, but this was a moral loss.
Yeah. They won the
felt like
game,
a
but it
moral
felt
loss.
like a moral loss. That's what it was. It's a great way that when you're dealing with the, you know what, I think the people that call them are really upset. After a football game, there's this big pie, right? A pie of importance. And I think the biggest slice of that pie is, did you win? If you won, that's how much of the pie is that? 60%, 75%, 90%? I think in some people's view, that's 10%. And could you run the ball? Did you stop the run? Did you, because having a third string quarterback throw for as many yards as Jameis Winston did is, I think, overshadowing, in a lot of people's view, the fact that they did find a way to win the game. They can't play that way and beat better teams. They can't. You can make a case they played much better against Philly in a loss than they did in this game. But at the end of the day, they won the game, and that's what's, I think, most important. And I'm going to be really intrigued because this is not even a footnote if they come out and play great on Thursday. Thursday's a huge game. It's a huge, huge game. And I still think they've got a much better version of themselves. I'm not going to be stunned if they play well and beat Green Bay.
I'm not going to be stunned if they beat Green Bay either. But I mean, this is it, man. This is the last 6 games of the schedule, and it is not an easy run for the Lions against the Packers. And then they take on the Cowboys, who are red hot, and Cowboys really are completely galvanized as a team now because of the death of Breland. Then they play at the Rams. Now, given it at Los Angeles is not necessarily a road game other than the trip itself, but there's going to be plenty of Lions fans there. But the Rams are playing the best football in the NFC right now. And then they finish up against the Steelers, Vikings, and Bears, and the Bears just keep winning football games and stay on top of the division with 8 wins right now. There's some tough games to go. They've got to win every opportunity they can. So when yesterday comes and goes, all you care about at the end is who won. Oh, Lions won? Great, let's move on and get to Thursday. And at the end of the day on Thursday, when you're getting ready to chow down the turkey, let's hope that the Lions win. Okay, that's all that matters.
248-539-9797. Josh in Huntington Woods. Hi, Josh.
Hey, guys. Hey. Champ of the week, Silas Swords. That performance against UConn was epic.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable. And Chump, Ohio State in the Big Ten, hear me out. Do you think the Big Ten would be proposing a sale if Ohio State didn't need or want it and Michigan didn't want it? I mean, they need one of the two. Ohio State needs this deal. They lost $40 million last year, and they're losing more this year. And so were Michigan supposed to bail out their rival? They are chumps.
Well, first of all,
most athletic departments losing money.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to. I don't think this deal is going to go through. And so I mean, it probably won't be something you have to worry about. There's a lot of people on the outside looking at the Big Ten and asking, "What are you doing?" I had a source tell me that it hasn't even been made totally clear to the Big Ten what exactly this private equity firm is buying. Like they might be putting advertising patches on the jerseys and stadium naming rights and all that stuff. So that's got to get cleared up. Silas Swords looked like Caitlin Clark against UConn. I mean, it was
basketball player.
Yeah, she's a women's basketball player from Michigan, and she looked like Caitlin Clark. It was crazy. 248-539-9797. Thank you for the phone call. Clay is next on 97.1. Hi, Clay.
Hello.
Hey.
So real quick, my champ, Jahmyr Gibbs, just a baller, run all over that field.
Yep.
Those explosive plays. The chump, all the Lions fans that were booing the team yesterday, I don't know if you heard it on the TV or not, but there was multiple occasions where the crowd was booing. So just wanted to put that out there.
Why don't you like them booing? I'm curious.
I mean, this isn't SOL. I mean, we've had great seasons, and we got a great team, and they're talented. And, hey, we might not have performed to the best of our ability, but I don't think we should be booing them based on that performance. Like, we got a long way to go to get there. And if we're going to hit one bump in the road and that's how you're going to act, are you a true fan?
Well, they're true fans. I think they could be upset and voice their opinion. I mean, there were several groan-worthy moments at the very least. And when you see drop passes, you're not going to be happy about it. When you're in the red zone and you have a drop pass that turns into an interception which takes away points, you're going to be upset about it. When you see a backup quarterback, be the recipient of a trick play and look like Saquon Barkley once he's got the ball in his hands against an NFL linebacker, you're going to be upset. When you see another trick play work to perfection, you're going to be upset. There were legitimate reasons for the crowd to react, I think, the way that they did. In the end, that place was as loud as it can be at the moments where it needed to be. When you get to overtime and they hand the ball off to Gibbs and he goes for the touchdown, did it sound like any of the fans were upset? When Aiden Hutchinson made the sack to seal the game at the end of it, and the crowd went nuts, nobody was going, this team sucks, boo.
Well,
no, the emotions changed during the course of the game.
Considering the way we travel around the NFL and this team gets supported, I don't think it's a huge deal. And they weren't playing well. People expressed their displeasure. But Chris is in Davison and next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
We're doing great.
All right. So yesterday, from what I was looking at, Jahmyr Gibbs was the equivalent of Bo Jackson and Tecmo Super Bowl. He was outrunning everyone. He was shrugging everyone to the ground. He would get into a pile of defenders and just come out the other end. And that's literally what he reminded me of. He was the equivalent of unstoppable.
It's hard to believe that we've got that guy. Because I feel like we've the bulk of my life in the NFL. I guess we did have Barry Sanders and we had Calvin Johnson, but we got that guy that's contributing to wins, and we're winning at a high level where people are disappointed after wins. He won that game yesterday for them. Jahmyr Gibbs. I dug for Jack Fox, and Jack Fox was really, really good. I don't know that anybody else would say that they were the best version of what they can be. Gibbs was. No question.
That game reminded me of a Barry Sanders game.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Where he had two really long touchdown runs, had over 200 yards rushing, and that's what Gibbs was. And Gibbs and Barry are two completely different running backs. Barry was the ultimate make you miss guy, had good speed, but didn't have great speed like Gibbs does. Gibbs is, when he gets out there, you're right. Bo Jackson, that comes to mind. Gone.
Yeah, and do you guys think by chance, I don't know if anyone's brought it up yet, do you think maybe they were kind of overlooking this game a little bit and just getting more ready for Green Bay?
I don't think they were getting more ready for Green Bay, but I do think it's possible that the ramp up to the Eagles game was so big. The ramp up to the Giants game wasn't. Now the ramp up to the Green Bay game is going to be huge. They lost the Eagles game. They lost the Eagles game, and I'm more mad about that still than I am about the win yesterday. The win yesterday, hey, they found a way to win on a day where they didn't have their best. This Giants team beat the Eagles earlier this year. This Giants team this is the peer group, right? They beat the Eagles. They did the exact same thing where they blew a late lead against Chicago. Green Bay had to battle and claw, and as the caller said earlier, the Giants had the ball driving with a chance to tie them or win it late. That's the peer group. A lot of teams in the Lions peer group have struggled with this Giants team. I'll say it again. It's not disqualifying that they had to work hard and find a way to win this game. Bob in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, Bob. Bob, are you there? Bobby?
Bob?
No good. John in Roseville, you're next. Hello, John. John, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Guys. No, I just wanted to point out I'm hearing things like Gibbs single-handedly won the game and Hutch's sack at the end. I don't think Bates is getting enough credit for keeping the game alive.
Oh, that's true.
The 59-yard
I really don't. Campbell's rally video in the locker room, I was waiting for a big old ceremony for him, and they didn't even mention his name when he was giving game balls away.
It was a big kick. Huge kick.
He mentioned him in the
only
post-game
reason
press
we won
conference.
that game.
Well, I don't think he's the only reason.
It was the ultimate reason they were able to go to overtime. But it's I think what, people might take Jake Bates a little bit for granted because they saw the big leg he had in the UFL or USFL, whatever it was, and they're just expecting him to knock down long field goals, and it's not easy to do.
Yeah,
and he poured in from 59 just inside that upright. Would have been good from a couple more yards, and that's good enough for
It
all of
wasn't
us.
pretty, but it went
No, but
through.
it went through.
It was a
So
crazy
my champ is
trajectory
Bates.
on that kick. Yeah, Jake Bates with the
My champ is Bates, and my chump is the coach of the Giants. Threw the game away.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. After the day off yesterday, the Red Wings are back in action tonight. They're over in New Jersey to take on the Devils. Detroit 13-8-1 this year. New Jersey 13-7-1, just ahead of the Wings in the Eastern Conference standings, but on a 3-game losing streak. Meanwhile, coming off a 2-1 overtime victory against the Blue Jackets on Saturday at home, Detroit has won 3 of their last 4. Pre-game coverage starts with Jeff Rieger at 6:45 right here on 97.1. The puck drop at 7 o'clock. At that same time in Indianapolis, the Pistons will be tipping off against the Pacers. WWJ has pregame coverage of that at 6:35. Detroit has, of course, won 12 straight games, and they can tie the franchise record at 13 tonight. They last did it in 2004. It was also done one other time in 1990. That's the NBA best win streak so far this season. Also, if you're a night owl and want to stay up late, you can watch number 7 Michigan men's basketball against San Diego State and the Players Era Festival out in Las Vegas. That's at 10:30. And Chauncey Billups was arraigned today in New York. The Pistons Hall of Famer appeared at the Eastern District of New York in Brooklyn and pled not guilty while facing up to 60 years in prison after being arrested by the FBI and accused of rigging illegal poker games in connection with the Italian Mafia and organized crime mob syndicate La Cosa Nostra. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
There it is.
Starting the week off right. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's a Monday, we gotta start on a good note.
So happy. I was thinking this when you read the update, the Red Wings' opponent tonight. Are the New Jersey Devils the most sinister of all the teams in sports? They're just the Devils. Like, you've got the Duke Blue Devils, there are Red Devils, there's Sun Devils, but they're just straight up Devils.
Yeah, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a conspiracy you're unraveling here?
No conspiracy. It's just straight up sinister. That's what I'm saying.
Is this the take that you came up with? When was this today?
48 seconds ago.
Oh, okay.
Like, who else is there? Blue Devils, we got Red Devils, we got Sun Devils.
Yeah.
But they're the
We got
Devils.
Devil Rays.
The Devil Rays too, right?
Yeah.
Everything else tries to soften it a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the question.
Straight up Devils.
Who's the real Devils? The New Jersey Devils, or just across the way, the Italian crime mob syndicate in New York, La Cosa Nostra?
I mean, one's a sports franchise, the other, kill people. So, and run illegal gambling and stuff. I'm going to go with...
Call in, text to who's the real Devil.
I'm going to go with La Cosa Nostra. But they're nowhere in there does it say La Cosa Diablo.
Exactly.
Whatever,
So, make your case.
This is you've made a mark early here, Update Kid. Thank you very much. 248-539-9797.
Next time, come with some cuts from the Attorney General speaking with terms like La Cosa Nostra.
I would like that. Let's remember, we're doing Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. 248-539-9797. And a ton are coming in. Feels like people can't, the collective audience can't decide if they're happy or upset. As a whole, individuals are happy and some individuals are upset. And now there's this back and forth between them. On a Monday following the Lions with their share of struggles, but they beat the Giants in a game that was frustrating throughout, but in the end they did enough. And it feels like they did just enough to win the game. Now they're back to work. As they got to play Thursday in a huge game against Green Bay. John is next on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Long-time listener. Hey, Rigger, I want to ask you a question.
All right, thanks. Neither one of us is Rigger.
Hey, what are you thinking, about if Matthew Stafford was still on this team?
I don't think the Lions would be where they're at.
I don't want to relitigate Stafford.
Well, they wouldn't have the draft picks to help build this team, and Jared Goff has been excellent. So, next.
All right, let's go to Bob in Detroit. Hi, Bob.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
If I had to describe the way I feel in one word, I'd say guilty. I feel like a guy who's had an affair out of wedlock, and so for the moment it's pleasure, and then now I have remorse.
Wow. Is this because they won that football game?
Yeah. The pleasure.
Here's a crazy thing, Bob.
We won it.
I feel like some of this response, and I guess one of the reasons why I don't think anybody should feel the least bit, as you said, guilty, but that's your authentic feeling, is my overwhelming experience with the Detroit Lions is being on the Giants' end of that loss. Or They just don't win the game and lose to a third-string quarterback. Like my whole life, up until this regime and this period and this iteration of Lions football over the last 3 seasons, my whole life, the Lions don't win that game. My whole life, they don't. The frustration leads to a loss, and so winning a game like that, I guess I'm still in the bright shiny new cars. They still have a new car smell to me. Like I get that the expectation has changed. But the expectation is to win games, and they keep winning on games where they're not playing their best. There's a better version of them in there. And last year we saw it a lot during the regular season, and it didn't help them come postseason. So I'm kind of hoping that there is a gear that they have yet to go to. I feel like we're going to learn a lot more Thursday, and we learned this last Sunday.
I agree.
So, call me. I don't know. I just can't get over all of those years and years and years of frustrating performances leading to losses. Now a frustrating performance amongst several of them this year have led to wins. They're 7-4. They're set up to make a run here with a bunch of home games. I think they rode the home crowd yesterday. I think the home crowd helped. And I think they're going to help Thursday a lot.
Well, Lions teams from 5 years ago and beyond would have lost that game. Like if they put them into the Giants position, they could have had the lead like the Giants did.
Yep.
And they would have lost the game.
Yep.
But
now,
this is a different group. This is they're prepared differently. The culture has changed completely. And when they don't have their best, they can still pull out the game, and they know it's like a wake up call. They know full well they can't play like that.
So
and beat the teams they need to beat in order to eventually win a championship.
I would very soon like to see them start operating more efficiently offensively, not dropping passes. The defense had put together some good games. Yesterday was not one of them. There's no measurement where I think that their task on Thursday defensively is easier than what they just faced. The only thing that might make it easy is an injury in the backfield for the Green Bay Packers, who yesterday was playing without Josh Jacobs. But 248-539-9797, Kang?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was weird for me because I'm definitely happy they won. I was rooting from the whole game to win because it just means so much to be, 6-5 and 7-4, completely different, especially when you're in the division they're in. And the Bears are doing so well. Packers won't lose. Vikings seem to be falling out of it right now, but those 3 teams at the top, they're all right within striking distance of each other, and they look like pretty good teams. So I'm happy they won. But I'm looking at it as a big overall picture. If you want to just focus on the game of the Giants game, Doug, I'm with you, man. They won. A win is a win. You move on. But I look at this as a whole because the expectations have changed. They're not that same team that loses these games, right? They're a team that finds a way to win. But when I look at the season as a whole, I'm not sure. As of right now, and they have time, okay, to get it together, this current squad, the 7-4 team as a whole, doesn't look like a Super Bowl team to me. And it's always the same thing almost after every win and loss. We got to clean this up. We're one play away. This is correctable. It just seems like a theme that's been happening every week. And don't tell me it doesn't pass the eye test because they made a change at offensive coordinator when they were 3rd in the league in scoring. Okay, because it didn't feel right for Dan Campbell. Something wasn't working. It wasn't flowing, whatever it was. They were averaging 29.9 points a game with John Morton as offensive coordinator, and he made a change. So I feel like they know there's something up. And the St. Brown Goff connection, whatever it is, injury, wrong page, whatever, clearly it ain't the same as what it was the years past. Something seems to be up with this team, and I'm just worried because I'm glad they won, but I feel like, is this going to be a lingering issue? If they get smoked by the Packers, everyone's going to be like, well, see, I told you. I just feel like something's off, man.
Well, there is something off. There's no question there's something off. I'm taking a big picture look, too, but I'm including Amon-Ra's track record up until this year. And this year, something has been off. Okay, and we've asked Goff about it. And if you're in Jared Goff's situation, and when we ask Goff on Tuesdays and say, and we did last week, what's off with Amon-Ra and that connection this year? And he says, look, we misfired on Sunday, but I don't think there's anything been off outside of that. If he did think there was something off outside of that, he would address it with Amon-Ra, not with us publicly. We asked the question, but there was almost no way he was going to say anything if there was something off.
Well,
how is it even debatable? There were 3 drop passes yesterday, or catchable passes that I expect him to catch, that he didn't. Something is clearly off. Can it be just he needs some rest after that when they get the long break and allow the hand to heal up? If the hand's even hurt. I hope it's hurt.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, just week to week or game to game, I should say. I mean, went 2 catches on 12 targets against the Eagles, but it was 9 catches on 13 targets against the Giants. And as you mentioned, at least 2 drop passes and maybe a third as well, depending on how you look at it. But I have to believe there's something going on with the hand as well, because it just doesn't seem like that's not what we've become accustomed to. And at the same time, this team had nearly 500 yards in total offense. They had, I think, 494 yards against the Giants. They've got the ability to get points in bunches and to get yards like nobody's business, but they are not the same team they were a year ago. The offensive line is different. There's no question about it.
And the big picture thinking includes what the Giants have done to their peer group. This is the Giants. Giants did it to Green Bay. Giants did it to Chicago. Giants beat Philly.
This was a backbreaking loss for the Giants. The way they took it afterwards, I talked about the 2 players that threw their helmets, and then you hear their coach talk afterwards how much it meant to Dexter Lawrence, who wasn't in the game on the last drive, and he was crying on the sidelines. And these guys are devastated by the loss yesterday because they have been playing better football, and they played winning football yesterday only to have it snatched away from them. And I'm sure that there's a lot of discontent there. The players aren't going to be happy with the coach's decision to go for it on 4th and goal from the 6 instead of taking the points, get the field goal, make the Lions score a touchdown to beat you at the end of regulation instead of giving them that opportunity to take a field goal, long or not, to tie it up and go to overtime.
Twin Peaks fans, we want to double down today and talk about the best happy hour in the state. That's right. When you hear these specials, it'll remind you of your college days with deals that you got when you needed to get hooked up on a budget. With dining out experiences really taking a turn in terms of service and the cost of eating out going through the roof, they've doubled down on happy hour that makes sense for everyone. They call it the $5 you call it and $7 Big Baller Shot Caller. If you're a Tito's drinker, $5. Jack Crown or Bacardi, $5. Or take it a step higher and order up a Grey Goose, Patron, or Maker's Mark for $7. There's many other options to choose from at those prices too, and what makes it even better, food deals. You could really get a shot of 22-ounce draft frozen, poured it at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, and a house-smoked chicken quesadilla, all for under $20. Haven't even mentioned the best part. It's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Happy hour runs from 3 to 6 and 10 to close. So on those Mondays and Thursdays, with football on, you can be taking in games, taking advantage of happy hour late, Monday through Thursday. You can definitely take advantage of that as Carolina plays at San Fran tonight. Come see a sports bar the way it should really feel. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. I'm Ross St. Brown talking about the drops after the game. 248-539-9797. Take a text to the same number, Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. Let's get back to your phone calls. Rodney is next on 97.1. What's up, Rodney?
Hey, good morning, guys. What up, though?
How we doing?
My champ is Jahmyr Gibbs, of course.
Yeah.
And then with my chump, I'm going to go with the Minnesota Vikings. And I'm not sure why they let Donald walk, but McCarthy, they're just not getting anything with him. So, that's it, guys. Have a good day.
All right. Take care, Rodney. Thank you. Jim is next at 97.1 to Ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How
What's
are
up?
you?
Good.
What's up? Happy early Thanksgiving. I wanted to say, Champion Chump, I really, yesterday was the first time since the Patricia era early on that I stopped watching the game and I went out and raked my leaves. Thank God I got back in for Jahmyr's run. But it was so frustrating. And I really, in terms of Chump, I lay it at the feet of Brad Holmes. I just feel like there was something he could have done. And Gator, I think you said it right before the trade deadline, like you were hoping he'd make something. And I just feel like I'm watching that guy in Philly, Phillips, and other guys around the league, and it's like, why could we have not have made some type of deal? I mean, the pass rush yesterday was virtually non-existent.
Was not a good
and I just feel great talent evaluator. I mean, we wouldn't be here without him. And like that guy who called about Stafford, like we wouldn't be here without the moves he made. But like I'm just so frustrated because I feel like we're right there, and it's just very frustrating. And my champ obviously is Jake Bates. I know Jahmyr's getting all the credit, and he should. He's awesome, but 59-yard field goal in that situation, I give that kid some credit. Chump, champ of the week, but Chump definitely Brad Holmes.
Well,
I
Jim,
really love him.
Maybe this is going to help, and I hope that this will help. And they got part of it yesterday with DJ Reed coming back, and I thought there were lots of missed assignments in the pass defense game, and that's something that could be easily straightened out, I think, just by getting back on the same page as opposed to being out-talented. The other thing is not only DJ Reed coming back, but you're likely to get back Kirby Joseph and Terrion Arnold really soon. I'm hopeful that Arnold can play on Thursday. I don't know when Joseph's going to come back. Maybe it's Thursday. Maybe it's against Dallas. But getting those guys back, you're starting to get back the back end of this defense, which can be really good. And the back end helps out the front as much as the front helps out the back. And getting guys healthy will matter. Hassanen coming back gives a player that's going to have a high motor. Davenport, if he can stay healthy for a couple games, great, because those couple games he might give you some pressure.
I hope so, guys. And I am thankful, like you guys said, about 5-6 years ago, we would have been on the losing end of that effort. And I totally agree. I mean, we always found a way to lose a game.
It's incredible.
Jim Caldwell. But it is nice to know we are the team now that plays like crap and still can find a way to win. But I just wish we had one more guy in that trade deadline. That was my Christmas wish. I didn't get it yet. So
yeah, no, I hear you. It's if Phillips, especially if he continues to he made zero impact yesterday against Dallas, but could he potentially down the stretch? Yeah, he could. But as you said, Gator, one of the knocks on him was his inconsistency. 58 snaps, and the only stat he accumulated was a QB hit. But that doesn't mean he wouldn't help Detroit. So I hear you. 248-539-9797. AJ in Belleville, you're next. Hi, AJ.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I want to give a champ and chump and give some quick optimism from the game yesterday and also a concern. So, champ of the week, I want to give a shout-out to Dexter High School for making their first-ever state finals. That is big time. Chump of the week is and I don't want to bash the guy too much, but Derek Barnes, dude, you got to make that tackle, man. When I seen Jameis, I mean, he's the slowest guy on the field, dude. And when I seen him miss that tackle, I different play, but I have flashbacks of that Dallas game where he missed that. He didn't go for it, sack in the end zone. No. I don't know what. It's like he's there sometimes, and sometimes he's mentally not there. But
the good news is that after he missed that tackle on Dak Prescott in the end zone in that Dallas game, the good news is he then went on a tear and started making some really important plays. Let's hope that the same thing can happen here, because Derek Barnes has been very good for the Lions this year. That was not a good look for a play that really apparently he wasn't even supposed to be in on, but recognized what was going on and took off after it to try to make a play on it, and then eventually didn't make a play.
Yeah, that's why I said I don't want to bash the guy too much. It was just the look of him trying to tackle Jameis Winston. It looked bad. A little optimism, though, man. So, I mean, it was an ugly game yesterday. We're missing pieces. You know what I mean? We got a lineman out. We got Laporta out, which is huge. I mean, we're missing a couple of parts on defense. With that being said, they still put up 34 points. We still won the game with a little assistance from the Giants coaches. So my concern going forward, and I heard you guys, kind of saying something's not right with Amon-Ra and with the offense and everything, and I totally agree. And I think what's not right or what was going wrong yesterday was the absence of Sam Laporta. Him going over the middle and being that safety valve for Jared Goff, I think that is big time for him. It also opens the Laporta being on the field, opens the field up a lot more for Amon-Ra. So guys that can't really double team him and key on him like that. So my concern going forward is, they won't be able to adjust to, or Goff won't be able to adjust to Laporta being out for the rest of the season. I'm hoping that maybe they start doing like some split backfields with Gibbs and Montgomery on the field at the same time. Maybe split Gibbs out to the receiver position and try to get some big impact plays.
They've been doing that.
Yeah, there's definitely some tweaking. Tesla can be used in a different role. It's crazy. They had 5 drop passes and some critical ones.
The Lions.
Yes, the Lions. One that was intercepted when they were in field goal range. Others on third down. There were 3 targets to Jameson Williams, 0 catches. Ones that would move the chains. It's so uncharacteristic. We're getting to the point where we're hoping that Amon-Ra's hurt. But bottom line here is you cut that number in half. I'm not sure they don't. If you have 2 drop passes, and that's a lot for a game, how different do they look? Because those are drive killers. Those are points. 248-539-9797. Bill and Davison. Hi, Bill.
Hey, how you doing today?
What's up?
What's up? Well, I just want to my champ and chump for today.
Mm-hmm.
My champ is Jimmy from the Detroit Lions, and my chump is the Detroit defense.
You mean Jameer?
Yes.
Okay.
The Detroit defense.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, is it time for you to get a new garage door and you're not sure what to do about it? I'll help you out. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today to get that new garage door. They've got a warehouse that's just chock full of brand new garage doors waiting to be installed. So the good news for you is, in some cases, you can get that new garage door installed in less than 24 hours. This is amazing. They offer same-day service and emergency repairs are available. And on weekends, they're available at no extra charge. Now, I've gone through this myself. I had to go over to the house and do some repair work on the garage doors. And then they told me years down the road, I'm going to need new garage doors. And I called Precision. It was awesome because John and Jeff walked me through the entire process, showed me all the options I had to look for. Eventually, I picked out the perfect doors for my house. I'm confident they're going to help you do the exact same. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit their website and schedule an appointment online at a time that's going to work for your schedule at precisiondoormi.com.
They did. And they got a massive game Thursday that they have to play better in at some point here before the end of the year to give anybody any faith going into the postseason. Well, first of all, they have to keep winning to make the postseason. But secondly, to give anybody faith going into the postseason, they got to find another gear and eventually clean things up. Ultimately, though, I mostly agree with him. Given that I've done so many, we together, Scott, have done so many Monday shows where they lose that game. Now, the bar is higher than it's ever been. The expectations have changed. I think Campbell's a good coach. I think this roster's good. And I think whatever ails them is something that's fixable. They looked better last year in the regular season with, not exactly the same team, but damn near close to it. And so, I'm not giving up yet. Certainly not after that win. 248-539-9797. Anything to add or get right back to the calls?
Let's get right back to the call.
Matt is in Grand Blanc, and he is next. Hello, Matt.
Hey, guys. You have a great show, by the way. Just saying.
Thank you.
My champ is Bates, first of all. I would love to have that draw on my driver.
Wow. That ball started to the right and then came back to the left. And it's one of the most unbelievable kicks you will see.
Yeah, it absolutely did. My chump, unfortunately, is going to be Brad Holmes. He's done some really good things. He's brought this franchise back to being important and significant, but he's also, I think, missed the ball on making them better. With Laporta being out, give Tesla the playbook and dumb it down for him a little bit, maybe, if he needs to, and make him be the new Laporta for the rest of the year. And I think that would be a great use of that third-round draft pick. What do you think?
It sounds like you have a bigger problem with the way the coaches are using him than Brad Holmes. Do you think he's capable? Matt, you think if he was given more, he was capable?
I think he's capable.
Because you just chumped the guy who took him, and then it sounds to me like you have a bigger issue with the way he's being used.
No, my Brad Holmes thing was like in the trade deadline and stuff. Like he didn't do anything. With Tesla, I think we could actually give him the playbook for Laporta, and he could kind of fill in the gap that we're going to end up having.
Well, Matt, I would say this. I agree with some of that, and I've voiced that to a degree. To me, it's about the routes that Laporta would have, but Sam Laporta you're a tight end. It's not just about catching a football. It's about blocking at the line of scrimmage and taking on big guys and holding your own. And Isaac Tesla is a 210-pound wide receiver. He's not a 250-pound tight end. There's a little bit of a difference there. That being said, I still wouldn't mind if they just drew up passing plays, went to the playbook where Laporta was, where Laporta wasn't lined up tight to the line, but he was lined up in a slot or he's lined up wide. Let's use Tesla in that manner. I have no problem with that. And even more specifically, when they get down into the red zone, I'd love to see Tesla out there every snap in the red zone because he's a mismatch.
Well, certainly now, because remember this, when they were fully healthy, Tesla's practice reps with the ones he wasn't going to get a ton.
No.
Because they had to get their starters reps. As guys have started to come up lame here, he's going to get more reps in practice and very well may get more opportunity moving forward. In fact, it's hard to imagine he's not. Out of necessity, he's likely going to get more opportunity here, but he also will get more reps in practice. The learning curve gets steeper. Once you get in the season, you're trying to develop your guys, but most importantly, you're trying to win on Sunday. And you don't want to sacrifice practice reps between the starters to try and bring a player up to speed any more than you have to, but you still are trying to bring that player up to speed. He will get more first-team reps this week is my guess, depending on the severity of Raymond's injury. Was there an update after the game? I didn't see.
No,
Dan Campbell
didn't say anything about it. It was just in the press box when they made an announcement to the press that Khalif Raymond would not be returning to the game. He was downgraded.
Kang, did you see any update on Raymond?
No, just the ankle, and he was out for the game, like Gator said.
Yeah. Let's get back to your phone calls. Dustin is next. Hi, Dustin.
Hey, fellas. I don't know if that was Jonathan Vilma that called on Jimmy Gibbs or not, but what a game. So champ and chump, my champ and chump is Brad Holmes. So first, I'll never apologize for a win, but we can criticize Holmes, but you also got to give him praise for cheap guys like Roy Lopez and Thomas Harper. I mean, if we didn't have Harper right now on the back end filling in for Joseph, I don't know what that would look like.
They probably won the game yesterday, Dustin, on the backs of one of his most controversial draft picks ever. You can't take a running back that high, and a kicker he unearthed from the USFL.
Yeah, and look, and Lopez, for as cheap as he is, I mean, this guy's been a stud. And, it's funny.
Plays. It feels like the last few games he's made plays in the last 3 or 4 games that you notice him. Like, who is that? Oh, that's Lopez again.
Yeah. And it's funny. I saw a tweet, from a few years ago criticizing Holmes for taking Gibbs at 12 and Jack Campbell at 18. And look at those two. I mean, so you got to look, he may not have done everything we wanted at the deadline. And I agree with that. I think we should have made a run for Jalen Phillips. I think it would have helped tremendously. In the same breath, we are, and Doug, you mentioned this earlier, we're 7-4. We used to lose these games. Some of these issues, the offensive line may not be fixed this season. But whether we're a Super Bowl team or not this year, this regime has us in the right spot, and they make the most of what they have. I can't say enough about Campbell. I mean, this guy, he believes in his guys for them until they believe in themselves. And I think that sums it up for him. So I'm pumped about a win. I mean, this is a game we lose every time in every other era outside of Campbell.
Now, expectations have risen, but, the biggest, there's one massive box at the top of every game checklist, and that's win the game, and they checked it. Outside of that, I will say it's not as if the coaches watch the film and go, everything's perfect.
Right. What do Roy Lopez, Alex Anzalone, Derek Barnes, and Aiden Hutchinson all have in common?
They play football for the Detroit Lions.
That's right, Doug.
Boom.
And they all had 6 tackles in the game yesterday.
Wow.
And Lopez knocking the ball down the line or tipping at the line of scrimmage. He had a tackle for loss. This guy is just showing up every game, making something happen.
Let's go to Matt in Sterling Heights. You are next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Okay.
So, for me, the chance JB Bickerstaff, I mean, I was worried almost Ivy's coming back. All these guys were injured. They're coming back. How's he going to integrate them? They didn't miss a beat with a full team, probably 12 players deep. That team just, I wouldn't make a trade, but I just think the way he's worked that team has just been beyond belief.
He deserves a ton of praise.
12 in a row.
Crazy. And Chump, kind of like everyone else, is Brad Holmes. I mean, what he did in his first 3 years, he has taken 2 years to undo. It's not just about the trade deadline. I mean, that Tesla trading picks to pick a guy that we could have picked or signed an equivalent non-factor for nothing, then giving Jameson the huge contract, then not playing Tesla, Jameson. I mean, it goes from bad to worse. Then no free agents come in to take the spot of people that we knew were leaving.
Well, that's not true. That's not true.
Well, I would say not enough.
Well, I mean, they got the best cornerback in the free agent market in DJ Reed.
Right.
To replace
because
Carlton
they
Davis.
They lost the other one.
Well, yeah, but that was your point. You said they didn't pick up anybody to replace guys that they clearly needed to do, and they absolutely did that.
He is. It seems to me like he's putting the bare minimum into place. He's trading for toys. He's giving up valuable draft picks.
I'll
for
say
toys
this, Matt,
we
and to a point, I do agree with you to a point, and I think it's an observation we made weeks ago, if not months ago. What Brad Holmes does, he doesn't subscribe to the F them picks when it comes to the offseason and acquiring players in trades. He does perhaps do that when it comes to the draft itself. He is one of the bigger movers and shakers on draft days in the NFL. But when it comes to the trade deadline, not as much, even though he has made trades in the past at the trade deadline, didn't do one this year. I don't think I would chump him by any means, and I think the Lions were dealt a really tough blow in this offseason after the draft when Frank Ragnow announced that he was going to retire. Now, they did kind of prepare for that. They drafted 2 offensive linemen this year I think they drafted 2 last year. So they have tried to rebuild and refortify that offensive line, and some guys have been hurt.
I feel as though the Brad Holmes slander needs to kind of stop here, and I'll tell you why. These calls and these chump votes sound to me like calls and chump votes that come after they don't make the playoffs.
Like, hold on to him.
Nobody has said fire him yet.
Yeah.
But my feeling is that the motivation behind all these calls is that people, or they get bounced early in the playoffs. People are giving up on the season after yesterday's win. And so they're chumping the GM because there's no way that what he's put together is going to find the other gear or be able to win on a large level here. And I could get on board could get on board with some of this after a disappointing finish to the season.
Well, like we say, let it play out. But yes, I do agree with
you. It's not a hot
people,
take.
No, people are looking at this team and they're saying, I don't think they've done enough. I don't think it's good enough to compete for a Super Bowl. Look how the Rams are playing. They lost to Philadelphia, which is a team that many think might be the best team in the NFC. And the schedule upcoming is brutal, with the Packers and the Cowboys and the Rams all coming up before you can blink an eye.
Well, I think there's been several brutal stretches throughout this year, but at the end of the day, I love that the first 2 of those games are at home. Fans can make a difference. And I feel like this Giant game isn't even a footnote if they come out and play well on Thursday and beat one of the teams that is in competition to win the NFC.
Scary they gave up over 500 yards in offense yesterday, though.
Yep. Well, of course. Yeah. If they play poorly again, they're in big trouble. 97.1 The Ticket. At CGC Home Services, they know your family's health and comfort come first. That's why they provide top-quality plumbing solutions, advanced Connecticut water treatment, and air purification technology proven to reduce 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. We've got them in our house, and you should too. The faucets, well, we got the Connecticut system. The air we breathe, gets filtered. CGC Home Services is here to protect what matters most, your family. Call CGC Home Services today at 855-339-4242 for cleaner water, cleaner air, and complete peace of mind. 855-339-4242 or visit cgchomeservices.com. Jared Goff after the game. You know what I'm realizing? I'm realizing that there's absolute truth. The people that are chumping Brad Holmes, at the core of that belief has to be give up on the season, right? It has to be. They have to believe that they can't play better than they did yesterday or some of these other games. I mean, the week before, you can include that too, that there's no other gear, right? I mean, you wouldn't go there unless you're giving up, I suspect.
I don't know if it's the giving up. It's just there are plenty of fans out there that always think the worst, and you have to prove it to them all the way to the end, and I understand that. But what their eyes are telling them now is that this is not a team that is going to be contending for a Super Bowl because they have too many flaws and there's holes in the game. Now, does that mean, I guess technically that means that the season's over with for them, but they're still going to watch because
I'm not saying, I'm just saying,
to prove otherwise.
I was trying to figure out during the commercial break, okay, what's motivating this flurry of Brad Holmes for chump calls? And I'm like, why would I ever think Brad Holmes is a chump? If I'm fully convinced that they can't play better and well enough to make any kind of run.
I think it's the fact they didn't have a single sack in the game yesterday until the last play of the game, literally the last play of the game. So the big criticism from fans over the last couple of years is finding another edge rusher to go alongside with Aiden Hutchinson. And they haven't found that consistent guy yet, and that's going to still be there. Even though at the trade deadline, I think it was obvious that wasn't the number one need that you had to address, and they addressed none of it.
Yeah. And I guess you want those sacks because they help you win. They didn't get any of them till the end.
Well, you got a
but they won.
But I mean, Jameis Winston throws nearly 400 yards in the game. They're averaging over 20 yards a completion.
Yeah.
Pass rush would help mitigate that.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Perry in Garden City. Hi, Perry.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, Perry.
Great show, as always.
Thank you.
But I just wanted to say real quick before I get to my champion chump, I am a big concern about the drops. The one that J-Mo had on the sideline, man, he probably still be running right now.
Yeah.
So the game would look totally different if they actually catch the ball. I don't know what's going on with Amon-Ra St. Brown, but hopefully they can get that straightened out. But my chump is the individual that called probably about 45, 50 minutes ago and chumped all the fans that were in the stands booing at the Tangy Balungo that was going on the field, because I was one of the fans in the stands. But my champ would be two champs, actually, Jahmyr Gibbs and the referee that kept his flag in his pocket when Aiden got his sack, because it did look like he unweighted himself. And I was scared. I'm looking around for the flags. I thought they were going to call him for a hip drop tackle.
Yeah, it was close.
Keep that drive alive.
I didn't think it was a hip drop. I thought the way he threw him to the ground was different than just dragging him to the ground. But it was close.
Yeah.
Thank you for the phone call, Perry. We go to John. You're next. Hi, John.
Hey, how are you doing, guys?
What's up?
I think Amon-Ra is hurt. I mean, if you watched his podcast, he was talking about during the Bengals game, he had that deep bone bruise on his wrist and his palm, and he showed it. When it's black and blue, I've had a deep bone bruise in my hand. You can't even squeeze your fingers. I can more or less catch a football coming that fast. So I have a feeling that is attributing to his drops, because he's never doing that.
It just feels like he has to be hurt. And, until they get it confirmed, and I know there's a lot of online speculation, and see this here, and look what he's doing with his hand, and here's a picture of his hand where it's bruised. And I things can be doctored and manipulated. I don't know why they would be, but they do get doctored and manipulated. So until I hear it from a doctor out of the horse's mouth, I don't want to assume he's hurt, but he's playing like it. It would explain a lot. He's still catching a lot of footballs too, though.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But I think that goes back to him, too, though, because, he's just a fighter. I think he's going to try to catch anything he can.
He had 9 catches on 13 targets yesterday, scored a touchdown, 149 yards. It was a good day, even with the drops mixed in. But they're not going to come out and say, here's the part of my body that hurts opponents.
All right.
No. Did you also notice, I think if the Giants would have went third and long every play, they would have got 30 yards. Because they were just...
Oh, we lost you. They were just what? Yeah, they'd had way too many big plays. And Kelvin Shepard talked about those big plays and giving up big plays last week. And I'm going to be intrigued to hear. He probably won't talk this week because it's a short week. But
yeah, they had the double pass on the first drive was a 39-yard play on 3rd and 2. that went for the touchdown. Yeah, they had a number of big plays. Like I said, every pass it felt like was going for over 20 yards. It was the average.
Terry's in Detroit and next. What's up, Terry?
Hey, what's happening, fellas? Good show.
Thank you.
All right, I got a couple of points to make. Number one, does David Montgomery still play for this team, and is he injured that we don't know about? Because for some reason, and I'm not arguing that Gibby doesn't deserve the touches, but David Montgomery isn't getting any touches at all. Didn't see him at all yesterday.
Well, he got
Secondly,
8.
He had 8 touches?
Well, yeah, he had 5 carries and he had 3 pass receptions, and he's also in there to block.
Okay,
for pass blocking.
but I like him wearing down those defenses. Then he's perfect. Then once they're good and wore down, okay, here comes Gibbs. That's what I'm used to getting.
Did you have a problem with Gibbs running for 219 yards yesterday?
No, I have no problem with that.
Okay.
I'm just saying, we have a 2-back system that had been working.
Well, yesterday
and
was
it worked yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was 2 out of 3 snaps went to Gibbs. I mean, he's emerging as one of the best weapons in the league, and I'm going to guess, Terry, that most people want more Gibbs, not less.
I don't want less, but I want more Montgomery. I mean, we have offensive weapons, and even down to
But
J-Mo.
why? But let me ask you this: why? Because I think there's a misconception that you have, and this was actually my chump of the week. The misconception, I think, is that Jahmyr Gibbs can't run between the tackles because he's too fast.
No, I don't think that. I just think that Montgomery, I love what he does. I love hard-nosed backs. I'm an old school guy.
So you'd rather see 3 yards in a cloud of dust than the ability to go for 70 and a touchdown.
No, I'll take that as well.
All
I
right.
just like to see defense get broken down, But then also, secondly, strength of schedule. I mean, we have one of the hardest schedules this season. I mean, so we got to keep that into account. We're going to be broke down come to playoffs if we can make it.
I when you can get away with maybe not going to your best weapon any more than you have to, great. I would agree.
There will be games, the last 6, there will be Montgomery games as opposed to Jahmyr Gibbs games.
I would suspect there'll be plenty of games where they use Gibbs early to build a lead. Look, Gibbs is like
they had 500 yards in offense yesterday.
I mean, you have to
237 of it came on the ground.
You have to take away from something, so I guess he'd throw less. Jeremy in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hi, Jeremy.
What's up, gentlemen? How you boys doing?
Okay.
Let me start off, Doug. I do think the Lions.
Hey, do you have us on speaker or something? There's a lot of background noise. I'm wondering if you can.
I'm sorry. I'm at work, so it's just background noise. So if you can't hear me, I apologize.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll make it real quick. I think people feel the way they feel about Brad Holmes, even though I think we can still win the Super Bowl this year. But when it comes to a GM, we look at them adding to a team in 3 ways: draft, free agency, trade. He's been really good at one in building the team up, but I don't think he's been good at the other 2 phases that you add players to a team. So, yes, even if we go on a run at the end of the year, I don't think it's because he added anything to help us. I think it'll be more like when we get the Legion of Boom, I don't think that's a credit to him. I think that
why not?
Guys stepping
Those are
up.
guys that he got cheap.
Okay. But even saying you got the guys cheap, yes, they can stand up for a game, but then you give up 400, 300 and something yards to Jameis Winston.
Okay, fair enough. But if they're the ones to blame, I would if the Legion of Whom helps them win, I think that's actually a huge feather in his cap. Could he have done more? I mean, people think he could have done more. I'd love to know the trades he turned down. I'd love to know why he didn't make more moves. 97.1 The Ticket.
Out in New Jersey, the Red Wings will take on the Devils tonight. They've won 3 of their last 4 games, which includes a 2-1 overtime victory against the Blue Jackets at Little Caesars Arena on Saturday. The Devils are 13-7-1 this year, but have lost 3 straight games. Jeff Rieger hosts pregame coverage right here on 97.1 at 6:45. The puck drop at 7 p.m. In Indianapolis, the Pistons at the same time will be getting ready to take on the Pacers. That broadcast is available on WWJ tonight. Jaden Ivey returned to action in his first game since breaking his leg last January. That was on Saturday against the Bucks. He had 10 points on 4 of 6 shooting in 15 minutes. He spoke about that performance in his first time back after the game. Tonight, the Pistons will try to tie the franchise record for consecutive wins at 13. And number 7, Michigan men's basketball is out in Las Vegas taking on San Diego State. They will tip off in the Players Era Festival at 10:30 p.m. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I want to give a shout out to so I was out Saturday night at Royal Oak Music Theater, saw the band Blue Oyster Cult play. The Mugs opened up for them. I'm friends of the Mugs, so those guys were kind enough to leave me a ticket, and I met a bunch of listeners. They could not have been nicer, and they were awesome from all areas. It was really cool. Nice show. Good to see the old guys get up there and still perform. They can still rock it, man.
Can they?
Yeah.
You enjoyed yourself?
I did. It brought a smile to my face.
Good for you.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, so Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. A little surprised, maybe I shouldn't be, that the run. I'll just tell you right now, Brad Holmes is winning Chump of the Weekend following the Lions win over the New York Giants, led by Jahmyr Gibbs, who went off. And, I mean, is he going to be NFC Offensive Player of the Week, do you think? Think there's a good chance?
Yeah, I think that Jahmyr Gibbs has it. I thought for a second there that Stafford might be ready to take it from him, but Stafford didn't do anything in the second half. In the first half, he was brilliant. In the second half, they just kind of, go through the motions and win the game last night. But
we've got the guy right now, the most dangerous weapon. You know, it's funny. We printed up a show we did after the draft. And one of our topics was, so people think Holmes blew this. This is the day after the first round where they took Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell. So people think Holmes blew this and it's going to doom the Lions. That was one of the things that we were discussing the day after he was taken. And Brad Holmes 6 was the cut we played. And we said, he kept saying it over and over again. Jahmyr Gibbs isn't just a running back. He's emphasizing he's a weapon over and over. They're clearly going to use him in a variety of ways. These were some of the show notes we had after the Jahmyr Gibbs draft pick. Jahmyr Gibbs was awesome yesterday. And he almost single-handedly won the game. Bates deserves credit. Jack Fox deserves credit. And others made some plays here or there. But Gibbs was every bit the weapon that they hoped he could be. And looks great. Looks great. So let's see if they can find another gear. Because what they did yesterday was find a way to win on a day where they were not playing great. They need to play better. That's a full stop. They need to play better. The question is, can they? And what's clear, I think, by all the chump votes that Brad Holmes is getting is that people don't really believe that they can. So we'll have to see if they got another gear. If they don't play better, they won't beat Green Bay on Thursday. That's for sure. This Giant game is maybe not even a footnote if they come out and play well and beat Green Bay. 248-539-9797. Anything to add or back to the phones?
Let's get back to the phones. Got a lot of people want to talk about this.
Bob is next on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. I always appreciate your show.
Thank you.
Couple comments about the game before I get to my champ and chump. I was shocked at Branch when he took that penalty for a hit I thought surely he was going to get thrown out of the game for that hit. He led with his helmet to helmet. I thought he should have gotten thrown out of the game, but we were lucky he didn't. Second, I think one of the problems is the rush is coming up through the center of the line. Sewell and Decker pushing their guys to the side, but there's no place for Goff to step up into because they're coming right up the middle. My next comment would be Jameis Winston proved that he is a good backup quarterback.
Yeah.
He missed a couple wide open guys that Love is not going to miss on Thursday. So they're going to have their hands full. In my champ, while Gibbs is clearly should be the champ, but I'm going to give it to Jake Bates. 59-yard field goal, time expires, and he keeps us in the game. That's a hell of a play.
Huge.
My chump is the NFL owners. These guys are just grinding these players into the ground. This isn't a championship about who is the best team. It's the team who has the most depth. And I don't know. I think 3 or 4 years ago, I saw the average length of time for a player in the NFL was 4.5 years. I'll bet that's really going
I don't
down.
I could go back to a 16-game schedule if given the choice. They're more likely to be at 18, but I agree with you. It's sadly too much of the who's left at the end is about attrition. I hate that.
Yeah, the league makes tons of money. Players like to make tons of money because it's obviously tied into the revenues there. But I feel like is the cost worth it to add these extra games on the schedule? There's 17 now. It's going to be 18, no question, soon. They'll probably lop off one of the preseason games to accommodate for that as well. But these guys are just getting destroyed out there because it's such a violent sport.
Spencer is next on 97.1. Hello, Spencer.
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Good.
All right.
So champ of the week. Champ, got to go between Gibbs, obviously, and Jack Fox. He threw it under the 20, even though our defense didn't provide that. But my one question is, when I look at the box score, it seems like Amon-Ra St. Brown is the only one who catches balls. 13 targets for St. Brown, 12 targets for Gibbs, and then the next closest is Brock Wright for 4 targets. Who is the number 3 that steps up, and, how do we at least
pretty disappointing game for Jamison Williams.
Well, he dropped a couple passes, and I think that doesn't help. But I also think that there was a pass rush that was on Jared Goff yesterday as well. And his own admission, he said that he threw the ball too much to Jahmyr Gibbs in the game, and that means that he's just going to that check down quickly as opposed to looking at another receiver. So I think that's something that will evolve. I think it's worth pointing out, though. You'd like to see a wide receiver step up and be that guy who's the number 2 option. But without having Sam Laporta and now without Khalif Raymond, maybe there's going to be opportunities.
Yeah, I know that Khalif went down, but he had that awesome catch. So,
yeah,
I mean, we got to find a wide receiver 3 at least to look at, Tim Patrick, someone who was back in the day who was actually doing things.
Yeah, the Patrick loss, my guess is deep down they envisioned Khalif Raymond or Isaac Tesla to be a little bit further ahead right now. But
I'd love to ask, I think the question to ask is really of Dan Campbell, what he sees in practice from wide receiver 3 and 4 and 5 on the roster. Are these guys, if he could be honest with the media and ask about, are they progressing enough in practice where you trust them completely in the game, or are they still learning on the job here? Which I could understand for someone like Tesla, who's a rookie, but we're through 11 games on the schedule now. You would expect these guys to know the route trees and all that. So
248-539-9797. Here's some feedback, Gator, from a lot of Champ and Chump votes. Johnny in Rochester. Champ Gibbs went beast mode. No Gibbs, no win. Chump, Giants head coach, you kick the field goal there, you win that game. Remember, if they kick the field goal, the Lions are starting at 25 or 30, and so they would probably have gotten a couple throws into the end zone at the end of that to win the game. Maybe they wouldn't have completed any of them. Got it. Yep. They went for the kill shot. Didn't work out. There are tough decisions made at the end of games. You get paid to get them right. And I don't think there's anything wrong with what he did, but when you get them wrong, you open yourself, if you don't execute, you open yourself up to this criticism.
Well, you can certainly argue it both ways. And I think if you're a Giants fan, you're probably fine with it because it's a bad team. And the loss puts you to 2-9. It gives you a higher draft pick, and that's what you care about at this point in time. You're looking at mock drafts. It's not that long ago we as Lions fans were looking at the same thing. And if that had happened in Detroit to a team that was 2-8 going into it, I think we might be singing a different tune. But from a player standpoint, players want to win games. And it was devastating to them that they lost that game. And that's a play that I think the players would love to have kicked the field goal, put them up by 6, forced the Lions to score a touchdown in order to beat them.
And if the Lions had scored a touchdown, it'd be get ripped for not going for the kill shot there. But that's the job. Kafka's trying to keep the job. Like, he wants to be the head coach. So.
That's not happening.
Well, that didn't help. Champ, Jaden Ivey getting back to the level of talent on this first-place team is scary. Chump, anyone not concerned by yesterday's performance at home? I don't know how many people aren't concerned, but Champ is the Pistons for their grit play style. Chump, the Lions for their gritless play style. That's from Rich in Harrison Township.
I don't think that was gritless. I think grit is why they won. They were down by 10 points in the fourth quarter.
On an off day.
Yeah.
And they found a way to win.
As much as we want to, you could criticize either way the decision not to kick the field goal, they had to make a play on 4th and goal from the 6. And they made the play. Rock Yassin made the play.
Yeah. They had to then put together a drive to get into field goal range. They made that play.
Yeah. And then Jake Bates made the kick. He made the play. And then you got to have an offensive line that's going to give that crease, give that ability for Jahmyr Gibbs to do what Jahmyr Gibbs does.
Yeah, if that wasn't...
Thanks, Penei Sewell. Thanks, Brock Wright. Thanks, Amon-Ra St. Brown. All you guys did your job, and boom, he's gone.
Yeah, I think there was some grit displayed yesterday, but guess it depends on your definition. Carson Anderson, 97-1. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're in feast mode this month, so gobble up the savings on your new Silverado. Lisa 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4. For only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount, Costco and current lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends December 1st. There's Dan Campbell after the game. What it feels like a moral loss. Lions win in overtime over the New York Giants in a frustrating game, but hey, they got the W, and we all know they have to play better. If they don't play better than that, Thursday's not going to be pretty. And I'm sensing there's a lot of listeners out there that don't think they have that gear any longer based upon the phone calls we have gotten. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jake in Auburn Hills. You are next. Hello, Jake.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
I got 2 points. First one is I want to say that we're calling this game an off game, and it was an off game for the defense. The defense in general has been, they've been pretty solid throughout the year, pretty consistent. This game, they had terrible penalties on third down and fourth down, really bad plays like that. So I could call that an off day. The thing I can't call an off day is this interior offensive line, which game after game, they allow pressures to Goff, and that just messes up the whole offense. Every time the defensive tackles are just feasting on Goff. You just see right up the middle every time, and it's really frustrating, which brings me to my second point is why I want to chump Brad Holmes, unfortunately. I love the guy, but I just think the last 2 off seasons he did not address the 2 most pressing needs, which was the offensive line and the defensive line. And we're seeing, that's what's so frustrating is we're so close, and it seems to me that he just could have done more, That's just how I see it.
So Jake, here's what he's done the last couple of drafts. In this past draft, 2025, he drafted Tate Ratledge and Miles Frazier. Both are interior offensive linemen. Last year, he drafted Giovanni Manu and Christian Mahogany. Again, interior offensive linemen. He's used 4 draft picks in the last 2 drafts to get the offensive lineman. Last year, they went out and they got Zeitler in free agency. I think they've done some things to the offensive line. What they didn't do was acquire an offensive lineman at the trade deadline when it looked like it was a pressing issue because of injuries to these people. But I don't think it's fair to say you didn't try to address it because they've tried to address it.
Well, I agree that maybe he tried to address it, but I don't think with the sense of urgency that was necessary because while I think Manu was a project, and Sanders is a late-round pick, and even Mahogany has panned out, but he was also a late-round pick, and they let Kevin Zeitler go. And the thing is that when they saw the fruits, coming out over here, that the offensive line was not as good as they thought it was, I think they should have, really, really splurged at the deadline. Spend the first-round pick if you have to. And my thing is, I just believe if Howie Roseman was the GM, and I love Brad Holmes, but I just see Howie Roseman making the necessary moves. And I think if he had the Lions' offensive line, I think he would have spent a premium to get this offensive line Super Bowl.
What's going to be interesting is they did make a move this year, the Eagles. They didn't last year and won the Super Bowl. They made no moves at the trade deadline and won the Super Bowl.
Well, they made their big move in the offseason.
They did make a big move in the offseason, but the Lions made a big move getting DJ Reed. Like that was the number 1 corner on the market at a position of need, and they went and got him. Now, what you have to keep in mind is you can't spend at a huge level at every position. So you try and figure out where you hope that you can get away with a lesser paid player to keep the books balanced because it's a cap league. And maybe that gamble was going with some of these young guys in the interior of the offensive line. The great thing about young players is they have the opportunity to get better, right? Can Mahogany return and help this group? Will Ratledge get better as snaps go on, as he gets more and more reps at this level? Will Frazier be a factor before this season is done? Can he play better than some of the guys in the interior offensive line where maybe they have to move some people around? There's still time to address those things, but obviously not to the satisfaction of that caller. Gary.
Let me just say this, regarding the Eagles, their defense is fantastic, right?
Yep.
But offensively, they're bottom 3rd in the league in total yards. So that's been a problem with them on offense. Point-wise, where are they point-wise? I think they're kind of in the middle with points.
Philly?
Philly is averaging 23 points a game.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got their issues offensively, but defensively, that's where they put the eggs in their basket when they go out and they draft heavy on the defensive line. They draft edge rushers. They drafted back-to-back corners in the draft, and both of them are really good.
Yeah.
And with the guy with Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. And then they went out and they added Jalen Phillips. They tried to add Hassan Reddick. They've tried things. Everything's been on defense. The big move they made on offense was Saquon Barkley.
What's crazy is Philly went out yesterday and scored their first 3 possessions. And I'm thinking, well, apparently they've sorted things out offensively and then didn't score the rest of the game. And look, the Lions, like my man here talked about, what isn't changing is the interior of the offensive line, and he's right. That's an area of concern. These are all things that help you win games, help you score points. The 27 points they scored in regulation would rank 6th in the NFL if you average 27 points a game. It's not as if the offense is in a crisis. But what he pointed out is how they could be better. And let's hope that there is some growth in that interior of the offensive line.
Well, because he was right. That's the area where it does have to get better is on the offensive line.
248-539-9797. What's up, Gary? Hi, Gary.
Hey, guys. How are we doing this morning?
All right, Gary.
A couple things here. Shame on us, I think. I don't know. I've not seen such a time when a win has got to be a work of art, and if it's not, we say that this team sucks, basically. And I've been a Lions fan for most of my 70 years on this earth, and I don't recall a time when beating a team, regardless of their record, has been so scrutinized and criticized. I'll tell you what I did. I went and scanned some of the national media, SI.com, The Athletic, and some of those. There is not one mention, not one, how badly the Lions played. I mean, there's some opportunities they talked about they may have missed on, but they're taking this like, hey, this is a win. They've got the win. They're 7-4 and so forth. And
Gary, to be fair, national media is not going to scrutinize it because they're not going through it day by day, year by year, decade by decade like Lions fans have. Right now, Lions fans have been hurt for so many years because the team hasn't been good that you get teased with this team being as good as they've been. NFC Championship game, follow that with a 15-win season, back-to-back NFC North champions, and now you see them struggling a little bit, dealing with some adversity. Fans are scared. That's all it is. I think it just comes down to they're scared because they don't want the ride to end, and I don't think the ride's going to end anytime soon. But it's a little bumpy.
You know
right
what,
now.
Gator? Gator, I agree with that, but I'm also the other point that kind of baffles me is this. Chicago has 8 of these kind of wins, mostly. Maybe not all 8, but a lot of them came down to the final kick, a block kick, whatever. And yet everybody's on them going, oh, man, I saw an article on ESPN this morning. Hey, are they a danger if they get in the playoffs? Are they going to get tough out? And it's one of those overreactions. It's good that our expectations are higher, but it's gotten a little bit out of control. And the other thing I want to, before I go, the national media referenced 2 or 3 articles I saw this morning about the Lions having the best offensive line in the league. I don't know. I don't think
that they are.
I don't think it's close to it, but yeah.
I think we can accept that and tell me am I wrong. The Lions offensive line is still pretty damn good. It's just not as good as it was last year.
I think it's good. I don't know if it's damn good. I think they have maybe the best right tackle in football, and I think their left tackle is good, very good. And then the rest of it is work in progress. You've got
whatever it is now. It's not bad, and it's not average, but it's better. It's just not as good as it was last year. Is the way I see it.
I think there's a big drop off.
All right, 248-539-9797. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, for those of you that like parlays, good luck. They have a new deal on FanDuel called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. You start a group build, you add your pick, and you pass it on to friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in your group parlay with your own funds because football is better when it's played and bet together. And make it even better, everyone gets 50% off in this profit boost if they use their build this way, the Pass the Leg build. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get started. FanDuel, play your game. My game is not parlays. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. every win's a good win. Was that good enough to beat a better team? Probably not. And at the end of the day, they got to play better the rest of the way. And there's some area. The question is whether or not you have belief. And it feels like a lot of people today do not have belief, which is why the general manager's running away with chump of the weekend following a win.
Strange.
Yeah, it is. But I was thinking about what would make that logical. It would be logical if you looked at that game yesterday and said, they're done. This feels like something I would do if in the end of this, if they lose to Philly in the playoffs and Jalen Phillips dominates them, then I'll really feel like I can point a finger to a move that guy made and our guy didn't. And it made a big difference. And they lost that game to Philly last weekend, which wasn't final. It's not definitive, like the season's not over. And then they won this game looking like this. Why would you chump the GM today? Because you think that's enough evidence to see they're not going to play well enough to make a deep run or maybe even make the playoffs. And that's where these people are coming from. That's the perspective they see it from. I disagree with it, but 248-539-9797. Oh, let's go to Rod in Royal Oak. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Rod?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Hey, I got a lot to say, but I know I'm not going to be able to say it all. But my champ of the week is Jahmyr Gibbs and the Pistons. And my chump is the generic Detroit Lions fans. I know a lot of these guys aren't on the team anymore, but can you tell me who signed Kevin Zeitler, Carlton Davis, DJ Reed, Amik Robertson, David Montgomery, Jamal Williams? Who signed those guys? And then people want to say, oh, Brad Holmes doesn't sign anyone. And then in the offseason last year, people were begging for an edge. They didn't care about the O-line. And Brad Holmes still addressed it with Ratledge. So all the disrespect that Brad Holmes is getting, please tell me, who do they want to replace him with? Bob Quinn? Martin Mayhew? Who?
Well, he's back-to-back NFL Executive of the Year, right? And he's earned that. But,
exactly.
But the question becomes, people are starting to doubt whether or not he has built a good enough team to win the Super Bowl, and I think it's fair. But I wouldn't chump him. Like I have questions too, but I think chumping him is a bit extreme. But
I have questions about him. I also have questions about the coaches and even the players. Like, no, it's not just one guy. When we lose or play bad, it's on everybody, even the owner. But to single out the GM who's worked his ass off is disrespectful.
Rod, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Eugene in Canton, you're next. Hi, Eugene.
Yeah, thanks, Gene. How y'all doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
My champ is Gibbs. Like, okay, Barry Sanders had ball bearings in his ankle. Gibbs, he can make cuts so quick. Hit a hole. If he got a hole, he hit it, then he go to another direction. And my chump is myself. Now, I have 3 questions. Can y'all explain to me? Because they said that the Lions did something that good.
Well, hang on a second. You said you named yourself the chump?
Yes, because I got three questions to what happened on the game. Now, 24 seconds. It was 28 seconds, but they said the Lions did something good that they caused 4 seconds for the Eagles. Then my second question is
what are you talking about, Eugene?
The last 28 seconds. It was 28 seconds. The sportscaster said the Lions did something that good that caused 4 seconds to go out to make it 24 seconds. But they did something. They was praising the Lions because they did something when they did the kickoff or the kick return.
Oh, they kicked it deep. They kicked it deep, but they made him return it, which was longer. Took longer to return it that way than you would have if you just let it go to the end zone.
And then the second one is with Russell Wilson. He said we're gonna kick the ball, and then he said we're gonna pick it. I thought they only had one chance. I mean, they decide who kick and who receive, and then the other team decides what end of the field. But he picked both of them, and the Lion player thanked him for it. And then the third question is, what I would like to have y'all help me with understand. because they changed so many rules. It's when the Lions made the touchdown, when Gibbs made the touchdown. Isn't that it? Isn't that the end of the game?
The team gets the ball back.
Overtime rules have changed now.
So you're chumping yourself because you didn't understand any of that stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Starting to understand why he chumped himself.
Yeah, the rules have changed. Now, we had a debate in the office whether it's the right move to kick off or to receive if each team's guaranteed a possession. And I found a story on ESPN.com where they talked to, I think it was 9 analytics guys from 9 different teams and asked them what makes more sense. And it wasn't a consensus. 7 said they'd kick off. 2 said they'd want to receive the football. I'm in the receive camp. Kang is in the kickoff camp.
I mean, it depends if you're home or away, inside or outside.
Yeah, there are factors. There are other factors.
So I hate to just
Not for me.
Not for kick.
Yeah. No, there's no fact. I always kick off.
I'd likely kick off because sometimes you want to be reactionary more often than not.
Well, you know exactly what you have to do.
So it's interesting because Jahmyr Gibbs afterwards said that he doesn't like starting overtime with the football.
I want the football.
He said he wants the defense to go out there to do their thing.
Yeah.
And I asked Goff the same question. I forget what his response was, if he wanted it or not.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Kyle in Macomb. Hi, Kyle.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm not going to make myself the chump with 10 different reasons. I'm going to let you guys know.
Okay.
I'll start off with first. Champ, I think Jared Goff. I think he's going through a lot this year. You know, new center, new offensive coordinator, and then you switch your offensive coordinator, play caller to Dan Campbell. You're dealing with injuries, injured players coming in and out. I mean, this last game, he was fighting for his life at a lot of times. I feel like not having Sam Laporta as a check down hurt him. And my chump is definitely going to be J-Mo. The reason I say this is because we signed him this extension. I don't think he personally deserved it. I think he missed too much time with suspensions and injuries and inconsistency. And here we are again with a guy who's so talented but so inconsistent. And with his talent, we really could use that at the trade deadline for a team to help us more defensively. I just don't see him in the long run of really being that consistent wide receiver, because there's already callers talking about, we need a third wide receiver like Tim Patrick back in the day. But we should be fine with the wide receivers we have. Tesla should be getting more targets. I think J-Mo is really holding us back.
It's unfortunate.
He's going to hold back the team.
J-Mo, his biggest play got wiped out by penalty yesterday, which is unfortunate, but that would have been like one impact play in this game. He's got more to give. There's no question he's got more to give. And they got to find a way to get that out of him on a week in, week out basis. He's incredibly talented. I think if made available, every team in the league would want him.
Yeah, I mean, that speed is just intoxicating. And he actually, when Goff has time to throw and survey the field, that's what makes J-Mo one of the most dangerous players in the league, because he's going to get open. It's just a matter of time. He's had a couple of 100-yard games already this year. He's got another game where he, in fact, against Philadelphia, got 4 passes for 88 yards on 7 targets. I think it's a little magnified yesterday because he didn't have a catch. And he had a couple of drops, and one of them was really hard to watch. Defensive back went to try to make the play, totally whiffed on deflecting the pass, and hits J-Mo right in the hands, and he doesn't haul it in. It's going to happen, but it gets magnified when it's a couple times in the game, and when there's another receiver also who's sure-handed, who's not been sure-handed this season for whatever reason. I think having him as a second wide receiver is great. The talent is there. But like the caller said, inconsistency, I think that's you can see it statistically, but is it really inconsistent based on what they see on film? That's what matters most, because what he does is he provides he's a willing blocker as a wide receiver, and that's not a little thing, because when you want Jahmyr Gibbs to get off and score those 69-yard touchdown runs, it's with the aid of receivers blocking downfield. And he is more than willing to block.
97.1, the ticket.
Hey, I know you see them. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're everywhere. So do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against that crisp fall air? Well, the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they're going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. I know firsthand. They came out to my house in the summer, made sure my AC was running well. They also ran a test on the furnace and said, you're going to be good to go, my friend, and I'm glad I did. But hey, don't just take my word for it. Go ahead and check out their A-plus rating they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of the 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Amon-Ra after the game, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Don in Westland here on 97.1. What's up, Don?
Hi.
Hey.
About that. So my point was the Lions aren't doing anything to help the offensive line. They know that they're not getting any protection in the middle with all these blitzes and stuff. I understand why they're not bringing in maybe a fullback on some of those downs or even motioning the tight end into the backfield to help for protection.
They actually do a little bit of the
like they're
second
doing
thing.
nothing.
Yeah, they do a little bit of the second thing, and they love Montgomery in pass protection.
They do both of those things.
Yeah, it seems like that's always the problem. You know, somebody coming up the middle and Goff's running for his life. So that's been really frustrating to watch.
To be at their best, to be a high-powered machine, they need to they could shore up that part of the game somehow, some way. I kind of hope it's going to happen from within with some younger players growing up. You could also hit a wall and go the other direction. That could happen with Ratledge. I certainly hope Mahogany's back. I would keep my eye on Frazier for possible impact.
Well, the next couple of weeks, they're going to have their hands full because both defensive lines are awfully tough these next couple of weeks, just like it was tough yesterday. It was a good defensive line yesterday with Brian Burns and company. But you got, Micah Parsons coming up on Thursday along with Rashawn Gary. That's not going to be easy. Plus, they've got other guys, too, on that team. And then Dallas is really just kind of been revitalized now. The addition of Quinnen Williams changes everything on that defensive line.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we got a lot of tough games coming up. I'd definitely like to see the addition of maybe a fullback in the backfield more often for those games, just to provide a little extra protection.
So
if you give Goff
they use Montgomery. They use Montgomery in that role. Frazier, by the way, is back practicing full practice, but hasn't been activated yet. Let's go to Rob on a cell. You're next. Hi, Rob.
How you doing today?
What's up?
I want to go with my champ is the whole Lions team for the resolve in playing that game. And my chump is Lions fans hating on everybody. Just want them all to hear, unless you've been a fan for the last 5 years. Like you said, Doug, we would have lost that game our whole lives. Rod Marinelli, Matt Millen, Dan Orlovsky. Learn those names. Leave our guys alone.
I guess what it comes down to is what is the appropriate amount of criticism? Like, what is it?
Just don't be so harsh, man. I mean, I get it. I wanted some moves. But we don't know what he's doing. We don't know who he's calling. Like you say, we'd like to know, but we don't.
I'd love to know.
Yep. I'm going to hang up and listen to you guys.
No, thank you. I mean, look, Rob. I try to be respectful of everybody's opinion and let them say their piece. I do think some people have gotten over the top today, but it depends. What perspective would it? That's why I keep asking or saying I think it's perspective of they're done and that they can't possibly play better than this. And I think they can. It's weird, right? I'll give you an example. There's been some criticism of Hutch yesterday. I think everybody wants the same thing out of every player every week. And that's a consistency level that everybody's going for, and the greats are more consistent. Do you know how many sacks Myles Garrett had through 7 weeks of the NFL?
Well, I know that he's had 14 in the last 4 weeks or something like that. So, yeah.
He had 4 sacks and was being considered a disappointment. Now he has 18 quarterback sacks.
He woke up.
The point is simply things change in this league. Good players have down times where they're not doing much, and then they can explode and help you win. And that's a prime example of a player that is playing at a dominant level right now that wasn't earlier in the year. So this is why I have faith that some of our guys can do more.
And he didn't sack Jared Goff.
No, he did not. What do we got here next? Paul in Clinton Township. What's up, Paul?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
You know what it seems like, and I could be wrong. It's at least, from the people that comment and you read on social media, I think a lot of fans only watch Lions games and no other NFL games, or don't truly pay that close of attention. Because unless you're the LA Rams right now, every team's got warts. Every team is playing a bad game against an inferior opponent, right? The two teams that we're in competition with in our division just had to go down to the last minute to beat the same team, the Giants. each of the last 2 weeks. The Giants beat the Eagles like 4 weeks ago. Maybe it was 5 weeks ago.
Well, our
The
6-game
Eagles
losing
lost.
streak was a long time ago.
Whatever it
And
was,
the
they
Eagles-
did. Yep.
They scored 34 points and beat the Eagles, right?
Yep.
It happens. The Bills, what's their record? Honest to God, the Rams are the one team right now in the NFL that is playing at a high level. Other than that, has anyone watched any of the other Green Bay games? Do they look so unbeatable?
Well, I mean, the
that
Packers
they
lost to Carolina, right?
Yeah.
Right,
And
right.
Cleveland.
Yeah, so now, does it change that you want your own team to play better? Absolutely not. But a lot of fans kind of call in and they sound like they think that poor play or inconsistent play is unique to the Lions right now, and it's clearly not, unless you're the Rams.
Well, Paul, I don't know if you've heard me say, but I've said if you look at the peer group, all right, the last few weeks, Chicago had a comeback from a 2-score deficit late to beat this Giants team. Green Bay, Giants went right down the field and scored in the opener and had the ball late on their opening possession, had the ball late to win the game. These are the teams that the Lions are in direct competition with that did the exact same thing that the Lions did. What happened yesterday is not disqualifying for the Lions.
No, it's not. And listen, the Bears have at least 4 last-second comebacks against teams that are not very good. And to their credit, they won the games. Their wins, they count. But again, Lions fans, I just think that they only watch Lions games, or maybe they only care about Lions games, and they don't pay attention to what other teams do. But what the Lions are going through is not unique.
It's not, and yet, this is what happens when you have high expectations, and I love that they have high expectations. And this is why I keep saying they have to play better. But I don't think I feel like we're getting some crisis calls that are reflective of a 4-7 team, more than a 7-4 team.
Well, I think we got excited after the first week of this season for good and bad reasons. After the first week, we're disappointed because they only scored 13 against Green Bay, and they looked like they couldn't do anything against the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
Then they righted the ship, scored 52, then 38, then 34, and 37 on the 4-game win streak. Since then, they've averaged 23.6 points per game. And that's with throwing 44 up against Washington and 34 against the Giants, and with overtime having to do it. The offense hasn't been as good in this last 6 games compared to what it was in the first 5 games, or more importantly, that 4-game stretch where they were won convincingly.
I still think they can score a ton of points against good opponents.
I agree. I think
it's like Myles Garrett. They're in that slump sort of now.
I think it's a good football team, and I think the caller was right. I mean, aside from the Rams and the NFC, every team has their warts, and you're starting to see it here with it being exposed week to week. So I can feel a little bit better about where they're at. And at the same time, what I like about where they're at is that I think we know what the problems are. And I'm hopeful that these problems can be improved upon. Will they be completely fixed? Never. But will the offensive line get better? I think it can get better. It can absolutely get better. Some things that are really hard to overcome, a Sam Laporta injury is really hard to overcome. And if St. Brown is going to continue to have issues with catching the football, because if he's got a bad hand, that's going to be something to keep an eye on too.
Paul in Chesterfield, you're next. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. How are you this afternoon?
What's up?
Well, I was at the game yesterday, and I was one of the ones that left early after seeing Jameis Winston dropping ducks, into his receivers the whole game long. I finally got fed up and left right at the beginning of the fourth quarter, but I still listened to it on the radio. But the point of this whole thing is, and the reason why it's so frustrating, and I think a lot of these fans don't understand, and I'm 64 years old. I've been following this team since I was 7, okay? They don't understand that, when you have a team like this, and they are so close, they've been close the last 3 years, okay? And you see the inconsistencies that are. I mean, look, we're not a dumb fan base. We're a very smart fan base, okay? And you can pick up on these things. And being at the game yesterday was just aggravating to no end. And because that you have a guy like Brad Holmes, okay, who can go out and get offensive linemen when he needed
Hey,
to.
you got
when he
about
didn't
10
do it.
seconds. We're up against a break.
Okay. Yep, and I just want to make that point. Brad Holmes had every opportunity to make this team better, and he didn't do it. Okay, and this is why we're in the situation that
All right, appreciate it, Paul. Thank you for the phone call. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Plenty of action in Detroit sports tonight and a little college basketball if you want it. The Red Wings are in New Jersey to take on the Devils. That's a 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Pistons are in Indianapolis to take on the Pacers. It's a 7 p.m. tip on WWJ as they try to win their 13th consecutive game. And if you're staying up late, you can catch the Michigan Wolverines against San Diego State in Las Vegas for the Players Era Festival. That's at 10:30. News from Brooklyn today. Chauncey Billups pled not guilty to charges of wire fraud and money laundering and an illegally rigged poker scheme with the Italian Mafia. Billups and all 31 defendants, many of whom are members of La Cosa Nostra, are due back in court March 4th of 2026. Judge Ramon Reyes told prosecutors he would like the trial to start sometime next September. Reyes also set Billups' bail as $5 million today, and Billups then signed over his Denver home as collateral. Jonathan Smith was asked today about his status in returning as Michigan State football's head coach next year. He said, quote, "That's always a solid question," unquote, and said that he has not heard anything from MSU leadership either way. The Spartans closed the season this Saturday at Ford Field against Maryland. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Gator, how do you feel about guy who left the game early, missed the whole comeback, calling up irate about how
Bad fans
Brad Holmes has had every opportunity to make them better. How do you feel about that guy?
Okay, so there are two things. One, because
we were up against a hard break.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because I really wanted to get into that. He's talking about how they're bad fans and a good fan base, and he was like, the good fan base is the one that's going to hold Brad Holmes' feet to the fire and the bad fan base. And I'm like, wait a minute. Which part are you? Because you left the game. You want to talk about a bad fan? You literally left the game.
You missed the best part.
I couldn't handle it anymore. And what do? You missed the comeback win in epic fashion with a 69-yard touchdown run to start overtime. And then Hutchinson gets a sack on 4th down to completely end the game. All right. The other part was you said that with Holmes that what
he
was
had every opportunity.
Every opportunity. How do we know he had every opportunity? All there was a trade deadline. The only way you have opportunities is if there's another team that's willing to trade players that you wanted to get or trade for. We don't know that was the case.
Remember the conversation. What you're supposed to do is call up Cleveland and say, we would like Myles Garrett. We're not trading him, but I want him.
Right.
Yeah, but we're not trading. But I want him. So look,
and of course it was different at the deadline. The shift, things had shifted from wanting the rush end to wanting an offensive lineman, and we saw one offensive lineman traded. And what we don't know is if there was a pool of offensive linemen that were available. We don't know if Zeitler was available. A lot of these teams that have the players that might be rental players to get in a trade. Those teams might hang on to those players because they get draft compensation afterwards. That might be more valuable than a trade that they would than the pick that they would get in trade. So it's hard to see.
It's a very safe place to be to say I don't think this team's going to win because you basically get the field. The question, and you can't really answer. We can't answer whether or not they're going to win it. What we can say, do they have a chance? And I do think they still have a chance to do some very special things this year. But, there's a battle in sports talk radio oftentimes about who has higher standards.
Right.
And that previous caller had higher standards.
By the way, on a somewhat related note, Trey Hendrickson is still out, by the way, for the Bengals. He's ruled out for Thursday's game along with T. Higgins. Joe Burrow is expected to play.
Is he?
For the Bengals.
Herb in Dearborn, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Herb?
What up, fellas?
Hey.
Listen, real quick. My temp is I want to give it to Tom Gores because as bad as the Pistons were doing years ago, he did all the things he needed to do to make them a contender. So I have to give it to him, which is out of the box. And my temp is all of these living room general managers just calling in here chumping Brad Holmes. Like you guys, I'm piggybacking on what you guys are saying. Nobody knows what happens with these phone calls. Nobody knows what was asked for in return. A lot of teams may think that they were desperate and was holding them up because it's a lot of calls were like, well, can we get Gibbs? Can we get Laporta? It's a lot of teams probably wanted to hold them up knowing that they needed these positions. So nobody knows how hard he tried. Nobody was in the room during these phone calls. Last year, you can probably poll everybody that was chumping him today, and last year none of them would have chumped him when they was 15-2. And my take on how the Lions season is going is maybe they haven't peaked yet. I think they peaked too early last year. So maybe it's a chance that they're going to get better and they're going to peak at the right time when they need to peak and not flame on the playoffs.
Well, Herb, look, there's maybe it's a mistake by me, and I'm looking in the mirror here a little bit. The last 3 years, we've seen them for long stretches of time play better than this team is playing, and they've blocked better up front and given Goff more time. Is it a mistake by me to care what happened the last couple of years with Amon-Ra and Jared and Aiden Hutchinson and guys who are getting any kind of criticism today? The interior of the offensive line is something I hope can get better. Let me start there. The Armageddon scenario with that group is that Goff takes a hit and goes down.
Yes.
That's the Armageddon scenario, and every time he gets hit, my first thought is get up. We'll deal with 3rd and 11 later. Get up. Please get up. Because, you don't want him taking any more hits than necessary. That is the DEFCON 1 reality. Or DEFCON 5. I think it's right. Is it DEFCON 1?
Yeah, it's like watching Baker Mayfield last night. If you're a Bucs fan, God, get him out of the game. I don't care if he's cleared by the tent. Don't let him come back in. And he comes back in, gets knocked down again, has to go back out.
What do you call them? They call them armchair or living room GMs.
Yeah.
Look, I don't think he's above criticism. And I've had my questions too.
No,
but chumping him seems like a lot. And I'm just going to tell you, he's going to win Chump of the Week.
Wow. I don't think he should. I think it's completely unnecessary at this point in time after the Lions win. I wouldn't come anywhere close to doing that. Now, as far as armchair GMing is concerned, I think it's what we all do. We're all entitled to our opinions. And You can have yours, and this is why we open up the phones and text at 248-539-9797. You can have your say and try to defend your point.
We go to Mike in Detroit. You're next. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call. I was going to kind of piggyback on what the gentleman just said. Granted, you guys are very smart. You probably, know a lot about football than I do, in terms of, you got a former player, then you're a host. But I just want to ask the question, has the current management of the Detroit Lions, have they done anything that you actually would say, you know what, I give this a stamp of approval? And the reason why I say that, I'm 71 years old, and this is probably the most time that I've really enjoyed, even doing Barry Sanders. So my question, has this management team done anything that you could say, this is the reason why the Lions are in the position right now?
A ton.
Yeah.
I'm talking about elite players identification and drafting. They've been great in the draft. Comparatively speaking, right? If you compare to the rest of the league, the Lions have crushed the draft.
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking for, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I would.
And see, the only reason why I say this, if I can just say this right quick, I remember when the Pistons were building, when Chuck Daly was here, and when they drafted Isaiah, which I didn't want him because I didn't like Indiana. But then they picked up Joe Dumars, and then they picked up Dennis Rodman, and before you know it, the rest is history. And I'm kind of praying and hoping that this would just be with the Detroit Lions.
Well, they're putting it together, and they're going to need some other pieces for sure. They're going to need other pieces to develop on this team, on this current roster. Whether they win the Super Bowl this year is to be determined. I think this is definitely still a work in progress, and they need more development from the offensive line. I'm looking forward to seeing what the defense is going to look like in the next few games, because it seems like they're getting everybody back together and healthy, which would be awesome. But as far as what Brad Holmes has done as a GM to build this team, and what Dan Campbell has done with them to, when these two minds get together and talk about what they want the vision of the team to be, they've completely changed the culture of this franchise in just a matter of a couple of seasons. I mean, you could tell from the moment that they hit the field that it was different, and it took a while for them to win that first game. And once they did, you saw the confidence build with the team, and they turned that into a winning season in season 2, and then, division champs in seasons 3 and 4. And here they are in season 5, and they've continued to add to the talent pool. They're rewarding the players they drafted early on that are star players with big contracts to keep them and secure a strong future for years to come. I love what they've done. I haven't loved everything that they've done.
Oh, God,
they've got some big time misses when it comes to the draft, whether it was Levi Anzarike or other players on this that they've drafted, Broderick Martin among others, and Hendon Hooker. There have been some misses, but there have been more hits. And the hits that they've gotten in the first couple rounds have been really exciting. That draft they had in 2023 has completely turned things around to where they are today. When they were able to trade back from 6 to 12 and still get Jahmyr Gibbs. And when they took Jahmyr Gibbs, nobody was happy with it except for the Detroit Lions.
Well, all right? Nobody, but we took a boatload of calls.
I think it was safe to say, I think the large percentage was in the what did they just do, drafting a running back, and then following that up with what did they just do with another first-round pick and an off-ball linebacker, when they set themselves up with Gibbs, Campbell, Laporta, and Brian Branch all in the same draft in the first 2 rounds.
They traded back and got an extra pick. Here was my note from the show the next day. So apparently Brad Holmes went from a draft ninja at 8:45 to a moron by 10 p.m. And that was based on who he took. People were not happy across the board with the Gibbs pick. Some people were. And at the time, I wrote it down. We can complain all we want until we see that guy contribute to wins in huge football games. Then it becomes, you don't care what position he plays. But I also, all over my show sheet, it says there are no such things. You shouldn't have hard and fast rules.
Yeah, now Jahmyr Gibbs has like 40 touchdowns in his career in 3 years, not even 3 years.
It looks like the most dangerous weapon in football.
Yeah.
97-1. Twin Peaks fans want to double down today and talk about the best happy hour in the state. That's right. These specials that remind you of your college days when you had to find deals that hooked you up on a budget. Dining out experiences have really taken a turn for the worse in terms of service, and the cost of eating out has gone through the roof. Well, at Twin Peaks, their happy hour just makes sense for everyone. They call it $5 you call. It's a $7 big baller shot caller. If you're a Tito's drinker, $5 for Jack or Crown or Bacardi, $5. Take it a step higher. Grey Goose, Patron, Maker's Mark, $7. And there's great food options to choose from. You can really get a shot, a 22-ounce draft, poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, and in-house smoked chicken quesadillas for under $20. There's the Twin Peaks Girls, and there's happy hour Monday through Thursday from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., and or rather 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. to close. And remember, tonight, you got Carolina and San Francisco, college basketball. Blue team tips off at 10:30, right in that second happy hour. Come see how a sports bar should really feel. It's Twin Peaks, eats drinks, scenic views. Doug House, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Moral loss yesterday in a Lions victory, 34-27. Huge game on Thursday. We'll preview that game a little bit more in depth. Some things we haven't talked about yet. You and I used to make fun of, was it Trace McSorley with the arm punt? Jameis Winston had some arm punts yesterday where he just threw it up. Total arm punt. There was one that went to Isaiah Hudgens on a 3rd and 8 where he escaped the rush. Total arm punt. Hudgens ran under it. And by the way, that was the play, Kang, you were talking about Anzalone and coverage off the air. Make the point on the air.
Well, a lot of times we get complaints. We get complaints sometimes, guys.
What?
Especially after Lions games. But they'll complain at particularly a defensive back or a safety, right? Someone in the secondary, they're playing a receiver, and the ball goes right over their head, and the receiver catches it, and they always say, why didn't he turn around? He could have intercepted it, knocked it down, and got to look at the ball. The reason they're coached, a lot of these guys, defenders, when they're in coverage, to not look at the balls, because the second you take your eyes off the receiver, the man you're covering, you turn back, he is gone. You have no idea which direction he went to or how deep he went or whatever. And I think that's what happened with Anzalone. Like, Winston had, he extended the play, so it's hard to cover that long already. Anzalone took a peek back at Winston while he left the pocket, and by the time Winston threw the ball, Anzalone knew it was probably his man. He turned, and his man was, I think it might have been the tight end actually on that play. He was streaking down the field, and he caught a long 3rd down reception because
Theo Johnson, yeah.
Yeah, because, once you take your eyes off the receiver, man, you don't know where he is. That's why they're handsy as well, by the way, because you got to know where this guy is. These guys are fast, strong, big athletes that in a wide open field, you're going to lose them.
Chris, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Hey, champ and chump of the week. Champ is going to be Jake Bates. I think we forget where he came from a minor league. Lions took a chance on him, and he continually makes these kicks that really save us. Watching him put that English on it to go from the inside of the post and barely make it was pretty impressive.
It's amazing. That kick moved 2 different directions.
It was crazy.
Yep.
My chump for the week would be whoever made the call from the Giants to go for it on 4th down instead of kick the field goal and put them up by 6, which gave us the shot to tie it up and go into overtime.
Did you think it was illogical in the moment of time for them to go for a kill shot there?
I did.
Okay.
I think
because
at minimum, yeah.
I mean, you could see it both ways, right? And if you think it's illogical before he does it, say, why is he doing this? This is stupid. Fine. I know Jonathan Smith is taking some criticism because Michigan State punted on 4th and 2 and didn't try and keep possession to go for a kill shot, walk-off field goal to win the game. When you go for the kill shot or you try and take command of a game by doing that and it doesn't work out, I didn't think it was illogical. But, it's his job to get those calls right, and that probably is going to contribute to why Kafka won't be seriously considered for this job.
Yeah, I think 4th and goal at the 6, it becomes illogical. 4th and goal, yeah, I do. I think 4th and goal at the 3 is a question. 4th and goal at the 2, I think you do it. But the 6?
2-win team, nothing to lose. Why not? That doesn't apply here at all.
They
play.
Just lost yardage too, right?
They
went backwards.
Yeah,
so
they just went backwards. And judging by the way the players reacted afterwards, I think the players thought that was a wrong call.
Yeah. Okay.
The players want to win a game. This is now a 6-game losing streak they're going through. They have pride, and when the coach makes a decision it's going to have an impact like that, I think that they were devastated.
It's interesting because I think players usually want to be aggressive, and the offense loves having the ball in their hands with their chance to do it, don't they?
At the 6, though?
I know, but Goff, how many times have the Lions gone for it? And Goff says we love it. We love that he shows faith in us.
Yeah, but I don't think that, if we looked at all the 4th down attempts the Lions have gone for, it wasn't like the end of the game, but it was like where they had to because it's do or die. I would be surprised to see if it was a high percentage or anything more than 10% of the times where it was more than 3 yards on 4th down they go for.
I don't know why we're doing New York radio. Let's go.
Well, the thing was, the funny thing is they fired their defensive coordinator today. The Giants
I know,
did.
right?
For anyone that doesn't know.
Yeah.
But if I were him, I'd be like, well, we held them to a 59-yard field goal to tie the game, and you're going to fire me now? If you would have kicked a field goal, maybe we could have won the game because I'm intrigued. We held them.
Maybe I don't know if it was you that said this before the show when we were talking about this. Maybe the defensive coordinator said something in the locker room.
I bet he did because
and like, what are you doing?
Maybe
what on the hell are you doing? We had the game won. All you had to do is kick a field goal at the end of regulation, force them to go all the way down the field. I trust my defense and my boys to get it done. In fact, we got it stopped where they had to kick a 59-yarder just to tie the game because you screwed up. Okay, you're gone.
Yeah, I find it intriguing that an interim coach can fire anybody.
Well, maybe it was encouraged by higher up.
Might have been. Corey in Detroit. What's up, Corey?
Doug and Gator, how are you guys?
We're good, thank you.
I'm doing good, man. I'll say today I want to do a champ and chump. I'm going to do a champ for my sister, Erica Ray, and the entire staff at McLaren Macomb. She was diagnosed a day before her 1-year anniversary, diagnosed with stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma, and she rang the bell last week, and that was big for our entire family. So, champ to her.
Bravo.
That's great.
Yep, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I won't do a chump because I'm usually critical when I call you guys, but I will do a rebuttal and just say who's was worse between Anzalone and Derek Barnes. Like, let Winston catch the pass and didn't even push him out of bounds or nothing. Like, that play was horrible, but I'll let you guys go ahead.
Look, those guys probably would say those were not their finest moments.
No. No. Yeah, Anzalone didn't make the tackle on the passer of the play, and then Barnes didn't make the tackle on the receiver on the play. Bad look all around, and I think it's a yuck throw it in the garbage. They won the game. It doesn't matter. Move on to they're already. It's absolutely 100% thoughts on Green Bay.
248-539-9797. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Come via ticket text frequently. Did I read this one yet? Yesterday was actually embarrassing. Did I read this one?
I don't recall.
Yesterday was actually embarrassing, especially after what Dallas did to Philly. Really? 9 points? Then a big turd against the Giants? Lions made a deadbeat quarterback look like a Hall of Famer.
So they scored 34 points and won the game. They had nearly 500 yards in offense. That's the good news. The bad news was the defense gave up over 500 yards in offense to a backup quarterback. And I think there's something to work on there. I would just caution this. When I watched the game and I recall what happened and I look at my notes, plenty of notes, I'm led to thinking that there were some huge mistakes made by the Lions defense. Missed assignments, coverage mishaps. Yeah. And that
was
to
the
me,
running back out of the backfield. Was it Tracy wide open on that little bootleg?
Yes.
Blown assignment.
There were several blown assignments, and that to me is easier to take than just getting beat. Well, it's easier to take because they won the game, so I don't care as much. But if you're Dan Campbell and crew and you're trying to correct these mistakes, it's easier to correct a missed assignment than it is to correct, oh my God, you just got beat because you're not quick enough, you're not strong enough to the line, or you're just not good enough, period. So I would caution that.
248-539-9797. Embarrassing, by the way, is losing to the Giants.
That would have been embarrassing.
Which Philly did.
Lions did not.
No. Champ and Chump, last chance to get your votes in over the next 30 minutes. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.
Hey, Metro Detroit, you're looking for a great deal on a brand new Chevy? Well, you've got to check out what's happening right now at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Now, for a limited time, you can drive home in a brand new Chevy Blazer or Chevy Equinox for just $269 a month. That's right, two of Chevy's most popular SUVs loaded with style, comfort, and performance, all for just $269 a month. And if you've been dreaming about a truck that can handle anything Michigan throws your way, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has you covered with the Chevy Silverado 4x4, just $189 a month. Tough, dependable, and ready to roll wherever the road takes you. Plus, the team at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield makes it easy. Friendly people, fast financing, and deals that really move. So don't wait. Head to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield right off of Telegraph Road or visit sarahchevrolet.com today. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, they will make a deal. Together, let's drive! See who got his first NFL win and his
What's
first
that?
NFL start.
Who's that?
Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, yeah, your guy.
Well, it's not necessarily my guy. It's just I couldn't believe how much the media had soured on him and just eviscerated him a week ago for, not playing all that well after having 64 seconds of practice time, and gets thrust into a game and isn't terribly effective. And then he gets a full week of practice with the ones and helps to lead his team to a victory. Now, the defense did have 10 sacks in the game. That was important. But they did score as an offense. They were able to move the ball down the field, and good for Shedeur. I don't know how good he's going to be moving forward, but I think it's interesting. And Stefanski, I don't know about Stefanski as a coach, man. Sometimes you just wonder if he's the right guy or not. And they've had like 6 quarterbacks there, and they're still not sure who the guy is. The guy leads you to victory, and he's not going to commit to him, I guess, just yet to be the quarterback for the next game. We'll see how that works out. But NFL's funny.
Hey, just a update here coming out of Ann Arbor regarding some injured players.
Okay.
Big game coming up on Saturday. Sharon Moore says Rod Moore is out for Saturday.
Ooh.
The senior safety has missed a bunch of time this year, recovering from a knee injury that cost him last year. He is most likely out for the season. I do believe he is still eligible for a red shirt if he wanted to play another year of college football. But he will not play. He, of course, had the game-clinching interception the last time that the Michigan Wolverines hosted the Ohio State Buckeyes. Max Bredesen, they're still waiting word on.
What's wrong with him?
He had his foot in a boot at some point in the game on Saturday in Maryland. Samaj Morgan will be fine. Ernest Hausman is day to day. There was no update that I've seen reported anywhere, and this according to the guys over at the Wolverine. I haven't seen anything on Jordan Marshall. Obviously, they like Bryson Cusdahl, but Marshall's, one of their 2 studs. They've already lost one. And, of course, we're waiting for big updates out of Columbus with Jeremiah Smith and Carnell Tate, their 2 starting receivers, sitting out last weekend against Rutgers. They also lost, who's the linebacker that's so good? Styles. Oh. He left with a injury that wasn't really clear on how serious it was. Sonny Styles.
That'd be a big loss.
I called his name a ton last year against Michigan.
Ohio State's defense has been pretty stalwart this year.
Yes.
And he's absolutely one of the leaders of that defense.
Ohio State allows like 7.6 points per game.
They've been good.
Which is peak dominant Georgia defense type numbers.
And they scored, 44 or something like that without having those 2 wide receivers.
They haven't played a game closer than 18 points since the opener against Texas. They've basically had comfortable wins. Michigan, on the other hand.
And they got a 12-year-old at quarterback. I can't believe how young he looks.
Julian Sayin.
He looks so young, and he's been so good for them this year.
He's a San Diego kid. Oh, and did you see the forecast?
I did not.
Could be like temperatures in the 20s with a wintry mix. Could be. We're still a few days out.
I remember a game like that recently in Ann Arbor against Ohio State where you had temperatures in the 20s and it was a wintry mix, perhaps snowfall.
I'll try and get a more accurate forecast here, but it's not. It's at the very least.
It'll stay whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Today,
I mean, that's the thing. I'll be watching this as much as anything, but I would imagine, and we're several days out. It says high of 31. It'll get down to 25. Winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of snow 50%. Snow accumulations less than an inch. So there you go. That's how it stands right now. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Arthur in Grand Blanc. Hi, Arthur.
How you doing, man? Love your show.
Thank you.
Are we a victim of our own success? I mean, we can't lose a game without have a close game. We didn't even lose the game. We won the game. And now everybody acts like we lost because we didn't blow the Giants out. You have to realize these are professional athletes we're playing against. You know, everybody on that team was an All-American or the best player on the team that they played on at some point. So where you might look at them as number 5 on the depth chart, they don't look at themselves that way. What's that old saying, guys? So a man thinks, so is he.
Ooh, I've not heard that saying, but
I'll tell you what, Arthur, I take full responsibility. I thought this was going to be a blowout. It was not. It was a tight game and a gritty win for the Lions. I'm happy they won. I think there's absolutely things to, as the coaching staff will say, as the players say, clean up, and they're going to have to play better football than that the rest of the way. But I'm not upset. I'm not upset they lost or that they won. I mean, why would you apologize for a win in the NFL?
Exactly. And that's the whole thing in a nutshell. I mean, look, the Dallas came back to beat Philly on any given Sunday, fellas. It can happen to us. We're not above the law. We can have a close game from anybody.
Well,
look,
I mean,
we lost to the Vikings.
It's happened. I keep saying I use this term, but it's happened in the Lions peer group. Chicago won almost the exact same way against the Giants. Green Bay fended off a late drive to beat the Giants. Philly lost to the Giants. So if whatever applies to the Lions as a result of that game, it applies to those teams as well, which are in the mix to win the NFC. I keep using the term, but it's not disqualifying. Kang, you always talk about how close games are in the NFL. There were 2 teams yesterday that were 13.5-point favorites. The Lions, who won by 7, and the Seahawks, who won by 6. This is the NFL.
No, I mean, you never apologize for wins, okay? But sometimes you don't celebrate them as much as you do others, is what I would say. Yep. So, yeah, you take the win, you try to move on. But I think if you're panicked at all, I think you should be panicked about the whole that you've seen so far. Don't just panic about the Giants game. That Giants games can happen to anybody. You just listed off all the teams that they've come close to beating. That can happen to literally any team. I would be more concerned of, like, do we have a long-term issue here from what I've seen as a whole for this team?
Can I ask you a question? What I just brought up, how many people do you think are calling mad today because they bet on the Lions to cover 13.5?
Oh, everyone thought they were going to smoke this team, right?
I mean, I think
maybe it was 10.5. I saw it.
I saw 13.5
right
by
before
the time,
kick.
yeah. And I think that was when it was 13.5. Well, if you felt chesty, and I felt chesty about the Lions, but even I was like, that's a little too chesty.
Jameis Winston has the ceiling of Patrick Mahomes and the floor of Mike McMahon. I'm serious. He is the ultimate wild card backup quarterback.
Yeah.
We've all seen him throw for 500 yards and 5 TDs. And we've also seen him do some weird stuff out there, eating W.
End up throwing 3 or 4 interceptions in a game.
Yeah. My advice to gamblers out there, stay away from Jameis Winston games completely.
So the Birchie kid tweeted this out. This is really interesting. It says teams that eked past the 2-10 Giants, like the 7-4 Lions, the 9-2 Broncos, the 8-3 Bears, the 7-3-1 Packers. Teams that lost to the Giants, the 8-3 Eagles, the 7-4 Chargers. The Giants they're an eyelash away from being at least a 500 team. They're a tough team. It's a tough out each and every week. They're going through it. And I imagine they're going to be a better team because of this moving forward. In the end, the record's going to be a losing record on the season, guaranteed. And they'll end up with a high draft pick. But what they will have is a healthy Jackson Dart at some point, a defensive line that's pretty good, an offensive line that provided really good protection against the Lions, and an offense that had over 500 yards in offense.
Well, I just crossed my mind as I brought that up. I wonder how many people were motivated to be frustrated because they didn't cover.
I think there were definitely some people.
Yeah,
for sure.
I don't like betting local games. They're just doesn't. I think it starts to warp the perspective. Where you start thinking about that stuff, covering point spreads more than winning the actual game.
Yeah, well,
I don't know any of these callers personally, but I just wonder how many of them actually have money.
By the time, this is according to ESPN, their bet sportsbook, by the time the game started, the spread was 14.5.
Wow.
The total was at 50.5. There were 51 points scored. Or sorry, is that 61? My bad, 61 points scored.
There's over 1,000 yards in offense.
You got the over in that one.
I wish we could hear from Kelvin Shepard this week. I'm not sure that the coordinators hold their news conference. Like, we're not going to have Goff tomorrow because it's a short week. But I bet he would be salty.
He should be salty.
Yeah.
He should be salty. The players should be salty. I'm expecting the players to be very aggressive on Thursday to start this game. Whether that results in a great start and a winning effort, I don't know. Well, that remains to be seen. But I think this team is, the defensive side in particular, is pissed.
Yep. Nayrock on Twitch says, over the last 3 seasons, the Lions have been perfect in covering the number after a loss. People lost their mortgage and homes yesterday. Yeah. There was 13 losses and followed by 13 straight covers. I bet that person's right, that there's a lot of people that went big on the Lions yesterday because of that trend. And the frustration might be reflected a little bit in that. Who knows? Michigan Auto Law, they specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? It's one of the reasons why Steve and his crew over at Michigan Auto Law have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan and the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Do your research. Check them out at autolaw.com. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. I have a new pet peeve. It's not even a new pet peeve. It's something that's starting to drive me crazy. And I'm speaking. I'm probably on behalf of everybody. I'm not the only one. God, I hate neutral zone infractions. I hate neutral zone infractions so much. Yep. Neutral zone infractions are the worst. And I feel like teams I watch are more guilty than they're not. I think Michigan does it too much too.
Well, Aiden Hutchinson had one that turned a 3rd and 7 into a 3rd and 2, and on that play they ended up with a big conversion.
Mm-hmm.
And on the 3rd, when it was 3rd and 7, even though he was offside, it was an incomplete pass. It would have been nice, but that was unfortunate. Then Lee McNeil just lined up offsides on one play. Those are mad. I can give a little bit of leeway to offsides, like if you're jumping to count. And on that play, I thought that Hutchinson was jumping to count because he was looking at the play clock, and the play clock was down to 0. Like they could have thrown a flag for delay a game. He tried to time it, and then he gets the flag thrown on him. But the Aleem McNeil one, lining up in the neutral zone is infuriating. You're just there, like, oh yeah, I see the ball. Well, do you see where your head's at?
Yeah.
Or your hand?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Todd is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Todd.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
My champ, I just wanted to give it overall to, the Lions. I believe it was just a team effort, The chump, like I told Kang, my chump is kind of, I was at the game yesterday, and there were people leaving in droves early, kind of like going back to the caller Paul from earlier. But it was also a lot of the guys that were leaving around me, and it kind of goes back to a little bit what you just mentioned, Doug, about the people betting and probably losing. That was the other thing I was noticing around us is so many people were more concerned about looking at their phones in like their fantasy league or, their bets and stuff like that. And I'm looking at my wife and I'm like, there's a game right in front of us. What are all these people doing? They're staring at their phones at their fantasy league.
Yeah. Look, everybody's got their own priorities, and you can prioritize whatever you want. I get a little frustrated with the whole gambling aspect of it, but
another thing I just wanted to throw out there too. When we were standing in line to get into the game yesterday, we met a couple from I thought were from New York. Got to talking to them, and it was actually the parents of a guy that plays for the Giants. He's a linebacker, but he was on special teams yesterday, I guess. But I wanted to also give a shout out, I guess, to Detroit as a whole, because they said they were absolutely amazed at Ford Field and everything around Ford Field. Their son actually played for the Chiefs last year, and they said, I'm going to tell you guys right now, this whole setup down here downtown for your field, they're like hands down is better than Kansas City. Hands down was better than the Cowboys Stadium, which I was absolutely floored with. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And they said, no, the billions that Jerry Jones spent down there, they're like, you guys got it going on here in Detroit. Like, what a great setup.
It's pretty crazy because I think it has to do with when your stadium is in the middle of a massive parking lot, Silverdome style. It has no ambiance. It has nowhere to hang out that is even remotely attractive. You tailgate in a parking lot. I think the idea that downtown Detroit, I remember when Ford Field first opened, Todd, we took shows of people that were worried about where am I going to park? How are we going to get in and out? And I realized quickly it was way better than the Silverdome because there's a million places to park. So everybody's going a different direction. So there's not one way in and one way out. I mean, it's not like there isn't traffic, but traffic to get to Lions games downtown, my experience, way better than traffic when they were in the Silverdome. And yeah, a lot more to do around the game, right?
Yeah. And they said, like in Kansas City, they said there's like a designated tailgate area. That's it. Yeah. Like you can't, or whatever. I mean, I've only been to the Hall of Fame game this year, and then obviously Ford Field multiple times. I haven't been to, other fields around the nation, but just to hear it from somebody that's
cool.
Traveled with their son, watching them and saying, so far in 2 years, you guys got the best setup so far that all the fields that we've been to that watch our son play it. I was like, man, that's awesome.
I like it.
Yeah, Ford Field's great, and all the little pockets around there that you can tailgate at, the different parking lots that there are, and you can really get a feel. And it's right in the heart of downtown. So you're right, Doug. That's the big difference between that and the Silverdome is that you go to park at any one of these 100 parking lots, and as you're walking from there to the game, you can stop off at any bar or restaurant that's along the way, and there's a ton of them. Or you can hang out and have some beers outside your car with some friends. It's actually pretty great.
Today's football coverage presented by Paramount Plus, now streaming on Paramount Plus. It's the return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Landman, new season now, streaming only on Paramount Plus.
Great show. Also, news from the NFL. Kevin Stefanski has announced that Shedeur Sanders will get his second consecutive start.
Congratulations on your guy.
Not really my guy. I'm rooting for him, but he's not necessarily my guy.
I think your guy
my guy's in Miami. and
maybe he should start too.
And he's not good.
Your guy's Tua?
No. Tua's backup.
Your guy's not good enough to beat out Tua Tagovailoa?
Wow.
This hurts. This hurts.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Who's your guy?
He's a backup in Green Bay.
Yeah.
How about the other thing? So I'm going to replace Jared Goff with Patrick Mahomes, and a player celebrating a sack kicks Mahomes in the head. What do you think happens? Did you see that yesterday?
No.
Was it overtime or was it late in regulation? No, it wasn't overtime, obviously. It was late in regulation, and Goff gets sacked, and the Giant defensive lineman gets up to celebrate and kicks Goff in the head while he's on the ground.
They showed the replay in the stadium, I guess, and the crowd was booing like crazy.
I heard them boo. I thought that he just got. My thought was he just got thrown to the ground late.
No,
he got kicked.
He got kicked in the head as part of the celebration.
Yeah, it was incidental, but it still happened.
Yeah, just go to like Twitter and type in Goff kicked in the head.
I literally just did that.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Whoa, easy, buddy.
Right? If that were Patrick Mahomes, we'd be looking at a suspension.
I mean, that's like the first one's just like step one, and then the step two is let's kick you in the head. Like the first one just barely missed him.
I hear you. I'm not going to complain, but I got a feel. Was anyone worried with the sack at the end of the game with Hutch or the hip drop tackle rule?
Yes, 100%.
I was. Okay, and they didn't call, so I'm like, and that would have been terrible, but it crossed my mind. So if they're not going to call that, I'll forgive him kicking Goff in the head because he's okay.
Well, it's because Jameis Winston isn't Patrick Mahomes. Dude, all the memes last week when that official, I get what he tears Achilles.
That's Mahomes. It's a penalty.
And but the official, the official and the Texans. Who did the Texans play on Thursday night? Was it Bills? Texans,
yeah,
Bills.
Bills. Yep.
So an official tore his Achilles, and people were tweeting out bad news for the Chiefs. Another one had Kansas City's logo, and it said "Chief out, remainder of the season."
It was they can't avoid the injury bug.
Yes.
The ref is out. He's down.
Oh, my goodness.
Heartbreaking news. Chiefs lose. Critical. Chiefs season comes to an end. I mean, it was hysterical the way this got treated around the country. Everybody was talking about how the Chiefs lost a key player and an official. But in Goff's case, I mean, if that were Patrick Mahomes, you think we'd be seeing that on loop today?
I'm starting to think the league does not care for Jared Goff. At least the officials don't.
Why?
I mean, this is going back to the ridiculous shot he took in the playoff game against Washington last year, where he almost got knocked the F out on it was an interception or a fumble return, and just absolutely got clocked helmet to helmet, and nothing. No, it's okay. Go ahead and do that. And then it feels like there's been a few other plays where he has gotten manhandled or slammed late after the play and nothing. It's okay. You're just Jared Goff. Get up. Toughen up.
Merely?
Merely.
Yeah, I don't know if they're. I don't believe in conspiracies, but
no, I don't either.
Yeah, the fact is, he got kicked in the frickin' head. Rico Beard's in studio and joining us now.
What conspiracy are we talking, John?
No, there's no conspiracy.
Oh, okay.
We don't believe in conspiracies, but
I do. So that's what I was wondering.
Okay.
What's going on, guys?
What do you got planned coming up next?
I was listening to your show,
What do you got planned coming up next?
I was listening to your show, so I take it Holmes won.
Oh, Brad Holmes ran away with Chump of the weekend.
Okay, and because he didn't address the team needs, or did
Because
he miss a tackle?
I guess because they wanted it's more. I think it's probably latent trade deadline angst more than anything.
Well, no, that was a very, 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 very concerning game. It was, unfortunately, I would put it more as the Giants lost rather than you won.
Why?
Because the Giants were in control of that game pretty much the entire game, and then they gagged it away.
You think?
Yeah, I mean, Gibbs was the man, but yeah, Jameis was out there looking like he was a Hall of Famer.
I got to tell you, I went from disliking Jameis Winston to actually liking him.
You know, I needed
Kinda
him
like
to
him
win just because I wanted to hear what he had to say afterwards.
Well, you could listen to him afterwards after a loss too.
I know, but it's not the same.
I didn't need him to win that game. I need him to win a
anything
game.
else,
Yeah,
just
but
not
don't
to
win
win.
that game.
And they didn't.
No.
Good news.
All right. Well, we got a short week, so we'll have plenty of preview of the Lions in Green Bay coming up later this week. You guys have a great show, all right?
Yeah, Green Bay got a bye week yesterday.
Well, hope they don't get healthy all of a sudden. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Pistons legend Chauncey Billups pled not guilty today to wire fraud, conspiracy, and money laundering conspiracy. His bond was set at $5 million, and he used his Colorado home as collateral. The Pistons are back on the floor against the Pacers tonight. Pregame at 6:35 here on the ticket. Karis LeVert and Jaden Ivey are probable to play. According to Michigan football coach Sherrone Moore, safety Rod Moore is likely done for the season. The X-rays on fullback Max Bredesen did not look great either. Michigan State football is on an 8-game slide. Head coach Jonathan Smith was back at the podium, was asked his job security. In the latest AP college basketball poll, Michigan remained at number 7, while MSU moved up 6 spots to number 11 as well. Following the loss to the Lions...
11?
Huh?
They only made it to 11?
What'd you want them to be, 1?
At least top 10.
Following the loss to the Lions, the Giants have parted ways with defensive coordinator Shane Bowen as well. Vikings QB J.J. McCarthy is in concussion protocol. Adam Schefter says that before an MRI, it looks like Buccaneers QB Baker Mayfield suffered a sprained AC joint, ruling out a fracture and structural damage. He could still play this week. The Bengals are also anticipating that QB Joe Burrow will make a return on Thanksgiving. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.